Everybody, thinkers doing a think. Just hold on. Ta-da!
Hey!
That was the great reveal.
Ta-da!
And Optimus Cattus is still Optimus Cattus. I'm
there
very
you
happy.
go.
Yep. Where is? Maybe he's in the other link.
That would make sense. Here,
Because
I'll post it.
I sent it to him by itself. We're talking about you, Calvin. Check your DMs.
Cal.
Anyway.
Because I'm not going with that second nickname that he's trying to give himself.
Yeah, it's not. Stop trying to make it happen. And Gray, when are you going to come on camera again?
But I don't know.
As soon as he gets an animated jar. Because he's going to...
Yeah, that would be awesome. You know, if I can get a talking jar, I will never come on camera again.
Guys, Miss 1776, are you keen to join us? You can join us today if you have time. I will... Whose dogs are those? Are those Catrews?
Oh, that's mine.
Well, it's not mine this time.
Hold on, I just want to... I think it would be great to have Miss 1776 on here before we have MSK on here. So...
That would be awesome.
I have to go to work? Okay, that's fine. VTuber job. Yeah. But thanks for the invite. It's okay. I lost my job. I'm free.
Finally free.
Cringe as usual, I see. What are we talking about today? What are we talking about today, ladies and gentlemen? Well, ladies. Yeah, you guys are all ladies. And all gentlemen at the same time. Just hold on. I just want to... We're supposed to go over a CRT debate. Are we still good with that? Oopsie, there you go.
Yes.
Yes. Well, first of all, let us just... Hold on. Let us continue our intro. I still think that... What? For fuck's sake? Fawful? Oh. Anyway. Hello. Thanks for the cringe. Thanks for the scuff, everybody. We don't have a CPAFI, so I guess
no
we cancel today. We're done.
Not fair.
Okay, you know what? Can I join so I can groan in the corner? Or are you gonna groan and go just in the corner? What are you gonna groan? You know the rules, and so do I. Oh! You're supposed to say you were feeling sane today. Nice to meet you, Fawful. Anyway, yes. Let me just hold on. Let me just get a bit of a share going on. But everybody say what's up, what they've been doing. Catrew, what have Catrew been doing today? I mean, this week.
What have I been doing? Well, my stream I had yesterday did the, what do you call it? The last part of the On Fairy Stories that I was doing. I'm going to be recording a summary video on it. Hopefully it'll be like 10-20 minutes, so that'll be more digestible than watching all the streams together. Although I do encourage people to do that, but it'll be a different experience. Hopefully it'll reach a wider audience as well.
We'll what do you call it? We are long people. Okay.
Yeah. we are of the long.
We will enjoy all kinds of the content. Okay, why are you taking so long? Ooh, my camera is like, it's not enjoying.
Oh yeah, there was some video or some message about
Oh really? Virtual background's not working. Fuck's sake. Well, I just hope that you guys don't see Gordon. Maybe if I do it this way, then you
Yeah,
won't
that. Whoa, hey.
see the
I think that's every
floofy.
preference.
Yes. Of course you do this while I'm at work. Well, guys, it's the normal Thursday stream time.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Plus,
it's okay.
why are you working for the man?
Exactly. Look, you know.
If you're
just be
working,
like,
you're losing.
Yeah.
I need a new what do you call it? A new time zone. But anyway, I think I'm going to add my stream anyway. My what's her name? Gray did this week. He released quite a cool discussion with Patrick.
Oh, I love that so much.
So good.
Oh, well, thank
really
you.
good. I enjoyed that.
Yeah. So I was working on that for like a week. We did it on StreamYard kind of like this, and there was a 10-second delay between anything I said or he said.
Oh,
so
wow.
It took a lot
it
of
didn't
editing.
really,
You did a
I'm
you
sure
did a great job
didn't-
covering for it.
No,
I mean, I heard you reference
noticed
it.
I kept talking over.
It didn't seem that way.
But yeah, that one was definitely fun. So I've got like a couple other videos that I'm editing. They're probably not gonna be out for a while. So this is what I'm doing for a minute. Oh, I'm supposed to stream with Vincent tomorrow. Check out Vincent's
great.
thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Vincent Martin.
The Vincent Martin. What are you guys going to do tomorrow?
I think it's about video game culture or something, and then possibly GameGate.
Okay.
There are a couple ideas thrown around, so I'm not 100% certain, and there may or may not be a debate with somebody. So good times.
Actually,
Good
we
deal.
can do okay, I'm actually going to put in the title here. Just hold on. Thinkers for CRT.
Ooh, CRT. Good times.
Wait, Jangles.
Hey,
Oh,
Patrick's
this
here.
one, yeah. So you know what's great is
It's Jangles, Sitch, and Adam.
yeah.
Counterpoints.
Counterpoints is the moderator, and
Oh, yeah.
oh, it's hilarious because he has no power. It's on Sitch and Adam's channel, right? So it's a moderator with zero power. It's hilarious.
I remember this now. Yes. Very good times. This is going to be fun.
Okay. Here we go. I've changed the title. Okay. Then, hello, Sultan. I love the way Sultan always just has this look. Okay. There we go. And I've got my system audio going on. So there, I think, let me just put on do not disturb here.
Do you want picture in picture? Oh hey. There I am. Echo.
Double the Andrew.
Oh yeah, yes. You guys will have to. Oh fuck! Really? Do not disturb is on. Okay, clear on. You can. How does that work?
Yeah.
Because I have to share my system audio. Because otherwise you won't be able to hear the video.
Oh wait, you're not routing this through OBS, are you?
No, this is the studio.
Well, I mean, have you connected OBS with restreams?
Well, all of that you don't have any of the studio capability through OBS. All you have is you just restream through OBS.
Oh, I see.
You don't have your studio, as far as I've done. Yeah. Sorry about the echo. How do we fix it? Like, it doesn't echo for me. That's great. I would have to. I guess we could do a watch together, and so through a link. But yeah, we do a watch together, and then.
Oh wait, no. Here's what you do.
Mm-hmm. What do we do?
You go to your audio mixer and then mute. Oh wait. Do you
Which
have?
audio
Okay,
mixer?
no. Okay. So this is what you need to do. Do you have Chrome and like a different browser type?
Yeah.
Okay. Open this video in the other browser. Is it a sorry, is it a video that you've downloaded or is it through a browser?
No, it's through a browser.
Yeah.
And when you
Open it through a different browser and then mute Chrome that is connected here. Mute on your audio so that it's not leaking through. It's not going to duplicate it. Does that make sense?
it will not pick you guys up then. Just hold on.
No, but we're going through
tab
Restream.
audio. No, it's working. It's fine. It can give me a tab. It says share tab audio. Why wasn't it doing that before?
Oh,
That's stupid.
Well, there you go. Never mind.
There we go. Fixed.
Fixed.
I was wondering what the hell.
Well,
There we go. Scarf.
Scarf.
Okay.
Ha ha ha.
Just remain quiet until I catch up.
Do we want to be picture in picture or cinema?
Okay. Well, there like this.
Which is better?
I don't know.
We don't have to see Adam's face. That's what we're missing, essentially.
Don't we?
Yeah, that's unfair. I guess that's. And then we have a little bit of our background. What does the audience think? There we go. We can be on the
I think this is probably the best. Yeah. We have enough guests. This is probably the best. If we had more guests, maybe the other one. But yeah.
Let me in. I'm an expert on this debate. Are you? No, Fawful. Are you on Discord? Fawful, have we spoken on? God, I've lose track of all the people who have different names on Discord. I'll be likely working if you're doing it. Yeah.
All right.
Oh, there. How does one enter the call? There, You're Smugg Waffles.
Oh.
That's you change your name on our
one of them. One of them.
Yeah.
They got to be the same. Come on.
Yeah.
We need continuity here. This is inconsistent character writing.
Wait, I need to DM you. There you go. That's how one enters the call. They didn't let Hydra in. You know what? 333! And I'm going to continue calling you that.
It was a controversial decision. We had to know.
We had to. You guys started liking him too much. Okay. We're upset with you for liking him that much. So we thought, you know what, we don't stand a chance against Hydra. Actually, for that matter, I'm gonna kick Gray right now. Sorry, your voice is too nice.
Oh no.
No. There's Smugg Waffles.
Good day.
Smugg Waffles.
Well, hello.
Hello.
Hello. Am I coming in good?
Yeah.
Coming in great.
Another nice voice. Oh, God, these people with their nice voices. Fuck off, all of you.
Oh, no. Now we need to go to cinema.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's go to the cinema. Hey,
yeah.
That's fun.
Okay, is everybody ready? I don't know if I'm gonna try and diagram this just on the side. Let's see. Okay, is everyone ready? Also, Fawful, what makes you an expert on this debate? How many times have you watched it?
Many. I followed the entire series from the original social justice warrior one to all the Twitter drama to the one that comes after this.
Nice.
It's hilarious.
It is.
And just because I love the CRT debates in general, because they all go the same way.
Yeah. I can imagine. You know what? I wonder if I'll just keep the. Let's keep the. What's the name? The one. Sorry. Look what happens. Look what happens to Andrew's eyes when he types. Sorry, I'm just enjoying that. Your keyboard's making.
Oh, I got my Alice on. It's a little bit louder.
Yeah. Okay. I just needed to. I've just got a message that I need to turn the aircon down. Up.
Ah.
But let us. I'll play. Let's press play. See how the wait. The audio is low.
On our show.
Is that okay?
I want people
Not
that are
even
not me or Adam to
necrophilia.
use the
We don't.
N-word
We
on
are
stream.
very harsh about N-words around here. Okay. Necrophilia is.
You just went live. We start the stream and it's like, oh, these guys, anti-white Marxists, and I'm like, F black people, N-word.
He'll get a street code.
That's how you that's how you subvert expectations right there.
Yeah.
That's right.
Hey, we're in the middle of the intro here.
Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with a bunch of racists on your Sunday live
fucked
show
that
with
up, didn't we?
everyone's favorite thumbnail creator and lover of the movie Django, Adam Brendan. How you doing, Adam?
What's up? How you doing? So we're doing. I guess we're doing a debate here. Sis.
There's so many people.
What we're having. Well, okay. So we're joined with some very special guests. We have Jangles and LSB, who we watched their debate with Sean and James last week.
What's
How
up,
you guys doing?
y'all? Doing wonderful.
We're
It's
also
rainy
joined.
Sunday.
We're also joined by Doomer Media. Ugh. Counterpoints. How you doing, Counterpoints?
Aw. No, that's super sweet.
Jeez,
Really happy
wow,
to be here.
what a jerk.
I don't want people to think this is going to be like a 4 versus 2. What was Counterpoints? He butted into this. Okay, he's like Sitch. He's like Sitch.
Okay, hold on. Who's got background noise? I think it's Smugg.
Yeah. Someone's.
Let me see.
Okay. I did want to see this.
Okay. And the return air is there. I mean, we can always, if we have to, we can come back to Adam, but I think.
Yeah, it's you, Smugg. Jab says this is not one of their best performances. Comments?
Yeah, is that better?
Controversial.
No, it's the same.
Really? It's like 30
So I
degrees
guess
down.
it's going to have to be like a press to talk sort of situation with you.
Okay, how do I activate that? Actually,
You're actually going to have to like.
There's a
mute it
setting.
on you. Is there?
If you
for yourself?
there's a setting
Mute,
that should
press
have.
M.
Yeah, I could just
Yeah.
mute myself.
Well, no, but you could do that, or okay. So in the general settings, there's or in the audio settings, I should say, there's an echo cancellation and noise suppression. Do you have those turned on
Yeah, both of them.
through the restream settings?
Yeah, he has both
Audio
of them set
support,
on.
audio input. And...
Yeah, if you change them, I don't know.
Okay, how's this?
No, still got a lot of audio
Still.
leakage.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'll
wait a
just
minute
mute
here.
myself, I guess.
Where's this?
Okay. I mean, did they stop talking? That helped.
Hello?
Okay.
Still bad?
Yeah.
Or-
No. If they're still talking, then we can't hear them.
Talking. I don't hear anyone talking because I thought it was because I got road works going on outside, so that might be it.
Okay. Cool. Well, I think it's fine right now. Yes.
Yeah.
Catrew's got
Yeah.
sensitive ears.
Is it? Yeah. No. Catmus. Or Cattus. Yeah. What about your settings? Because I was noticing this kind of background leakage before Smugg joined. Do you?
I should be good. Is there one moment?
I just hear like road door, like people driving
You
by
might
or
he-
something like that. Something like
Yeah,
that.
Okay.
yeah, that's probably me. So I'm gonna mute myself until
Okay,
because I
let's
can't
see.
figure out
Hear
what
a
else.
difference?
No, because like there's a. Yeah.
No, there will be room noise from me because of my aircon, and I can't do anything else.
No,
with
I'm not
noise
hearing
suppression.
anything from you. I'm used to your room noise. I don't. bring
I
it up
have, if I understand everything correctly, I should have noise suppression turned on.
Okay.
I mean, once in a
Because
while a car will
if-
drive by, but
Because if Smugg is muted right now, which it
I mean, I could mute him just to make sure he's muted.
I'll turn my gain down.
Ah! Okay. Are we good?
Alright. We're good.
Okay. Okay, so we had the comment. Also, hi item. Let's just check what you've said. Something about the wheel time, so I have to read it. I started wheel time
Nice.
this morning via audiobook. I'm enjoying it. I started Game of Thrones and audiobook very, very recently too. The differences in prose are really interesting. Oh yes, they are not.
And Michael Kramer and
similar.
Kate Whiting just do such an
They
awesome
are
job
the
with that
best.
audiobook.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they do. Yeah. Your ears. I'm so sorry you don't have Hydra. Just go and watch his channel. You have him. You can put him on repeat.
We are also sorry that he is not here.
Yes.
Indeed.
Why can't he join in? He's busy. He told us so. We didn't do it on purpose. We promise. Okay. So first, so I haven't seen this. But now, so Jab has said that this is the what's the name? This was not a good performance. Why do you guys say so? I mean, I know that Sitch one of them gets triggered in this debate.
I would have say Adam because elephants, but I can't remember. But I do remember it triggering.
Well,
Okay.
I think they both get triggered at different points, in different ways.
Well,
Sitch,
Adam. There you go.
okay, you're the expert. No, you go.
Well, Adam gets triggered, and if you look at the comments, everyone is really pissed at him. Stitch kind of gets triggered near the end, but that is because for some reason they just shit on him constantly. And after this, even though Adam is constantly going after them, they Jangles goes hard after Stitch on Twitter.
Well, yeah, and that's kind of the pattern. It's because Sitch is much more analytical, and he's very good at attacking the ideas, whereas Adam is much more like intuitive and going after the behavior.
If I
So
remember
people are
correct-
taking more offense at going after the ideas, or at least that's my
If I
idea.
remember
That's my
correct, this
hypothesis.
begins with Adam going, "Okay, so why are you racist against white people?"
Yeah.
It's gonna go well.
Okay, if Smugg, they are upset that you call him Stitch. It's Sitch. A lot of people say Stitch though, but it is Sitch. Yes.
Sorry, I don't respect Sitch's team. It's Adam and Sitch, whatever you want to call it.
No, it's because they're like the Stitchish system. Great. What does that say? What you just said?
I was going for that, but I don't think it turned out correctly. But yeah, I was going stitchicity. But
Search. Okay. Well, then let's continue. Let's see, Bob has patterns of the male baldness variety.
Listen, let me moderate, okay? I am the whisperer of all things to the left. I can make the conversation productive. And I said, Counter, you're insane. You're an insane person.
True.
But if you want to come in and play moderator, I don't think we're gonna need it, but you can come in and you can get triggered and pretend like you're a moderator.
You're competing
It's
against
not-
me, though, Connor. I'm world's best moderator. What are you doing?
That's true.
Yay,
Well,
capitalism
see,
for the
here's
win,
the thing, I'm
baby.
not actually
Just
here
hold on, I
to
want to read
moderate.
Jay's message. Down with the haters, lift up the lovers, never stop improving, yet remember to love yourself. Oh, he's so cute.
damn, that's a
I'm here to
$4 super
translate.
chat.
So if you guys
Jesus,
want to
it's
Yeah.
400.
that's
Yeah.
totally fine. But I want you to rip each other's throats out over your actual positions. So
Oh, okay.
I feel
Thank
like
you.
Base,
I feel like
please.
things
Base.
yeah, so I feel like things can because
Okay, wait.
I
Who
have,
is Jangles? Tell me about him.
Well, he's a science led.
And that's it.
I believe he was. I can't remember what he was going to school for, but it is something in science. And then he started taking some CRT
yeah.
classes and stuff, and kind of went into that a little bit harder. I don't have his entire backstory, but it used to be more sciencey, and then get a little bit more
Social sciencey.
cultural. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But he's a fun guy, super left. But yeah, it used to be kind of more. If I remember right, it was like atheist debates. But yeah, kind of.
Okay.
He's into debates for sure.
So he's coming
He's a
from
master debater.
So he's coming from the idea that like the side he chooses is correct, right? So
I believe so.
Atheism debates, obviously the atheists won in general, right? And so he's like, okay, so the CRT is kind of like the new atheism, so they're going to be winning the debate. Gosh, I don't know if he's coming at it from like that reverse end, but I just mean that like he's used to being on the winning side. He's used to him having the obviously correct position. So I'm wondering if that is the case here. I'm wondering if like that's influencing his perspective. And
I'm going to say no, because Jangles here, he does all the steps of the CRT cycle. That's not real CRT. Well, CRT, if it was being taught, it would be based. Well, that's not a CRT, that's a CRS. He does all of
right.
The reason why this debate takes so long is because of he just does that. And only at the end.
Yeah.
You want to map it?
You probably map it, but it takes forever.
No. I'm gonna ask.
I might be wrong.
Can we? Yeah.
Sorry, I was just saying. I just looked at his channel, not actually seeing anything atheist on there, so I could be wrong. I thought I remembered him from that side of the internet, but I could totally be wrong because I'm looking 3 years back and I don't really see that. He'd have like validity and reliability, but my bad. I might have lumped him in where he'd belong.
Oh, oopsie. Okay, but no, what I wanted to say was, can we make a bingo card first before we start? So, I mean, Smugg knows what it is, but let's now just think about what is the bingo card for CRT. It's not real CRT. So we have, actually, let me just go, I can look at the, I'm too lazy to go and get it. But it's the other CRT debate we had, but basically it's not real CRT. CRT, like it's we're help me out here, Smugg, because of all the notes that we are waiting to hit, I want them written. So
should I type it in chat, or do you want me to type it in private chat?
No, you can put it. You can put it in chat.
Yeah, I'll just do that.
Can see. It's just history, says Lucy. So that's the one. Whiteness. Whiteness not referring to white people. That's one of them. Yes, it's a legal study. That's not CRT, and if it was, it would be a good thing. Is the free space? It's basically what happens. It's civil rights. Oh, guys, come on, just kidding. It's good. And then when we hit them, I'll display the chat. The chat. Okay, I hate this argument. Same with the USSR. Wasn't real communism. It's the same. So yeah, just keep putting in your bingo card. It's taught in law school. Josh, are you able to? Okay, I know that we're full house already. But Josh, if you would like to join today as well, let me know.
Oh wow!
What?
Mm-hmm. Oh no, just if he's in law, if he knows that it's being taught in law school, right? Does that mean that he is in law school, or he had just recently graduated from law school?
I think that was just one for the
knowledge.
I think it's a suggestion for
that's
the.
That's not CRT. Card. That's CLT. Smugg's going mad here.
Yeah, CLT. Yeah.
I don't believe he was in law school.
CRT is just history. It was being taught in the world.
But I do believe he will use that argument.
Seeing as I've lots of okay. You'll spam me chat? No. You can invite the other guy. No, it's cool. I'm not. Okay, Jangles got big Spanish lawyer energy. Okay, let's go. Let's continue.
debate experience with both Jangles and LSP in the past, and believe it or not, on the panel scene, they're some of the better faith people. LSP is the only like progressive who's ever made me change my mind on a conservative position. And then
really?
Jangles, Jangles, even though we've fought viscerally in the past, I typically understand where he's coming from and assume it to be pretty well intentioned. So that's where I don't give I don't care if y'all kill each other. That's totally fine.
What was
I just
the
want you guys to
position
kill each other.
that you changed your mind on?
So basically, the fear or the conservative fear of
What
losing
is
the
he
electoral
doing?
college is it's just going to cause a whole bunch of like liberal or progressive landslides into the future, and Democrats are just going to whoop the crap out of Republicans into the future. While I still want the electoral college, what LSP said, which I thought was actually a pretty smart take, is that it would force the Republicans to reform their platform to be more popular to a broader swath of people. So that doesn't mean that conservative arguments or conservative perspectives can't win. They just need to be packaged in a way that's marketed to more people.
Just way off topic. We're in the beginning of the video here. Maybe we should do like critical race theory stuff.
I was just curious. Anyway,
Hey, Gora!
Hey, Doomer.
My contribution to Sitch, don't debate fund. Last time he did it, made the worst episode on EFAP and couldn't get
Doomer's
past
here
the
because
opening call.
Adam decided. So if you guys remember a couple of weeks ago, Adam was very sick on Tuesday. And Adam and his infinite wisdom.
We don't need to tell him about that, Sitch. Let's just get into this.
Well, in case Adam.
What's up, Lucifer? Good to see you.
I'm not running away from anything.
Okay. In case Adam passes out, Doomer will be.
A-Team doesn't run away.
Yeah, exactly.
Sitch.
Okay.
Yeah, he passes.
I'm feeling
out.
great. I'm ready to get into this. What are we talking about here?
Yeah, start talking about
maybe
it.
we
I mean, I couldn't move us forward.
We should have Jangles and LSP tell them what they're all about.
You guys wanted to do this, so what's going on?
Yeah. Well, Justin, you want to go first, or you want me to go first, or who gives a shit who goes first?
Well, I'm the one who
I wish we
made
could
the drunken
we could
tweets
see
at,
Doomer.
Drunken? Oh no, we have an admission of guilt already.
Admission of guilt. Hey,
Oh my God, is he a gym
true
bro?
fact
Look,
about
he's
me.
got a
90% of my debates
look
are
at
drunk
his-
me getting into fights
shirt.
that sober me most didn't take on.
God,
Super
wait,
kettle.
wait, this is almost meta.
Yeah.
Full disclosure, the debate was a shit show. Part of that is our fault. Part of that is MythCon's fault, but everything was going crazy. For one, James and Sean were very likely hungover because everybody went drinking the night before. For two, Justin and I were coming down from a high because we ate edibles the night before. For three, that stage was mixed by Helen Keller. You couldn't hear shit. The sound mixing was terrible.
And it was actually
Justin went high, got drunk.
That seems a little anti-ableist.
It was fun.
Jeez, it's actually a wonderful story. Me and James hate each other. So the night before the event in the hotel, because we all share the same hotel, by we, I mean me, LSP, and a friend that we had there, we're all prepping with our notes in the lobby of the hotel. And then a group of them, including James, comes in just drunk off their ass because they were out partying at a bar somewhere.
The audience doesn't know what we're talking
Yeah,
about.
I don't know what you're talking about. Thank you.
There's a debate. You guys are talking about
This was the debate.
Everyone's just like, go there.
Myth-informed MKE debate we watched last Sunday. That's what we're
Right.
talking about.
So there was a debate at MythCon on critical race theory. There were 4 people on the panel. One was James Lindsay, who's rather well known on Twitter as an anti-critical race theory guy. He's done a bunch of lectures on this kind of thing. Sean was also on Actual Justice Warrior, frequent guest of the show. He was evidently subbed in last minute to replace somebody.
Literally the day.
Yeah. Jangles was on the panel. He's here with us now. Jangles, the science lad, and LSP was on the panel too. He's with us as well. So we did a response to this stream last week. We've been critical of critical race theory for quite some time.
CCRT.
I don't know that I'd call myself a James Lindsay fan because James Lindsay goes insane on Twitter like regularly, and I don't know if I'd condone any of that behavior. But I do think he's right about critical race theory, and Sitch agrees.
Oh, hey,
so we've made, I don't know, 10 videos on.
Yeah.
What I was going to say is that as far as James Lindsay goes, or even broadening it out, you can be a fan of certain people's arguments and certain people's like behavior in certain areas, but still condone them in general. Like we might enjoy certain aspects of James Lindsay, like his argument, or let's say here, we appreciate Matt Walsh for his contribution, like what is a woman, that maybe, but then every single thing he's done outside of that has been a complete disaster. Or you could come away with that. Maybe people here disagree with me, but that's kind of like every time I've looked. Yeah.
Less than great people can still be correct from time to time and still do good things from time to time.
Yeah, well, but
and so
I mean,
yeah.
Because this is just, the basic apologia you need to do whenever you reference someone remotely controversial.
Yeah.
I like this one take. I don't like, because otherwise someone's going to clip it, or they're just going to assume, oh, you like everything about this person. You know how it goes.
Yeah, well, but that's because people do the guilt by association thing. So it's like, oh, you associated, you like this take, therefore you like all the takes. So it's just disingenuous. Watching streams are tight. Yeah.
Well, if you like that, just wait until you watch my stream, watching this stream, watching that stream of that stream.
Oh, when is that going to happen? I want to see that.
It's not. I was just making a joke.
I want you to do
But we could react to that next time.
Well,
let's watch ourselves next time, okay? we can go to our debate part where we were talking to Patrick and whatever when we all disagreed. Whenever we disagree, we'll come back to it at the next show. I'm kidding. Okay, I need to make some popcorn. So I'm gonna press play.
Critical
go
race
get
theory.
that popcorn.
So we made this response video, and you, I think, were
sorry, Daisy.
Like you didn't like that we had made the response, but you're admitting now that you were drunk.
No, we don't mind
maybe
making a
what we
response.
did was great.
Well, no, yeah,
we don't mind that you made a response. We welcome response. We welcome criticism. We minded what you specifically said, what you said our positions were, how you presented our positions, what our actual positions were, what we actually said on the stage.
Well, I think the most offensive thing that I probably said was that I think Jangles could possibly be operating in bad faith. So I think that's
you're
probably
being a little bit.
So I think that's probably the place to start.
Wait. I want to hear the end of the high story. We completely got off track here.
Okay. We're fucking coming back to that. Basically, me and James hate each other. And so
why can we stop there for a second? Why do you and James hate each other? What's going on?
All right, so fuck, dude, how far back do I have to go?
Well, it's weird. Like I don't listen,
Adam,
Jangles.
You guys fought on Twitter.
Jangles, I don't. There's no one that I hate. Like you might think that I hate you. I don't hate you. Like I don't hate people.
Hey, Jesus Christ, dude, we fought on Twitter. We fought on Twitter like a year ago. That's all you need to know. That's all the backstory you need. Okay. And now it's not even going to be funny anymore. So basically, James comes in drunk. I'm high off my ass because I don't take edibles. And so we attempt to stare each other down in the lobby of the hotel room. And it doesn't work. I'm high. I can't make eye contact with him. He's drunk. He can't make eye contact with me. So in our minds, we're like doing this DBZ battle. Like we're staring each other down.
The Kill Bill music.
But in reality, it's just
the worst
these
part
two.
They're like both drunkenly rotating while they're doing it.
Dude, we fought on Twitter.
What they're trying to
It's benevolent, J-Mac. Welcome, sir.
DBZ fights. In reality, we're not outside onlookers. Just these two not sober idiots.
Hi.
So was James on edibles too? I'm confused.
No, he's just
he was drunk. I was high.
The edibles were for the leftists. The right.
Can't find the lid for the popcorn thing.
This is hashed this all out the night before.
This
The
is
debate
what's
would have been much
weird.
better if we were all.
What's this catnip recreation time?
Yeah.
Dream.
So, do you think any of this stare down actually happened, or is this just all in Jangles' head because he took edibles? I'm just wondering.
The second one is much more fun to imagine.
I'm kind of thinking, like, James Lindsay was just in his own thing in there, and all in Jangles' mind was just some DBZ battle.
I think you're right. That would make sense.
Yep.
I could be
Perception
wrong.
can be totally different when you're inebriated. Oh my gosh! Talk about people being inebriated. Did you see on Twitter that one lady that was obviously drunk, just going off using the hard R?
Where?
No. Huh.
Oh my gosh. It's just like
Usually...
like 2 minutes of like she urinates just like in public in front of this store. She just squats down in front of the store and is relieves herself. And there's all like there's these black people, I guess, that are filming her or whatever, and then she just starts screaming the N-word just over and over again, and she's just like, she like at one point throws her phone, and then they grab it or whatever, and
I did see that. I didn't actually have the volume on. Wow. Okay.
Oh yeah,
so there was
she
more
is
to that. Wow.
Yeah, she was just screaming and going people or whatever and yelling at, and I'm guessing and it was like so interesting because everyone is just treating it like this bizarre kind of like attraction, like this comedy. Like people, they're like not offended at all. I mean, in the sense that like, you know, like really offended. It may be like mildly offensive, like, but yeah.
They're fascinating.
It's way more fascinating than it is offensive. And and they're fully filming her face. And so this person's life is was in Toronto.
It was Toronto?
Yeah, it looked like it was, okay. Yeah. Oh, it was horrible. Yeah.
Well, the city was beautiful.
Yeah. And it was weird though. I didn't hear any Canadian accents. It sounded very American. I don't know. Maybe there were all American people there. But yeah, it was. Oh, her life is probably ruined though.
Probably. Yeah, at least for a while. Maybe there will be retribution or some sort of redemption in the future.
Yeah, maybe.
Redemption.
Yeah, somehow you could. I don't know.
Well, I can't find the lid for the popcorns thing, so I'm gonna have to eat out of this. But then again, this is gonna make noise, like, so I'm gonna put this in the bowl.
You need a bowl.
Okay, I'll press play again.
Okay.
On my keyboard.
High on that stage.
True.
If I had known, I would have brought more edibles, but one of my friends wasn't.
Here at the Sitch and Adam Show, we do not condone drug use.
Mm-hmm. We do, however, find it hilarious.
True.
Okay. So getting back to like what Adam just said, I felt like I'm prepared for a lot of criticism. There are like LSP said, like there are definitely criticisms you can make of us, but something that I don't know how to respond to is to be called a dishonest over and over. Because what the fuck can I say against that? If you think I'm being dishonest, if you think I don't actually hold the positions that I do, how can I possibly refute that? Because anything I say, well, you've labeled me dishonest, so anything I say in my defense doesn't fucking matter. And I think it's really fucking frustrating. Really frustrating.
Is he dishonest?
Completely. Okay, so the reason why I wanted you to watch the other debate is because Actual Justice Warrior is like a pro at this, and he's been doing it for ages, like even before it became a mainstream thing. And in that debate, he literally stands up and goes, "Hey guys, can we skip all of the cringe steps and just address the topic?" To which Jangles says, "Go fuck yourself," and does all the steps and wastes.
Yeah, he does exactly the same.
Yeah,
and for AJW to just have like one day to come into there, it was an awesome debate that they had. But yeah, Jangles was very disingenuous with it. He tried to AJW tried to get him to drop the so can we drop that this is only taught in law school and actually talk about it, and they just would not get into any subject. Like it just had to be that same level. But none of this is ever taught anywhere.
Yeah, what is it?
It's not happening, but also it is good.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Right. Like what is it? There are two different topics, more or less. I mean, they're surrounding the same thing, obviously. But talking about whether or not something is, like, how prominent of a problem something is, how big of a deal something is different than what is the thing and is the thing good, right? Those two, and what SFO wanted to talk about was what is this thing and is it good? Rather than how big of a deal is it? Which is what the people on the left wanted to debate. Those were what they prepared for. They seem to have prepared for, this thing exists in college. It's not really being taught. It's the ideas aren't pernicious. They wanted to debate how big of a deal it is. And so whether or not I feel like I really feel like that is some pre-debate agreement that should have taken place. It sounds like the event venue, not just that SFO was brought in last minute, because that kind of stuff can happen, but the fact that the debate topics, like how they weren't gone into, and the sound setting and all of these things. I mean, obviously audio issues can come up at any time for any reason, but I don't think that the venue was really prepared, or prepared the stage enough, and not to.
But now, okay.
So I guess my point is that even claiming that Jangles and his partner were acting in bad faith, I think is a bit much. I think that they were they wanted to have their debate. Well, they wanted to have their debate on their terms, and they weren't willing to engage. I mean, there is some there is some uncooperativeness going on. There is a lot of hallmarks of what do you call it? There is a lot of hallmarks of bad faith. But and more specifically, like gaslighting, right? But that's why I would say I really like their systemically bad faith. They're reproducing the effects of bad faith, regardless of whatever their intention is. Whatever is going on in their mind, they're not engaging directly with what's being talked about.
My question
and
so,
there. Yeah.
The way you said, so the one side is ready to argue whether it's not a big deal, and the other argument is the one side was ready to argue whether this exists and whether it's bad. I'm pretty sure a middle ground argument is then talking about whether it's a big deal. So they aren't arguing about they shouldn't be arguing about its existence. Then sounds like you're saying the one side agreed that it exists, and they were then So the fact that I don't see the huge distinction between arguing about whether it's a big deal versus whether it's good or bad. A big deal is the same concept as good or bad.
Right. No, I definitely understand what you're talking about. What I mean is that they are talking, or they're, okay. So, the other side wanted to talk about how it's not being in grade schools, right? They wanted to say that it's this high level thing. They wanted to discuss the meta, I should say. They wanted to debate the meta of the conversation. That is Jangles and such. They were focused on the meta aspects, whereas SFO and James Lindsay wanted to discuss what the thing actually is and whether or not it's bad.
Yeah. Well, I think it was convenient for them. Sorry, Optimus.
Yeah, it's the difference between the topic and the details of the topic.
Mm-hmm. And
Right.
My expectation would be that they will go into that. They go wherever they're squirrely. So they go to whichever part of the argument seems the least shitty. Nazism is bad, but it isn't a big deal in modern America.
I mean, I'm gonna have to disagree because, like, you've heard this. Well, I mean, I'm glad Andrew brought it up, but I'm gonna have to disagree that it's two different topics. I think it's just pure gaslighting because this always comes up. This cycle always comes up whenever you debate CRT. It's not being taught. It's small. It's not a big deal, and the whole dance. I mean, and this, how I put it, this playbook, you see it constantly with everything. Like Lance does it. You watch a VAR stream, they do it. Republicans are concerned about nothing, bro. It's not that big, bro. And then, like,
how the bingo card.
Yeah. How many of you were there at the early internet when you had like the anti-SJWs, and it was, you know, just at college campuses, bro. Nobody cares, bro. It's not it's not big, bro. And then they constantly just do that over and over and over again. So that's why I think Jangles is just being purely dishonest. And you see every time Sitch breaks down one of his barriers, that he just gives up completely on it. Like he doesn't even remotely attempt to defend it. Like at one point in this debate, he asked Sitch to like go, find me a quote, and Sitch does, and he's just silent for like a minute.
That must be amazing. Let's get to it. Sorry, guys.
Sitch. Yeah, I said it. Lucy.
What's up, if I can like tag on to this, because I mean I think it's important to clear the air. You guys broadcast what I feel to be a bunch of stuff that either ignored what we said or misrepresented what we said. So I'm hoping we can get to it honestly to talk about it, because hey, you know what? I might be wrong. Maybe I misinterpreted a joke. Maybe I misunderstood your points. So I want to ask clarifying questions, and you guys can do the same to us. You can ask us clarifying questions. It might well be that we weren't clear, or that we misstated.
Jay was saying Merry
so if you
Christmas
guys have
to
clarifying
summer.
questions for us, I'm sure. Well, I'm happy to answer those. I'm sure Justin is too.
Well, I want to address the dishonesty thing too, because I think that's like the most important thing. And Jangles, you're saying like you're on Twitter, you know, drunk tweeting. Alcohol turns you into a dishonest fuck. So
it's a little incendiary.
And so it begins.
It makes you too honest. It makes you an asshole.
And vino veritas. So if where the conversation kind of breaks down, at least from what I've reviewed, because I watched the Sitch and Adam show last week, was I think it's descriptive versus prescriptive, and also like
It was a chat from you, Jay, and earlier on there was a $400 one.
quote unquote hiding power level. So for instance, like the way that Jangles and LSP kept couching CRT was a frame through which to analyze.
You should separate out descriptive versus prescriptive. I'm always trying to just make sure the audience is along for the ride. Counterpoints.
Descriptive just means how things are. Prescriptive means how things should be. Continue.
No, descriptive is like a objective view of the world, and prescriptive is like a moral view.
No. Sorry, did anyone want to comment on Jay saying, Jay, sorry, on Adam saying, it turns you into a dishonest fuck or something like that. Like everyone went, whoa, it starts. So was that, do you guys take that as a real start, or was it just a comment?
Nah, I mean, it's interesting, but I think it's a side quest.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you could tell Adam was already triggered. He was just waiting for that. Did that, or he just couldn't control it. But
maybe a light jab.
Yeah. Yeah, a little incendiary. I think Sitch definitely wasn't going that hard that fast. But I guess you know, when you got two people, you can go cop bad cop kind of.
Also, don't you think alcohol is supposed to make you an honest asshole? Like you usually say the things you think.
Well,
that you
definitely. Well, the thing is that it can. What is it? It impairs your judgment, but it also impairs your your ability to think logically. Mm-hmm. So you're much more intuitive. You're much more in tune with your intuitive stuff, your intuition and such.
No, man, I'm totally okay to drive.
Yeah.
Right? But yeah, exactly. You're not honest there. You know, you're thinking intuitively. You're not thinking logically. Logically, if you're that buzzed, there's no way you would think that you are physically fit to drive. So, like, I mean, that's just one example, but I think that like affects even conversations, and it also opens you up to what is it? You're much less resistance to even to what do you call it? Charisma. So like somebody even like
Yeah.
who has much lower charisma than would be able to influence you,
Yeah.
you're much more open to
Riz.
if you're in a cooperative, yeah, right. Yeah, you're much more
Yeah, maybe
open to their ideas.
maybe that
and
instinctual
such.
thing. You could make an argument for alcohol makes you more willing to lie. You have less. You feel less inhibited about talking shit. Maybe. So yeah, yeah. Anyway, it was that was my immediate thought was that you're way more honest. But it's true. If you are tempted to lie, you have less inhibition.
I mean, I disagree. As someone who stammers a lot in public, alcohol makes me very limber to lie. I'll lie all day. You'll never know the difference.
Yeah.
Because you're
Yeah. I mean, does anyone tell a cop like yes I'm drinking?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, I've been
Depends on
drinking
how
water.
drunk
What
they
about
are.
it?
Yeah, what about it? Drinking water. Yeah, it's this really, really burny water, but it's okay. It's okay.
An ought versus an is.
But can I? But can I?
was more accurate.
Well,
what do you
I was gonna
say? What do you say?
This is why I'm here. This is why I'm here for the translation. Let's all slow down a little bit. We can bear in mind. Let's not invoke Sitch's rule like 10 seconds into the fucking conversation. Yeah, fuck you too, LSP. So what I'm trying to say is that like so for instance, like if what Jangles and LSP were saying during that debate, which is kind of what I would understand from my previous relations with them, is that CRT is a lens through which to analyze race relations. And what James Lindsay was saying was, hey, here are all the founders of this philosophy. And they're not just saying that's a frame through which to analyze reality. It's the most important variable in society. And not only that, it dictates a certain amount of implementation and praxis that's logically necessitated through this frame. And so where I think the breakdown is, or at least what I think the breakdown would be Jangles and LSP defending using the frame in order to look at society to analyze historical events, whereas your chief objection, PSA Sitch and Adam, from what I could tell, is the logical implication that, or not even the logical implication, the explicit statement that race is the most important factor, and then the logical implication that we have to implement the solutions by these leftist thought leaders. And then I'll let you all tear that apart. But that's my first translation.
Well, I don't think it's an
I
accurate
think that's more or less
translation for
accurate.
me. So, but
Or me. But if it was it accurate for you guys?
Yeah,
I felt like that was
close.
pretty accurate.
Yeah, it was close for our side. And actually, I feel like that was a decently accurate description of the other side. And that's where I think a lot of the disagreement would come into.
I think that was accurate of what James was arguing. That's not really my main concern.
Yeah,
it's pretty arguable what he was saying, and it was very, very wrong.
Well, my main concern is that JMac just gave us $400. Thank you so much.
JMac!
There you go.
Surrogate
holy
father.
shit!
The
He
JMac
did.
team
That was like 10
says
minutes before
capitalism
this,
for
but
the
okay.
win, baby. Down with the haters, lift up the lovers, never stop improving. Yet remember to love yourself.
Such a
Thank
positive
you.
Got way
message.
too much money.
Words
I was
to
about to
live
say,
by.
Words
JMac.
of a fatherly wisdom from JMac. Always appreciated.
What kind of content do you need
There
to
you go.
get you in mind? Holy shit.
I know, right?
JMac is our father. Okay.
Fucking
Yes,
Get your hands
you
off
get
of
your
him.
own
I-
father.
Get your-
Like, can I get him to hate me so much that he hate gives me money?
Can adopt.
There you go. No, so my issue with a lot of the CRT conversations is that it seems to be that there's either this ignorance or dishonesty. Now, I'm not attributing this to anyone in this conversation. Okay.
Yeah, now you're not.
Well, listen. Adam he brings out the worst thing. Anyway, there's this.
I'll fucking say it, dude. Come on.
There's this ignorance or dishonesty about what critical race theory is. And
Yes.
there's kind of this.
I definitely agree with that.
Correct idea that is being pushed in the public that CRT is simply the continuation of the liberal civil rights movement. But that's not the case. The liberal civil rights movement was explicitly based around the idea that, you know, race should have no value and we should, you know, deconstruct this category and just kind of get rid of it and get on with our lives and have a more shared common humanity. And that was what the liberal civil rights movement was about. CRT, on the other hand, and all its sort of, I guess, woke brethren, we'll call it, are built around the idea that the concept of race should be preserved. So it's the opposite of the civil rights movement, as a group identifier, but only to be used by minorities in order to gain political power and to enact social change. And that this is based off of the radical leftists of the civil rights movement, not the liberal civil rights movement. So that's kind of my concern with how CRT is being discussed.
All right, so instead
is that clear enough to everybody? It's not rocket science. So
I mean, this debate takes 9 hours for a reason. So
yeah.
Disagreeing with that, I want to read to you my perception of the main pertinent tenets of CRT. Of course, this isn't the entire thing, and and it's kind of long, and I have it written down. So I want you to stop me the second you
He will
disagree with something.
He will.
Okay? I would like you to stop me.
Sorry, Daisy, I'm yelling in your ear.
For a short pause.
Adam, okay, wait. Pause. Okay. Now, I forget exactly what's in this debate, but just knowing Adam, I mean, theoretically, he's going to stop him to say something like almost as soon as he opens his mouth, more or less.
He bet. Let's go. Let's see. Okay, so that's your
prediction.
Yeah.
I mean, Adam is extremely aggressive here.
My main version of CRT that I've written.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly, it gets to the point where they're talking about something completely different, and then Adam goes, "Okay, cool. So tell me why you hate white people."
Right. Well, the thing is that it's one of my observations about Adam is that he is intuitive and he's tracking the meta of the argument a lot more than he is tracking the actual arguments.
Yeah.
In a kind of Sitch is much more like actively engaged with what is being said in the moment and is trying to recreate in his head the argument that is being put forth by the person, whereas Adam's like, okay, where is this person going? Why are they going there? You know, he's thinking about these, trying to do the 10 steps ahead kind of analysis of the conversation.
Because I think it's more like Adam is looking at like what's underlying the conversation. What are you trying to say here? While Sitch is beating down the conversation, so the person he's beating down has to go to the subtext.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right.
A classic tag team. Co-op.
So Cameron says here, when I tried to explain CRT to my mom using that big book on CRT by the creators, she had trouble believing me. Like, no one would be so racist to implement this. You must be misunderstanding it. Well, I guess that's nice and convenient to be like, oh, well, it can't be that, right? It can't be really what they want. Oh, that's nice.
Oh, no.
Adam sees the forest, Sitch sees the trees. I like that, Sarah.
The best disinfectant is sunlight.
Yeah, it's.
I believe that there are no, and me saying like this is why I would agree with CRT. I believe that there are no meaningful biological differences between racial groups, especially in terms of intelligence, work ethic, criminality, or morality in quotes. This is a stance overwhelmingly supported by decades of scientific research. This means
what the fuck was that? Hold up, bro.
Disparities between racial groups along economic.
What did he just say? I was too busy being retarded. Just hold on.
No meaningful biological differences between racial groups, especially in terms of intelligence, work ethic, criminality, or morality in quotes.
Yes.
This is a stance overwhelmingly supported by decades of scientific research. This means.
Did he think that we're going to disagree with him? Okay.
I have no clue.
Like
it's hard to gauge people like this.
Anyway, I'm just already. What's up, Rosales?
Hey.
What's good? This.
substantial disparities between racial groups along economic, education, or criminal lines must be the result of past and present discrimination and the cultural values that precede and follow said discrimination.
Is this your feeling of the world?
Pause.
Or is
Wait.
this your feeling of
Pause. I think that just as a side note on that thing directly, it's what if I have no doubt that it plays a proportion or not proportion, a percentage of the problem. But if that was the entire problem, then we wouldn't have. I don't want to say identical, but we have very analogous example of in white areas, predominantly white areas, like the Appalachian Mountains have similar problems to their cities have similar problems to black neighborhoods, even though they are almost exclusively white. And so I don't think, and I forget if they bring that up in this conversation, but the fact that we have these direct comparisons that where you have white and black examples and they're producing the same effects, it just shows me that it's not as simple as racism.
Yeah, well, so yeah, I don't think anything can be as simple as just racism at this point.
Well, I mean, but that's what Jangles just said there.
Yeah,
he
exactly.
said that
it's just he literally
past
said
and present. Yeah,
Yeah.
Past and present racism in some way is the reason why we have the disparity. But those white cultures don't have the don't have that out.
Discrimination,
They
but they
don't
still
have
have-
that
Yeah.
the effect, right?
But they still
Actual
have the
Justice
bad-
Warrior. Actual Justice Warrior calls this the racism of the gaps. So, well, there was used to be an old atheist argument, God of the gaps. If you can't explain anything, it's God. But now it's if you can't explain something, well, it's clearly just racism in the system. Oh, sorry for interrupting.
No,
that's
perfect. It's great.
Yeah, if anyone's offended by being interrupted, they shouldn't be on a panel show.
Oh, all right.
Are you out? Bye, Gray.
Yeah,
you should see Dylan's. Jesus,
No.
it's like 14 people in a room.
Oh yeah, those are intense.
With the I saw. Well, I mean the one that Counterpoints was the recent debate they did. I think it wasn't even that many people, but it did feel like there were 14 people in that one. Dylan was there. Okay, let's go.
what CRT is arguing.
This is my feeling of what CRT is arguing and why I think it's a good lens to use sometimes.
I mean, I assume
like
Here we go, Adam.
CRT is not a scientific lens, right?
Right. It's a social
The
lens.
sociological one, yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. It incorporates science, and
I don't think we
have
ever call it science.
Oh,
studies that support this worldview.
I would assume if you were to ask a CRT person, they would agree with what you're saying. From the papers that I read, they don't really.
Yeah. How does CRT
focus
call?
on
No, and from the
that
paper-
How does
subject.
CRT call
Guys,
object?
just considering the way that the name tags are, Sitch is kitty as well. So just
oh,
and I mean in
Yeah, there you go.
in the previous in our previous in their previous stream there was Cameron's cat girl, so it makes sense.
yeah.
BLM protests.
Yeah.
Okay, wait, let's see here.
Um,
The BLM protest riots that plagued cities across the US called out systemic racism. Those cities had predominantly black mayors, police chiefs, and DAs. They even tried to do some BLM stuff in South Africa, and it's like, dude, you're not a minority here.
yeah.
I mean, the new cope is that policing is a white supremacist system. So even if you're black, you're now a white.
Oh yes, that's it. They did that
Carrying
one. They
water.
did that one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Come
they
on,
did that one.
Yeah. What is it though? The
Adam of the gaps. Everything
Yeah.
wrong with
Adam
the
of
world
the
is
gaps,
Adam's
yeah.
fault.
I don't know. I've heard the humor of the gaps as well.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
Also, good to see you, Bearcat.
for sure.
All right.
Activity and science,
All right,
white
what do you-
supremacy, and also be a.
We're going too far.
Yeah, calm down.
Go ahead. All right. So
Rein
do
him
you
in.
disagree with anything that I've said so far?
Well, I'm not exactly sure what you're. I'm not exactly sure what the purpose.
I don't think
of
he
this
was
is,
listening.
Because I'm not done.
Well, no,
Okay, we'll continue.
Just
He's
tell us.
highlighting Adam. He's highlighting his worldview and his interpretation of CRT.
Adam was getting already getting a bit like what do you want to call it? Confrontational.
Yeah, I think he kind of went into this a bit debate-brained.
Yeah. Like there was no like Sitch said, he went ahead. Like it wasn't necessary yet for him to get.
Oh.
You know. Do you remember what you were going to say?
What was? Yeah, I do. They're talking because they're about to go into science. And what I was just going to say is, an objectivity is, I think that whether he's right or whether he's wrong, FD signifier, his analysis on the problem with the scientific community accepting or allowing or disallowing competing theories makes a lot. I didn't quite understand all of it, but I was sort of getting the point he was getting across. Is that it's kind of they use sort of circular reasoning to disallow like the form that social science takes is kind of like self-reinforcing and exclusionary, even in a way that isn't purely scientific, is what the way I got it, or the way I understood what he FD was saying. And I don't think that is ever kind of touched upon here at all. But I just wanted to signpost that because I want somebody to really go deep into that. That's what I would really like, because demonizing science is bad. But if there is a kind of exclusionary problem, this kind of, like unscientific kind of bureaucratic, it sounds like, kind of exclusionary process going on, then that should be highlighted and addressed. But if it's completely false and they're just not accepting very valid reasons to exclude them, then that also needs to be highlighted and accepted.
That brings to mind, I suppose, the difference between starting from the conclusion and building to the conclusion. If you do the science, for lack of a better phrase, and find and conclude that there's an instance of structural racism, I imagine it's fine to address that. But if you are presumptively presuming that there is racism and you build your argument from that presumption, buffering.
What's buffering?
I am buffering.
Oh, your brain. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, okay.
I hope you understand where I was going with that.
So am I getting, or what I'm getting as well from this social science thing? Sociology is not science. Yeah, that's the thing. I get that with psychology, very much wants to call itself a science, and so does any social, literally calling itself social science. But luckily for them, with social sciences, you can really mess around with all of there are no hard and fast laws of gravity and things of that nature that do hold you, that do you can't make it's much harder to make your results do what
if we can
you want
just
them to.
Right here.
It uses a scientific method. Exactly. It's not a hard science. Exactly. Okay, let's continue.
I understand.
See if you have any principal objections about his interpretation of it.
But
Well,
it's confusing as to whether or not we agree or disagree whether or not this is the interpretation of CRT, or if we disagree with the actual interpretation.
Okay,
that
so then
sets
let me-
up a very
Jangles, can I pause
confusing
everybody for a second?
dynamic here.
Listen
This is
to
why I
Daddy
wanna do
Connor.
this. So basically, what I would say is I already have a sticky note open. And this would kind of be like I take notes during debates and conversations. And all that kind of stuff. What I would say is, Adam and Sitch, if you don't want to take notes on I would say assign this as Jangles' perspective, but still keep like a relevant objection in your head that this is what he's saying, not necessarily what you've heard CRT thought leaders or academics.
And I'll get
counterpoint.
I agree with him.
It's very plain what he's doing here, and this is why it appears to be bad faith. He's setting up a situation where if you disagree with CRT, you're some sort of race realist.
Yes!
That's completely dishonest.
Oh, yeah. Okay, look, it is. He's taken it all the way to the end. It's very uncharitable. He's gone. But that does make sense. It does make sense. He went.
See, this is what I'm talking about. He's tracking the meta of the conversation.
He's
tracking
like, I can see where you're going.
Possible, yeah.
And that is what does plague a lot of debates is people making the other side's argument. And yes, it doesn't mean that you're always wrong when you're trying to say the other side's argument. But you should let it play out and stop it where it is. But I guess what he's done is signposted it, and let's see if it happens.
And wait.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say that Adam's observations are, I would say, very good, but or even if they're incorrect, that they are always interesting. And if he would rephrase them as as kind of a warning rather than an attack.
Yes.
Right? So if he had said,
he said, okay, well,
yeah, it's like, okay, but do you, or phrase it more or less like a question. It's like, okay, so are there critiques of CRT could someone agree with what you just said in general, but specifically have a problem with CRT?
It's the same way he kind of did that, where he actually did that when he phrased the question for the woke debate, where he was like, "Fine, how do I make a criticism of this without being called that?" So yeah, he used that he could have used the same technique, but he didn't.
Yeah, like against Bob.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Like the problem also is with sometimes with Adam is like with the debate on CRT against Wicked Supreme, is that he has a kind of I don't want to this to come across as an insult, but he's very fixed with his perspective. He's not able to hold the critique against CRT being racist against white people while also entertaining the mental gymnastics, I guess, of the concept of whiteness not equaling white people. Right, so he's not able to entertain and engage with that conversation while holding the critique that more or less Wicked Supreme agreed with, that it would produce race and a kind of a backlash because of the phrasing.
Smugg, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I was going to say, to reference something someone said in the chat, it's Adam sees the forest while Stitch sees the trees. But to add on to that, Sitch just wants to burn down the trees and the forest and get to the bottom of it. Because Sitch, he will go, he will follow the mental gymnastics, and he will follow you down that lane and beat you into that position. And that's why after this debate, he gets attacked online, even though Adam's like calling Jangles a fucking idiot.
So they go after Sitch instead.
Yeah, because Sitch essentially just goes, okay, following your logic, how does this work? And Jangles, like every time he does that,
And he looks like shit.
Yeah. But the fact is, with Adam, who just goes straight for the final boss, essentially. Jangles just goes, wait, I haven't shown my power. What are you doing here? Wait, how did he get here? And then, even though that probably is what Jangles is trying to do, or maybe he still has.
I think that
veil of I didn't say it, I haven't revealed it, and that's why Adam. That's why the comments kind of crap on Adam for this, and that's why they're be able to squirm. You can't really attack someone on a position they haven't.
Articulated.
Yeah,
he's not wrong though. Like, so there's 4 like hallmarks of critical theories. Essentially, it's interest conversion, revisionist history, critique of liberalism, and then structural determinism. It's going to be that structural determinism argument. Like, he's not wrong. He's just not necessarily saying it eloquently. But I don't know. He's correct, and like you said, he's going after the main boss. Maybe he didn't allow everybody else to get on board with that same thing, but he is correct in where it's going.
Well, I would agree with Andrew and say he really should have just phrased it like with a question. Like, is there any way to
he could have gotten the benefit of it first?
Yeah, is there any way to phrase this critique without sounding like a race realist? Without just saying you're trying to make it
is like with the hallmarks. You can't do it because like it says that systems cannot redress certain kinds of wrongs. Like it literally is saying like it is
it's
determined.
the master blah blah blah.
Yeah. Well, so that also whatever her name is,
nonsense.
Audre Lorde also had that, but straight from Richard Delgado, Gene Dephonic, it's the structural determinism, which is the same type of deal. But just our system will not be able to redress certain wrongs.
James Lindsay, you might have seen he did a debate where he was on the side of wokeness hasn't gone too far, where he kind of just took the piss out of that.
It was amazing.
Yeah. Like, it can't go too far because you're debating on the platform they give you, so you have no power. It's like he just gave this massive gobbledygook about how essentially nothing will ever, it can never go far enough.
Yeah. Wow. I'm so surprised.
Amazing.
That was the thing.
He just trolled.
James Lindsay's another guy. I wish he would get off Twitter. Is I don't know when he is like actually in setting like that. It is just amazing. But yeah, I don't know. But yeah, good time. Controversies.
Piece of shit.
Piece of shit.
Out a full statement before you've already accused us of dishonesty.
Can I maybe finish? And maybe I can actually address that.
Sitch, am I wrong?
You are wrong.
I don't know.
He's basically saying my understanding of CRT is that it's an anti-race realist thing. And if you're against CRT, then you're a race realist.
Adam, if you think that's what he's going to do, why not let him finish his point and then point it out?
Okay, we're going to
I was going to say that's kind of the problem with debates. You need to lull your opponent into that position, not just say, hey, that's your position. You're a Nazi. Tell me why you're not a Nazi, because then the thing gets really defensive about it and you can't go further. And Adam keeps just diving right in.
Just clapping them in the face for this.
This is going to happen many times throughout the debate.
Yeah.
Adam and his elephant.
Address that entire debacle after I'm done, okay?
So I want you to finish.
Jangles, are you a race realist? I want to ask you right out of the gate, okay?
No one in this call is a race realist, okay?
Sitch trying to be a daddy.
Okay, so
Jangles has set up a position here where he can't abandon CRT without turning himself into a race realist. I just don't want to back him into a corner here.
Dude, I have said nothing disagreeable, and you're already freaking out.
Okay.
I think that might be a.
I'm not freaking out.
Done. I'm not even done.
Instead of us interrupting Jangles whenever we disagree, I want Jangles to give his full
Sitch. I want
answer. And then I want to come back to.
I want to ask one question. I want to ask one question first.
You can ask it after I'm done, please.
Yes.
Okay.
No, it's my show.
I made a mistake.
It's my show.
It's my house. I'm the boss of the game.
First, okay?
Ask your question, Adam.
I'm curious, Sitch. In all of the CRT reading you've done, because you've done a lot more CRT reading than me. I've done some, and I've listened to a lot of James Lindsay. Where in CRT does it ever talk about race essentialism?
Wait, what is the chat doing? They're
In the
going
core
mad.
tenet-
Jangles has to stop him when people disagree. Somebody moderate Adam. Adam is 3 hours into the debate. Maybe bring him back till later. That's true. That's exactly what it is.
Of CRT.
No,
The
I'm
core
asking.
tenet
I'm
a
asking.
lot. Yes, it does.
Okay. Continue
Okay.
then, Jangles.
It's almost like I've read some CRT too.
Oh,
Cool.
Come on.
All right.
Chill.
All right.
Everybody chill.
All right. So, regarding like this must mean that substantial disparities between racial groups along economic, education, and criminal lines must be the result of past and present discrimination and the cultural values that precede and follow said discrimination. This is also a stance overwhelmingly supported by decades of history and legal research. Because of the difficulty in unraveling the very complex and fluid manifestations of racism, it is useful to have a lens of analysis that focuses on race and racism when analyzing these racial disparities. To reduce this down to CRT makes race the only possible factor is to invite the question, well, what are the other factors and why can't racism play a part in them?
Oh, okay.
Was anything disagreeable there?
Well, I wouldn't say it's disagreeable, but
if you like, we can send you the full statement in text so you
No,
can
no,
read
no,
it
no,
yourself
I don't
if you
believe me. I don't
want to go.
But I want to go back to my concern, which is that, I mean, do you acknowledge, I guess, that CRT is not the continuation of the liberal civil rights movement?
In some ways, it's not. It is certainly informed, and this is in Delgado's book, The Introduction to Critical Race Theory. It is in some ways informed by, and in some ways, it is critiquing and deviating from a lot of the main figures.
That's hallmark of it.
Okay, so would it be
and somewhat in response to it?
Would it be
that's
fair?
a Marco.
Yeah, so critique of liberalism, according to Richard Delgado and Gene Stefanchuk's Intro to CRT, CRT questions foundational liberal concepts such as Enlightenment rationalism, legal equity, and constitutional neutrality, and challenging traditional civil rights discriminist approach, instead favor race-conscious approach to social transformation. It's just, for him to deny this is kind of denying literally the hallmark of the actual movement.
Which is what the Wicked Supreme, what happened in the Wicked Supreme debate actually as well, where Sitch presented that like you can't take that out.
Yeah. And that's what I don't get. So he's calling it a lens, but like, what is another word for a lens other than a worldview? Like, that's the way that you're viewing the world, that constantly. I mean, everyone knows the saying, you know, when all you have is a hammer. Like, I don't know. I just don't get what this would do, something else wouldn't do. I just don't see the utility of it. But I don't know. Perhaps I'm biased.
Oh, yeah. Oh, well, yeah, you're just racist. So it's okay.
Yeah.
Sorry to let you know. I didn't want to be the one to let you know.
Well,
I know I'm the first person.
I think Dane and Bob kind of told me that before, so I had a hankering.
Oh yes, guys. By the way, Gray is BF MF. He's the BF MF. Bad faith, most bad faith motherfucker.
In the world.
I should actually change your name on this. Change your name on the studio, BF.
Coming from Bob, you can't even understand an argument. Come on,
yeah, he cannot refuse. His brain does not allow him to.
Fair for me and other people to consider CRT a leftist.
Probably.
Okay. And what about anti-liberal?
Anti-liberal. That one's harder to justify.
Well, so in some ways, okay.
Harder to justify, or
is there some disagreement?
Doesn't.
Like it's harder to justify it being anti-liberal. The quote that gets brought up is that like it critiques liberalism, which is not the same thing as rejecting it. It says
pause
in the book that
it's not just. It doesn't just critique liberalism. It says liberalism doesn't work.
Yeah,
it's quite a big deal.
It says colorblindness is racism.
That's quite a big. That's a kind of big deal. Kind of just what's the name? A big thing to be critiquing. It's not like the phrasing. It's kind of a key criticism there, I'd say.
there are some benefits. Like colorblind is certainly better than abject racism, certainly better than that. But it's saying that that's not solving all of the problems. There are certain critiques
CRT is totally
to
out serving the
liberalism, to
problem.
colorblind policy, and to like
Wait,
the
pause, sorry.
procedural.
Because it'll come up again theoretically. Color blindness, in my mind, it's kind of like what, generally speaking, we have a height blind society, right? We understand that there are realities of height where we have to account for, right? People being a certain the average height being a certain way, and so we make standardizations based off of that, and we make accommodations for people with different heights. But generally speaking, we do not judge people based off of their height.
Yeah.
Not strictly. There are certain, what is it, dating realities,
Yeah,
certainly.
I was gonna make that
but
joke.
we do not. But right, but there are not. There are not wide sweeping societal problems based off of people's height. And so, yeah. But we still recognize people's height. We still recognize we still make accommodations based off of people being too tall or too short, whatnot, but we're not blind to the realities of height, but we are generally speaking, society in general is blind to people's height being a relevant factor.
So you're saying so it should
and so that would be what we want out of society, is that we're not blind to racism. We're not blind. We're not blind to racism. We're not blind to people having different color skin, right? But what we want is to eliminate it as a relevant factor for engaging with society and access to society.
I was gonna start comparing it to eye color and hair color, but then height does have a real world sort of effect, but it's not. So that's why I would keep your version, because I suppose you could say with the eye color, it's like some people get more affected by certain things with certain eye colors or whatever. But there's no real accommodations or any sort of thing that you need to do for eye color. But heights, yeah, that makes sense. I am 200 centimeters. I deserve reparations. Daisy, you deserve a reparations. Reparations.
Which we enable rights. There are critiques to that. They're not rejecting it, and it's not anti those things. They're just saying sometimes those things don't address the problems in the way that might be the most efficient.
Okay.
So I think
that sounds nice.
Let's
accept it.
I think the Delgado book kind of hides its power a little bit.
Fuck off.
Well, no. Look,
fuck you.
Listen.
Oh, dog. How can you like?
We were doing so good too.
Level.
Wait, pause.
Yeah.
No, I was just gonna say, Jangles. I mean, for all of his getting upset at Adam.
Yeah, what the hell was that?
He basically did the same thing, maybe even worse, because Adam articulated a problem that he had with
this one just swore.
What Jangles said in a very specific way.
Yeah.
Whereas Jangles here is just saying,
fuck you.
In essence, through an insult, what you have just said is completely unacceptable.
Yeah.
Right?
But hasn't said how.
He did the same thing, but worse than what Adam did earlier.
Yeah. He hasn't said how it is. He hasn't even made any accusation. He just said, fuck off. We were doing so well. And okay. Yeah. You're right. Immediate objection because Sitch is over the target. Run!
Yeah.
Well, I'll just say quickly that Adam does get vindicated in the next debate Because I mean, everyone in this debate shits on him because of how he acts. And then the debate happens after, which is just somehow even worse. And everyone's like, "Oh, Adam was just right. Adam had a point."
That's what he knew exactly where he was. Where
he did
Jangles
the rags. He smelled out the evil and was just.
He's like that. I see. That's it. That's where he's going.
Yeah.
You mean Holy Toledo, Lucy?
I mean, actually add to that, I think it's just this weird phenomenon because, like, have you ever watched like Vosh debate or something where they don't insult you? They just actually they do insult you, but they don't tell you to fuck off or anything. They just give you these like really backhanded comments, like, "Hey, this is bad, but Republicans wouldn't disagree with it." You know, they just constantly just talk down to you and backhand you, and that's kind of what Jangles does here, where Adam's just like, "Go fuck yourself, you're pieces of shit."
Yeah, he's
constantly, and that's what gets people riled up.
Yeah. Oh, he's not. Yeah.
Because you will see that a lot in this debate.
But that's you know what, and we've seen that with Adam where he doesn't do it, and then eventually he takes one of their comments that they've done, one of their backhanded things, and then just like stop it.
Yeah, but I mean, like,
you stupid. You piece of fucking shit. Okay,
I mean, the best example of this was like the Bob debate, actually, where like Adam just has enough, and he just tells him that tells it to him, and then what does what's his name, Dane? Yeah, what does Dane do? He just shits himself and he lets go and just says everything he's been really feeling.
Yeah,
and even at the end, he goes,
let him off the leash. Apparently,
yeah. Even at the end, he's like, "Oh, that felt good." It's like, dude. This is sad.
Well, what was it?
You've sat in this debate for over an hour, just talking down, just waiting for the opportunity to.
Dane, what he wants to do, he's modeled his debate style after Vosh. I feel like.
I mean, that was like the Lance Lawrence Southern debate tactic of just, talking down, and then at the very, very, very end, it's just pathetic.
Oh, that was just sorry. I lost it when I saw that. That's just
waiting for the go signal.
It was disgusting. Disgusting.
Oh, we've got a message here. CPAFI 2024.
CPAFI 2024. Just tipped to put J-Mac is the absolute paragon of what a man should be. Every woman wants him. Every man wants to be him. Truly, my most noble of supporters. What position? Here, yes. But what position did you settle on giving him? Because I went to bed. I got my 69 likes. I was out. CPAFI was giving everybody. Hey, Kevin. It was giving everybody a you my VP, you my this and that, treasurer. You were going to do treasurer, and Jay was going to be treasurer and minister of defense at the same time. Which I would totally do it.
That would be
like, I got booted out. That's what I got.
Oh, you got booted out because you didn't say it, yeah.
No, I said I apologized for him.
He was like, what?
He needs one of those. You can be the minister of apologies.
How do you get stream elements up? You don't see a link. Tip. It should. Please tell me this is not the one that doesn't work. I accidentally pinged myself. Hold on, Stream Elements didn't come up. Stream Elements bot didn't say it was running. There it is.
Oh,
there you are. Not Stream Elements tip. Go to the one with the button, the number in. The number, the 6057. That one. Okay.
Yeah. Not all of your links work.
I don't know why it comes with 2. You can tip using this link. That is Stream Elements, you're a liar. That is not my reply that I've set up for my automatic reply. Fuck you.
Wow,
anyway.
Ban Stream Elements.
Yeah, ban it.
Come on. See what he's got. Let him finish.
If you read the critical race theory key runnings that form the movement, I mean, a huge part of it that isn't really talked about too much in Delta, but is continually mentioned throughout the key writings, is mentioned in the introduction, is talked about by Kimberly Crenshaw, is this idea of race consciousness.
Anonymous the ball. Just 13. Did you just drop start? Did you just drop $13?
Ideas of the radical.
Did you just drop $13? Just like, here's some, thank you. Thank you very much. Saying that is it. The silence is broken. That's me. No idea why I'm called the baller. Oh no, I said that you are the baller. Like it's an automatic thing. Like you're a baller. So sorry.
Awful.
What happened?
I regret to inform you, you are
left
the
black
baller.
nationalist movement during the civil rights movement, and they kind of complain a lot actually about how the liberals won the civil rights movement and made it so that anyone concentrating on race as an important category would be labeled racist. And they say, oh, the liberals, you know, they associated the white nationalists.
Wait a second, hold on. Why are you tipping if you supposedly lost your job?
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
Well, I have a savings account where I have like enough money to pay for almost 2 years of my rent, and I just got another job because I'm.
Oh, good.
Well,
like the reasons the reasons for me losing my job is like nepotism, but I've got the skills to get another job, so and it pays more.
Oh, okay. So
I
it's just an upgrade.
We're celebrating, yeah. Well, then because I graduated. Well, a bit about me. I graduated mechanical engineering, and then the people who hired me were like, "Okay, we're going to pay you 24K because we're training you, right?" And then they ended up firing me. Well, yeah, because they
retrenching you.
Yeah, well, there were a bunch of people in the company whose parents had worked there, so their children were like working there as well. They got me to train the children, and then they fired me.
Fuck you! What?
Yeah.
That
we don't need you anymore.
That kind of thing happened to me. My company got bought. The company I was at, and they immediately had me start training.
Oh no!
My replacement. They said they were
like. They didn't phrase it that way.
Yeah, of course he didn't phase it. He's just working with you, bro. He just wants to learn, bro.
Right,
and then you
he's cross-training.
Yeah, then suddenly he's taking your position.
Cross-training. You know, in case that you have to go on vacation or something, we have somebody who knows everything that you know.
I mean, maybe you want to take a really long vacation soon.
Very soon.
And then, there was other discrimination going on, and so I actually made a complaint to HR, and then a week later they demoted me.
Oh God, sorry to hear that, mate.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, essentially what happened to me.
It's fine. I'm somewhere else, so it's all good.
Well, good.
And then the person who was in charge, the person who was in charge of me, actually ended up losing their job. It was very cathartic. They ended up crashing their car into the building somehow, and then they must have been drunk or something. Because
they were just in a hurry to get there.
They rented a vehicle that day,
so committed,
and then crashed it into a different building. Twice. There, you know, and so yeah.
I mean, those pedals can be tricky. You know?
Yeah, aren't all of your cars in America most of them are automatic now? So
yeah,
makes me laugh.
Especially rentals. Yeah.
But it was not great. No, there was obvious discrimination because the guy that I was training, we had a problem when my new manager, the person above me anyway, was gone, and so we noticed this problem, and when they got back, I was the one who was describing what was going on, and she just wasn't having it. She didn't believe me. She was like scowling and all this stuff.
I've had that happen
and then the guy who I was training, to replace me essentially, he then said, "Oh no, yeah," and he just said basically just what he said. He didn't even describe everything. He just kind of like restated the summary, and then she's like, "Oh, okay," and she brightened up and believed it, and we moved on.
I'm literally listening to what happened to me, because the person who took over me, his father knew the person who was training me, and he knows the person who was training me. They knew each other before they worked at the company. So whenever something bad would happen, like I remember specifically a job, something bad happened, and he's like shitting on me, and then he asked the guy who's training with me, because I gave the job to him. It was his fault because he didn't do the job, And he's like, okay, why wasn't this done? He's like, I don't know. Why wasn't it done, Gavin? And Gavin just laughs at him. Well, Gavin's my manager. He just laughs it off any joke. I mean, they play football on the weekends. So what can I do?
Sounds like you guys are in better places then.
It was inevitable. Like I called my mom, like, hey, they called in a guy who worked here previously, and I'm teaching this other guy how to do the work. And my mom just goes, they're gonna replace you. You need to straight up.
Thanks,
they're
Mom.
gonna replace you. I mean, she's a very blunt person. Her life, she should write a book. Well, the good news is I found another job, and they're willing to pay me like, well, my previous job was paying me 23K. This job is paying me 30K. So
jeez, nice.
And they're willing to train me. So.
Wow, Dan, jeez,
way to go, way to go.
I need my soundboard. Is everyone ready? Let's go.
Yeah,
I think so.
Black nationalist, and this was done intentionally to sort of beat back the radical left side of the civil rights movement and to allow the liberals to win, the public messaging on civil rights.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
To go back. Well, hold on. And they're saying that, and Gary Peller and Kimberly Crenshaw and all these people are saying we need to go back to the Black nationalist, Black liberation movement. And to me, that's where I say that's very anti-liberal.
Yeah, we don't really, as far as I know, we don't really disagree with that. I don't.
Okay.
I'm not a fan of Black nationalism or Black liberation. I favor an integrated society. I wanted to ask when you say that Delgado suggesting we go back to the ideas.
No, Gary Peller and Crenshaw are really the ones pushing that.
Yeah, what they mean, I'm right. What they mean by that is we need to go back to the ideas of the radical left civil rights movement. What specific ideas are they wanting to return to? Is it just Black nationalism and Black liberation?
They don't like the idea that coalescing around race and giving race importance is considered racist. And what they want to do is they want to say, listen, Black people should be able to all identify as Black, regardless of their ethnicity or where they come from, and use that Black identity to gain power politically and socially without being called racist.
Huh.
That's what the
kind of real
criticism is of liberalism.
Yeah. So if we still have,
it almost sounds innocuous.
I'm sure you would agree.
It almost
doesn't.
doesn't.
Solved with the Civil Rights Act. We did not solve racism in society with the passage of the Civil Rights Act. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay. So there are still to this
Whoever
day,
said
in a
that it
lot of
was.
ways, very little has changed.
But yeah.
Very little. He just said very little has changed, and I was going to disagree.
Yeah, that part I totally do, but like it just seems like a straw man of the position to say like, well, it didn't cure everything. It's like, yeah, no shit, like it didn't make a utopia, but like it's not the claim.
But that's not what it
was,
that's not what it was going. It's never going to happen.
There is no utopia. There's never.
Yeah. Go ahead, sir.
There's never going to be a utopia.
But so that isn't the claim.
Pisco does this a lot, where they'll make a claim and then beat it down. Like nobody said racism's going to end with the Civil Rights Act. Of course, it's going to be there, but the real question is how much are you going to amplify it? Because I mean, as the great Morgan Freeman said, "You don't call me a Black guy, I don't call you a Jewish guy." And so
exactly. Even I stop calling you that. Yeah, exactly. And that's true. Like, yeah.
When you focus on the differences between people, it turns out people will see the differences and you'll create that issue you're trying to prevent.
If you're going to call a person an istophobe all day, every day, no matter what they believe, why shouldn't that person be an istophobe?
Yeah, like you see that all the time on Twitter. Maybe I hang out in the wrong spaces, but I see it all the time. I saw the development over time of people going, well, I mean, I know with Sargon and even he's kind of, but Strotfat Taco, where they're like, "Oh, you're a transphobe." He's like, "Yeah, whatever." So on.
Yeah.
Like, I'm a racist. Yeah, and what about it? Like, you've devalued these words.
Gotten that way. Yeah, it doesn't mean shit anymore. It's like, okay, yeah, we know, we've been told, and that's true. So white people should be able to do the same. Yes, no, of course not.
No, they're not allowed to talk.
They don't have the same history, so they're not allowed.
Fucking, it reminds me of Pisco. I really don't like Pisco. I have commented.
Oh, Pisco, yeah.
Because he said something that really pissed me off, and that was really cringe. Because he was in a debate with Lauren Southern, where it was like,
oh my God.
he was talking about something. It was like, it was talking about the Great Replacement. Because Lauren brought up the point, like the media talks about this all the time, but you only care about it when I talk about it. And Pisco's main point was the media and the left should be able to talk about these topics like CRT, racism, the Great Replacement, and the right shouldn't, because the right won't handle it properly.
Oh,
That's not how debates work, my friend. You can't just bring a topic to the discussion and tell everyone to shut up about it.
No, that's
I don't know. It's like a tactic these days.
I mean, it is a tactic, but the problem is you breed people who just don't care. Like I see people all the time online. You're just like, yeah, I'm a racist. I'm gonna upload IQ stats between blacks and whites. It's like you created this problem because you won't acknowledge the initial issue.
That's what Blair is saying about LGBT stuff as well. She's like, you've created a lot of homophobes now. Like hasn't felt so much hate. Like from nobody would ever say anything bad against somebody LGBT before. Nobody would ever feel okay doing that. But then, boom, it's
you
like
pushing
now
and
people
pushing
will
and
say,
pushing.
yeah.
And
it's like
no, please continue.
So I say it's like with Destiny had the recent Karen conversation with the bike Karen. Like Destiny was even online going like, yeah, you just created a bunch of racists. Imagine watching this situation, thinking that a pregnant white woman is going to steal a bike.
Yeah.
You just and then you force her to do diversity training. Yeah, you created a racist.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Which brings to mind the motive of the speaker. Are they trying to convince someone not to be racist, or are they just trying to rally a base of some kind? Or
well, as they say, you only exist if you have something to fight against. You need the racist,
right?
It's the struggle.
Well, so that's the kind of thing that I would want to focus on, is that how can we solve issues of particular groups, right? If we can do an analysis that points to a problem surrounding an issue that is focused on a group of people that we can identify. How can we solve that issue without creating a tribe necessarily, or giving into tribal politics, tribalism, right? Because we would want to create a like with Black issues, we would want everyone to be on board with solving those issues that they face, rather than like creating a coalition of just Black people to solve just Black issues. Right? We would want to,
well,
like
that's
as
the thing.
Sitch was saying, we wouldn't want to create a situation where Black people are coalescing around their shared identity to gain power politically and socially because of their skin color. We would want everyone, or as many different people with as many different identities, as it were, to all be on board with solving the issue, and that kind of like that very broad and diverse coalition be formed to solve the problem, right?
As opposed to basically
I don't know if I'm
making everybody a retreat to their battle lines, basically.
Yeah, I don't know. Am I being clear? I it's clear in my head, but sometimes these things aren't communicated clearly through my words.
I know what.
I feel you, man. Clear. I feel you. But yeah, you're pretty clear.
Okay.
Onward.
a lot of ways, we've made a lot of progress, but in terms of
very little has changed from the 1960s.
Is that what I said?
In a lot of ways.
In
Yep.
a lot of ways, like
Qualifier out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
School segregation is not that much better than it was. Like wealth disparity is not that much better than it was.
Really?
There's a Kerner commission that came
So
out.
the outcome, he's saying the outcomes are not different. That's what he's saying.
But even then, it's like school segregation is not better. Like, by what way is he measuring that? Like, that seems impossible when, literally there was segregation and now there's less segregation than that. I don't know how it could measurably be more.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know.
Was it families haven't there has been some mobility around the country, but generally speaking, families, by and large, live where they live, right?
Yeah.
So
that's what I'm saying. Like the outcome.
There hasn't been this big shakeup of people moving around the country. So schools may be more diverse just by the fact that we're not keeping people out, we're not shipping people across town to go to different schools, really. And when it does happen, it's not for segregation reasons.
Exactly. Like that. Hello, guys. That's a huge difference. That we're not literally keeping somebody out of a school because of the color of their skin. Is that not a difference? Okay.
Right. Right.
Seems like a
but
huge
what
difference
he's
to
pointing
me.
out, But what he's pointing out is that Black communities, have a high Black population, right? Almost by definition, right there. But then their schools are populated almost entirely by Black people, like Black students. And the same thing for white neighborhoods and white schools. So there is a kind of de facto segregation, but the fact that it's happening somewhat naturally is important. And if we issues or circumstances, then those things will naturally change, and that's not being addressed. That's not being acknowledged.
The social
it's just
mobility is not happening.
Yeah, it's just the circumstances that are being pointed out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so
fair enough. It just seems like I don't know, everything. I don't deny what you're saying. I would just think with schools also not being forcefully segregated, it would have to be better. Like
there's just immeasurable. Yeah.
Again, I don't have a study in front of me, and he didn't exactly provide one.
I guess, and I would also want to know. No, he does break off on for us as well, darling.
I'm sorry.
Sometimes. Yeah.
I think you're back now. It was just barely at the end.
And it's barely. It's like you can still. It's not like it broke up to the point where couldn't understand what you were saying or something.
I'm sorry.
But
with But just to talk about what Grace said, is Jangles is purely pointing to that coincidence.
No.
That's what I'm getting at. That's why he's saying that it has.
So the lens.
The lens
the lens is like a telescope focusing on the one thing. I don't know.
Right.
Which is something I find hilarious.
Right. He's looking at the disparity. I was just going to say he's looking at the disparity in the reality and not looking at the fact that it's being enforced. He's not looking at the fact that things have changed. He's not looking at all of the across the board how much things have changed for in other parts of the country. He's focused on high population disparities, where you have some schools are very high Black concentrated and some schools are high white concentrated. Essentially, he's cherry picking, I want to say. He's not looking at, and he's not taking a holistic approach to
he's completely
to the issue.
Ignoring. He's completely ignoring the fact that literally it's not legal to do that, to segregate. So anyway.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. I mean, I was going to say, I just find it hilarious because when you look at these when you look at these issues, they're very microscoped onto this specific, like under 5 layers of nuance, specific issues. But they always complained about, hey, the other side, they always concentrated on this one thing, bro. It's just one thing, this one tiny thing. It doesn't matter, bro. Yeah, when you look at these issues, it's like even more focused and condensed and specific. Does that make sense? Maybe it does.
Yeah, I think that is true. Is that they're so focused on, like again, also the East Coast. A lot of the stuff is East Coast focused, because I know that in Portland, we have our issues. I'm not saying that we're completely.
Wait, you live in Portland?
Yeah, Portland, Oregon.
Jesus Christ, leave.
All my family's here.
I've never heard a single good thing about Portland. It's like Fallout 60, whatever that game was down there. Like,
okay,
he could be one of the next, like, on the ground reporters at the next riot.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, thanks. Tell us.
But no, like, traffic is really good. Generally speaking, if I have never in my entire life seen one significant issue of road rage.
And he doesn't pump his own gas.
Generally speaking, people don't even honk their horns. People, like, if somebody needs in,
they just drive into you.
Well, no, they don't.
I'm sorry. I'll stop.
No, yeah, we let each other in. I've never had a problem merging into a lane. I always let other people merge into lane. I see other people do it, like, that aren't even near me. We wave to each other to, say thanks.
That's weak, man. You got to show him who's boss. You got to just shut him off.
Yeah. So
no, it's always been nice driving up there. Like, the second I get down, kind of past Oregon, it seems like the traffic gets real bad.
The 405 is a parking lot.
Oof.
Yeah.
Continue. Merging terrifies me.
Like, right after the civil rights movement came out, the Kerner Commission came out and said, hey, these are the things we need to do. And a 50-year retrospective on that Kerner Commission said, like, oh, well, you didn't do all those things that we recommended. And because of that, a lot of the problems are still present to this day. So
I don't want to
what I want to ask you is,
let me just insert one thing, though, because it's annoying in these kind of conversations when you throw out, like, something like a little line, like, oh, well, not a lot has some things have changed, not a lot has changed, or whatever you specifically said, because then it's like, that's like an hour-long conversation.
Okay. Well,
that I'm not really that super interested in at this point right now. Okay. So would you leapfrog that and move on to what you're about to say?
Yeah, a lot has changed.
So essentially, Sitch is like, I think that you're bullshit. That's bullshit, but I'm not going to talk about that right now. Thank you. Bye.
It's a good move.
Because we vehemently
and that's what I said. A lot has changed, but a lot of things haven't changed as much as they probably should have in this time frame.
I have a question.
That's not how we said it before.
That's not how we
No, that's a very disingenuous.
It's a lot. Like, I mean, even in the debate you covered with Nick, Destiny called Pisco out for doing it, and he's like, yeah, but I'm just trying to point out this simple small thing, and that's what Jangles does. He's like, yeah, is it Jangles or was his other friend who said that?
What's his name?
Is it DS?
Basically, whoever said the quote where they just went it, where Stitch is like, I'm not gonna dignify that, and he's like, hey, I'm just trying to point it out, bro. It's like, no, that's not what you were doing.
No, that's.
There's a way to do that without
seem to be on
being disingenuous. It's longer. It takes more time, but you can do it. I think that to do it in the way that they demonstrate here, the way that they people in general, I should say, do that kind of thing is.
He threw out a handful of belief statements that immediately made me recoil, and I think the panel's reaction I think you all had a similar reaction. Which means
Sitch's move was pretty good.
Yeah.
This is what
so I want him to either support those claims because they are so out of line with what my perception of the world is and my very basic understanding of history, or at least relatively modern history. And he just sort of expected to be be to skip over it. To just have us accept it as fact.
We all know this. Who among us? It is known. It is known.
And it was just so beautifully called out, and I'm so grateful that it was called out.
Because this is why I can't get on board with people like Jangles and why I think they're being disingenuous, because they'll do this thing, and then when you call them out for it, they'll just back away and be like, hey, I'm just stating, I just want to say this small, bro. Like,
I just want to say the small, absolutely absurd thing that
you were clearly laying foundation. Clearly. Like, have you seen the Count Dankula versus Vosh debate?
No, I think it's been suggested that we
it's the worst example of this, where Vosh starts off in his opening statement. So you're going to say that all your statements are jokes, and you're going to say in your Scottish accent they're just jokes, mate. And Dankula like calls out like, "Hey, you're just poisoning the wine." He's like, "No, bro, I'm just saying this is what I think's going to happen." It's like,
well, as ridiculous, and I do not think he was being fair to the subject at all. What was that? Rolo did point out something that I feel like is true, and that is that it is hard to say something without people thinking that the opposite isn't true. Or not that the opposite isn't true, but like you're not like if you say that, waffles are good, then people might say, wait, so are you saying pancakes are bad?
More like I don't like waffles, and then someone goes, "Oh, so you think waffles are bad?"
Yeah. It's hard to. It is kind of a natural kind of problem that we do have.
To say something without people thinking there's an implication.
It is
without an implication. Yes, without adding other assumptions.
But my issue with that
one cluster.
But my issue with that, Andrew, is that the thing is, if you were going to say something without an implication, like us, you say a statement and then you tell people, okay, that's not what I meant. My issue with people like Jangles is that they say their statement and then they recall like, well, it's just a small thing, bro. You don't need to get mad. It's just a tiny thing. It's like, if you didn't act in that way, I wouldn't think anything of it. And there are idiots in the audience who would think you may get an implication and whatever. But if you just explained it normally with like the backhanded, if you're offended, bro, it's just a small thing, bro, I wouldn't care.
To a point.
Me or him?
Sitch.
You, Jangles.
Ooh, what was that? How did that?
Wait, I thought you were asking a point.
The pause was actually pretty beautiful. Just hold on. I didn't. You want to go there because Sitch just like lays the law, and then everyone's like
onto a point.
A lot of things haven't changed as much as they probably should have in this time frame.
I have a question.
Agreeable?
I have a question, Sitch, when
That's
you're
more
done.
agreeable.
So, but go ahead. You seem to be.
I disagree with that. I think that is primarily the problem with society. A lot of societal issues is that people who want change want it now, and they don't care that they are direct. They don't care how. What is it? They are uncomfortable with certain realities, so they want society to change based off of comfort. Often, it can be more than just comfort, but comfort is definitely something that they bring up, is that people feel marginalized. And feelings are a big part of it. And they don't care that everyone else is being made to change and made to feel uncomfortable, and they think that it's only natural that people who are marginalized, people that they deserve to be I don't want to say pampered, but they deserve to be comforted. They deserve to be taken care of. And it's the natural course of things that the majority, if anyone's going to feel discomforted, it should be the majority, as what I guess I mean to say. And they don't feel, the majority is like, hey, yeah.
There's virtue in being the minority, and being in the majority is an inherently bad
evil
thing.
Yeah,
yes. They have an obligation to ensure that the minority is protected, because
right. And so they don't have, so they're not comfortable with a time scale of like 2-3 times. Like, I mean, you know, like he's saying that we should be further along than this. It was like, but by whose standards? I mean, I think that right.
What do people like? I'm sorry, I hate when I hear like to cut in very quickly. Sorry, I hate when I hear that. When people like the current year man go, "Hey, it's this year and we haven't done this yet." It's like, by what standard?
Yeah, but what were we supposed to have done?
Yeah.
What do you? One of my favorite.
I'm referencing John Oliver. But
one of my favorite things from it was just something from Richard Hammond, where he just goes, he's in traffic or something, and I think he was riding, or I don't know if, but he goes, "What do you suggest?" It just, I need to find that. I have no idea when I find that, I'm clipping that, because it's just, what do you suggest? I know he's going to suggest CRT, okay, but what did you think was supposed to happen? You know, like how should we do it? When you take these things to conclusion, which is what Vaush did with Flowers, about reparations and things like that. And literally, how do we do it? Do we we take back everything that they took from us? It's like, whoa, hold on, that's taking. You know that's so. This, we should be further sort of thing is like, well, how do you expect to be further when you know how slowly social change occurs? It's
Sitch.
You, Jangles.
No, Sitch.
Wait,
I thought you were asking for.
Who's running this fucking
I'm
show?
just curious. No, I'm curious because, like, my thing is, what in CRT is using a scientific lens to understand any of this stuff, Jangles? I've read some of these papers, and there's no science in it.
Wait,
well, that's why I said Sitch. I'm like, I have a point when you're ready.
I want to stick to this one point at a time.
Okay, so next topic.
Yeah, Adam, call him Stitch.
Go ahead, Sitch. Continue.
Go ahead, Jangles.
Okay.
See, that works.
Sitch, take the.
Sitch went ahead and
well, I'm passing it.
We worked it back. We worked it back. It worked. So, fuck. What was I saying?
Yeah. What is the topic here, Sitch, that you want to stick on so badly?
I got it. So, if we still have racial problems in this country, if we still haven't went past the legacy of slavery and Jim Crow and all that fun stuff and everything that's been like one George Clooney ago, people forget civil rights movement happened one George Clooney ago. So if we haven't gotten past that, how do we not identify these identities that are being like still haven't caught up to where they should be and what is supposed to be an egalitarian society? How do we fix these problems without identifying them?
Yeah, he's basically saying, how do we do it without CRT, Sitch? That's why I'm asking the science.
That's
question.
basically, dude. It's
he gives zero fucks
because it's not. No. I want to ask Adam directly. How do we fix racial inequality if we ignore race?
What do you suggest?
Answer that question.
Well, let me hold on.
Nope.
Hold on.
Ask that.
That's a
that
different.
Wait,
pause.
That's a different ask. That's a different ask.
Pause. It's super easy. Okay, you make sure that you fix, was it economic mobility, right?
Yeah.
You fix, you actually fix schools. You make sure that the schools are working as intended, right? If they're not working as intended, then that's where that's one of the things I hate too, is that the brokenness of systems is the system working as intended rather than the system is in disrepair, right? Yeah. So if
no, that's just crooked capitalism.
Yeah. So we just got, we got to make sure that the system actually is working as intended, not being broken, or at least closer to how it is, right? Because maybe there are flaws in the system that prevent it from. I'm open to that idea, but we're nowhere in some areas. We're nowhere near them being actually working as they should be. Like in schools, there's so many programs that are on the books but don't actually work or aren't enforced and all this stuff. And so if the systems are actually working, if the system or we address that kind of thing, right? Economic mobility, education, and certain other factors that work for all races, work for all groups. We lift up everyone, right? And then we're not having to focus on race. And then after all of that work is done, and or at the same time, we don't have to do things we don't have to try and solve this Rubik's Cube one side at a time. As we encounter errors based off of in the system, based off of race, then we address them individually. If enough of them collect in a certain way, so that you would classify that as a systemic problem, then you introduce legislation to fix those that problem. But by just going off of what Jangles' question is that a lot of these problems they're not race-based problems. And that's the point of racism, is that you're encountering non-race problems that are being enforced by race. So all you have to do is make sure that everyone that you have a fair system, and that the system is work to improve it for everyone. And then the people with the biggest problems will receive the most amount of help. It will help so whether they be white or black or any other race,
whoever needs help will get the help. That's what I think. That's as much as we can hope for.
Well, the problem is they don't like the systems. I mean, I think Sitch said this. People like Jangles, leftists, whatever, they point at a problem and they go, "Hey, that system's broken. We should destroy it instead of actually
destroy everything, destroy it all,
and say, hey, that's the intended purpose of the system. It's to be broken." And just to enforce their agenda.
Well, it's easier to call the police a racist institution than it is to, say, foster a poor person who needs help.
Yeah.
Or
so much easier. It just happens anyway. In normal life, it's always easy to in an individual capacity to blame someone else.
Is it?
Yeah.
I don't know.
What I said.
Because
counterpoints.
Explain how it's different.
Here's some moderation.
Between saying
right,
we need to identify that races are socially
what
exist.
I just said,
right?
And then Adam decided what I actually.
Yeah, but you're assigning a position to me that my position is to
There
ignore.
we go.
Race, which is fucking a lie.
Voice.
Let him finish.
It's almost that was.
I'm gonna stop this car.
No.
Let me finish.
He's gonna yell at you.
There's a little bit of a difference between saying
he's got to come in with his baseball bat, swinging.
Black people exist.
Let's be reasonable.
Group, exists and face disproportionate problems in society and racism, stuff. This and all those things. That's all different than saying I think Black people should use their identity and coalesce around as a group and use this kind of form of racial identity politics in order to enact social or political change in the world. Those are a little bit different concepts.
That's advocacy, Jangles, not science.
Hold on. Do you think one, I'm not talking about science yet. Plus, trust me, we'll get to the studies. All right.
Ooh.
But for advocacy, you do need to coalesce around an identity. Let's take a real
But
basic
they
one.
never
How can gay
do.
people win the rights for gay marriage without coalescing around that identity?
So, okay.
His hands up.
Can you answer that?
I just want to. Yeah, I can. But
It's that actually is great, because what you want is that you want everybody on board with that. You don't want to give power to gay people. You want to solve issues that gay people are having.
Mm-hmm. I like what's yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, I was just more or less just reiterate what I just said there. I think I said it well enough.
Well said.
Yeah, that's what I sometimes. Well, actually, I've never said something well said first time. Never mind. You see. Yeah. Also, and generally, the goal is not to solve the problem anyway. That's true. We need the problem. Oh, you've run out of a problem. Let's create problems, as Lucifer is saying. We create problems so we can claim to be able to solve them. Yeah.
Oh, we got the bingo sheet.
Yeah. Here we go.
I just want to be clear here. Okay. Do you understand that my major problem with CRT, well, the first thing I said, is that publicly the conversation is not there's no acknowledgement of what I just said publicly. That the CRT people do not acknowledge that this is a leftist ideology.
Okay, well, you can talk to two of them right now. Two of them are in the room right now. I
understand. No, but yeah, but do you perceive what I'm perceiving, that there is this sort of let's pretend CRT is just this liberal continuation, and that's very dishonest.
Okay, yes, we can critique them.
Hold on.
Okay, the White House that you
is that Jangles, he wants to do this. Hey, don't talk about other people, talk about me. When so much of what he wants to talk about is how CRT isn't in schools when in general, right? He doesn't want to talk about the issues specifically. He wants to talk about how it's not generally in schools. There might be one or two bad actors, but yeah. So he just wants to avoid the complaints, the general complaints of the other side. He wants to obfuscate.
I mean, this is just.
Is it just me, or is there anyone else tracking that?
It's normal.
Yeah, this is how all the debates
very much tracking.
Because whenever you point out like the founders were just horrible racists, they're like, hey, you can't talk about the founders. They just try and obfuscate and do a left turn to like, hey, let's talk about the positives, or let's talk about me and my vision. They just
and let's also make sure that
like Wicked Supreme did this a lot. Or Jangles is going to do this a lot as well.
And let me make sure that I put in my talking points of making sure that I'm saying that, look, not enough has changed and there's still inequality. I need to make sure that I ring all of those bells on my way. Like
there will always be inequality. Stop being cringe, Jangles.
Exactly. We're never going to be the same. Not the races. Anyone. Just people. We're not all going to be. Why am I not Elon Musk right now? I don't understand why I don't have. I don't have all the money in the world. I don't understand this. It doesn't make sense. Someone make sense.
It just seems weird that they're only focusing on the one metric for equality or for equity, yes.
Equity.
Useful.
Yeah, that.
Well, no, I just want you to understand.
We acknowledge. Yeah, Sitch. We absolutely do acknowledge there are some people who have some really fucked up or stupid ideas about race. I know you don't know.
No. That's not quite. I just want.
Yeah,
it to be
it's not what he's saying.
I just want to be acknowledged.
Then let me explain what I mean by fucked up stupid ideas about race. I mean this idea that we need to coalesce around black nationalist identity movements in order to achieve what we were trying to achieve 60 years ago. Misrepresenting it.
No,
right? Is that more accurate?
Well, I agree. I don't like that.
Okay. Well, I needed to fine tune my language because you had a problem with me just saying.
But it's not what he's saying.
I just want it to be acknowledged publicly in the public conversation that CRT is a leftist, not liberal thing.
And by leftist, he means Marxist. He means communist.
Oh,
and
Adam goes too far often with these things.
Well, he's not.
I mean, it's often
wrong.
right. He's not wrong. He's not wrong.
You're right. He's not wrong, but I mean, you know, you don't want to drag in the whole what is it? Real communism has never been tried. You know?
No. But I mean, like, you can trace
quest.
it back, like critical race theory, critical legal theories, which was begat by critical studies, and you can go it all the way back to Marx.
Even if you don't want to even go that far.
I think that, you know, just pointing out that, and one, it's in the name, so it should be really easy, but just pointing out how it's a critical theory, and, you know, what is it? Marxism is more or less based off of critical theory. I think that, you know, bypassing the Marxism in general to just talk about how all critical theories are bad and CRT is a critical theory, I think is a way more effective strategy, especially in this day and age.
Well, fair enough. But that is what Adam's doing, just again, not in an eloquent way. And I would actually say that, like, technically Marx was conflict theory, then critical theory came in with the Frankfurt, you know, Horkheimer.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, like, you're right. Like, they all are critical theories. But I don't know. They're going to say that, no, this is different from that. This is a legal studies thing. It came
I'm
about
more or less
in, what,
arguing
87?
Strategy rather than correctness.
Yeah, fair enough.
No, what I'm like, you guys, you have way more of a solid knowledge of how these theories developed and things like that. Literally, from my little pea-brain point of view, you go, oh, they're talking about inequality, and inequality is the issue they have with the world. Oh, that will make that's definitely what makes people think communism will work, that it takes away all the inequality. So that's literally, you can see that's his foundation. So it doesn't even matter if you want to be academic about it or not. It's just foundationally inequality. Oh, okay, my inequality. Oh, you probably want communism. Anyway.
That's why I'm kind of focusing on this, because you two are the first people we've ever talked to about CRT that will acknowledge that. Every other person I've ever talked to about CRT plays this hide the ball game where they try to convince me that it's actually just this liberal thing.
Okay. Do you acknowledge that there's a lot of like fucked up, genuinely racist people on the anti-CRT side? Do you think you should have to?
Does that matter? That's not what we're talking about. No.
Oh no. Listen, I'm not saying this so that you have to answer for it. I'm just putting it out there. I'm happy that you're taking this position. I mean,
we agree. Which is it's weird to bring
now.
it up.
Okay.
Well, I just
it's a bad analogy though.
Because it's not, and this isn't like this isn't an obtuse thing. Kimberly Crenshaw was on Joy Reid's show, and she basically lied about this. to the public.
Okay, if you just want like a public admission, I'll admit CRT has roots in Marxist thought.
Thank you. That's all I want. I'm done with the conversation. That's all I wanted.
Cool.
I can go to sleep now. Thank you so much.
Good night.
You still got a lot to answer for.
Yeah, that's more than most.
You were not being. You were
that's a softball right here.
What do you want to say, Connor?
Well,
he's
moderator.
His hand.
There's two things.
The moderator is raising his hand.
A little bit too.
Man, fuck that guy.
All right. So number one, just from previous debates in the past and learning this kind of thing, I think one of the things that I was taught in a professional debate setting is don't use the term "you." So we can extrapolate that out to.
Got counterpoints from marriage counselor over here.
I know. What the fuck?
I'm a fucking centrist.
He's trying to keep us from divorce.
Connor, call us when you're an enlightened centrist. Okay? We're all centrists here too.
I'm just
okay. Hold on. So, all right, let me beat you both.
It's been our brand forever.
Okay, hold on. So the point is that like when we're saying like you or whatever, you're basically what ends up happening is the other person feels like they're being strawman because their entire concept is not represented the way they want to, and then we just give each other a bad faith back and forth. We're going to waste a lot of time on it if we continue doing that. So try to eliminate you from what you're saying.
No,
and
you.
Then in order,
yes,
okay.
Well,
no, you.
If I might.
So and then in order to,
no,
well, hold on. I want to add a concept
Jesus.
because I think this is another point of disconnect. Is that the analytical So for instance, like I've read the Communist Manifesto, and for the first, like, I don't know, half of it, it sounded like a love letter to capitalism, because it was literally talking about like all of the achievements of capitalism and how it generated so much wealth and it's lifted us up through the feudal era and all this kind of stuff. Yeah. But then what it did is it made a whole bunch of criticisms of capitalism where it's like it has disproportionate like material distribution, and there's a whole bunch of people whose needs aren't met, this, that, the other. And if you actually read the criticism of capitalism from a...
One thing I would just like to say about communism that is I would say an interesting observation is that one of the problems that Marx makes is that since the people is alienation, right? Alienation. So the workers are alienated from the company, from the product, because they don't own it, right? You have an owner, and then you have workers, and by not actually owning their work, they are alien. They are emotionally and psychologically, even though he doesn't quite use those words, but he describes it that way. Is that they have this alienation feeling. Mm-hmm. It affects that affects their lives. That's one of his critiques. Is this psychological, emotional health problem? But his solution is to give a piece of everything to everyone, therefore making it so that nobody owns anything. In essence, I mean, you on paper own something, right? But you can't do anything with it. So de facto, you own nothing. You are de facto alienated from everything.
But he thinks that
that's the world that he creates. What was it? De jure, you are connected to everything. But I would say, de facto, you are alienated from everything in communism.
Well,
because you can't control, anything. You can't directly control anything. You have a piece of the pie, but just like a Republican living in a blue area, whether that's a state or a city or both, their vote essentially means nothing, because they're always going to be the minority in any kind of, I mean, assuming they're voting along party lines, they will never be heard. They will never have their policies enacted. So even if their vote is counted physically, their vote essentially means nothing. It's
Are you an anti-voter?
No, I am more or less in that situation, and I believe that it is symbolically important. It does certain. It's good to participate in the process, even if you know you're going to lose. But my point is that I think, and I feel like that's the enlightened perspective. I feel like most people, if they realize that, they're going to feel disaffected. They're going to be negatively affected, and that's also the thing, is that I believe that working for a company isn't bad. I don't necessarily believe that all workers feel alienated. They could feel a sense of freedom by not having any kind of this responsibility for the product, for the company in general.
Yes.
So I would say that my point is, under Marx's conception of reality, he is making the worst solution to the problem.
But he just, I mean, it's just that he just he pretends his solution actually solves the problem. That's it. It doesn't solve it at all. It in any way. Actually, it just makes it worse. Yeah.
And in many other areas of his critique against capitalism is really a critique against corruption.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so his solution to that system was to create a different system that is easily more corruptible than capitalism.
I think, yeah, and I'm all so corruptible. So
you haven't his critique of capitalism is corruption, and he does instead of reforming the system, making the system less corrupt. His solution was to throw it away and create a different system altogether that reproduces all of the same problems.
Yeah. And that's, I don't know, like, I don't know why Counterpoints is even going into any of this. So I don't disagree with anything that you said, but like, I don't know, you don't even need to get that far into Marx to just say, like, you know, this is based off of critical theories. Critical theories are based off of conflict theory. It has Marxist origins, but here's what they're actually saying. Like, I don't know. It is awesome that they're actually willing to admit that, but I don't know why he's getting into like actual critique
Marx,
of Marx,
which is another reason why it's kind of a side quest and why it doesn't need to be brought up at all. Is that if we focus on critical theory and conflict theory and what those are and their problems and such, I think that one, it's way more agreeable because it's in the name, critical theory, critical race theory. But so you can't really avoid it because, you know. And then second is that you're not having this side quest on what is and isn't real communism, what is or isn't real Marxism.
Well, yeah, that's why Sitch didn't even go that. He didn't even get to that part where he did that thing where I see that's what happens. I see that that you are wrong about there have been no very little change since the Civil Rights Act, but I don't want to have that conversation. Let's go. So it's the same sort of thing could have been done. Just point it out and then keep going.
Communist lens, it actually seems 100% accurate. Where it jumps the fucking shark is where it gets into prescriptions, where it says that the prescription is for workers to own the means of production and for the decommodification of human needs, and let's all go execute our landlords, right? So the descriptions are fine because I think they're sailing in criticisms. And that's where I'm kind of wondering, since we're talking about like a Marxist lens here, and we're talking about two people who are willing to acknowledge the split between like leftist and liberal and progressive thought in this thing, are we seeing where Jangles and LSP are defending the critical and analytical descriptive function of CRT while not necessarily signing on for all of the prescriptive issues? It feels like
haven't really answered that yet, though.
Last point. Because you have all these thought leaders in the CRT world who make a bunch of prescriptions that you viscerally disagree with, it feels like they're hiding the ball. And I'll leave it there and let y'all suss it out.
So let's ask, because I'm curious.
I understand what he's trying to say, but I don't think that's the case.
I don't think that's the case either. He's just being really charitable there and hopeful. Because
I think so. It's not just because of thought leaders in the movement. It's literally what the texts say.
Yeah, it is, and that is what I'm sure Sitch would come to, because he does say that was in the Wicked Supreme debates. He was like, no, literally founding of this, and the prescription. Then it's like, okay, how do we apply? So that it actually gave them an escape route there, and they don't take. I don't think that they would be smart enough to take it. Let's see what happens.
bad. You played the pronoun game a lot. You said a lot of like, this is what they do, this is what they love to do, and it was very unclear whether you're talking about me and LSP, the people actually speaking, or you're speaking about like the broader people who may or may not be critical race theorists out in the public. And that's very frustrating to listen to because it sounds like I'm being strawmanned a lot. Like,
yeah, we can go over examples.
But I want to answer Connor's question. The question that Connor's like statement poses.
Are we signing up for descriptive elements of CRT without the prescriptions?
Yeah.
I am.
So look, Connor, already he's accepting. He says, I am for the prescription aspects of it. So what?
I just said the opposite. I just said the opposite, Adam. Adam,
okay. Adam really did mess that up.
Hold on. Let's make it clear. Let's talk one at a time here, okay? My question is, there is a descriptive element of CRT that we can talk about and describe. We won't hear, and then there is a prescriptive element to CRT, which is the praxis stuff that everyone's complaining about being in schools and stuff. Connor has made the argument that you guys are in favor of the lens, the descriptive element of CRT, but not in favor of the practice.
Wouldn't it be great to hear from us?
Jangles.
So let me
Jangles, shut the fuck up, okay?
He is asking the question. That's the whole point. That was what Adam prefaced the whole thing for. Was saying this is a question that I am going to be proposing to Jangles and I can't remember the other guy, but yeah. And then
Adam does have a point, though.
Jumps in here with,
shut the fuck up.
Wouldn't it be great to actually hear from us?
Like, yeah, I'm sorry, I love it. Shut the fuck up. Okay.
Scripted made the argument that you guys are in favor of the lens, the descriptive element of CRT, but not in favor of the practice.
Wouldn't it be great to hear from us?
Jangles.
So let me
Jangles, shut the fuck up,
okay? Sorry, I just need to savor it. Okay.
I'm trying to fucking ask you a question here.
No, you're not. You're trying to put words into my mouth.
I'm trying to ask you.
Talking stick.
There's a fucking audience.
He's gonna take the talking stick and shove it up all your asses. Listen to him. Look at him try.
Here, Jangles, they want to know your actual opinion.
Then why are you telling them my opinion?
Jangles, I'm asking you a fucking question, you moron.
Did you guys
I think Adam may have to give up the world's greatest moderator title to Counterpoints here. That's pretty awesome.
A few moments later, Jangles, shut the fuck up. And wait, I want to go back to Adam saying moron.
Did you guys know that Doomer doesn't like
fucking question?
In my opinion.
I'm asking you a fucking question, you moron.
You moron.
Did you guys know that Doomer doesn't like Django?
Okay.
Oh, Sitch is so
what
cute.
a horrible take.
Sitch is so cute. He's like, just here, guys, look here. Look at this shiny thing here. Everybody, look. Relax. Like he's trying to just take it. Oh my god, that's great.
I hate you so much.
Listen, Connor. Can you please ask the question? Evidently, he doesn't understand the question from me.
No.
Okay,
no.
That's very mad.
I am gonna kick you all in the balls.
Yeah, we do not. We do not.
So number one. Okay, stop. Basically, if you saw the breakdown in communication for the past fucking 2 minutes, what happened was Jangles began describing the previous week's descriptions of his positions. Then he got pissed off thinking about those descriptions, and then you assigned a bunch of perspectives to him that he didn't necessarily disagree with. And LSP, hold on.
What did I subscribe to him? I asked him what is his fucking take.
It's all these little siblings yelling and fighting with their dad. But he did this.
What is his position?
Okay,
I didn't describe it to him. What are you talking about?
I'm so glad you're here.
I'm gonna punch you in the balls. Okay, so in order to
who's talking? I can't. Is that you, Sitch?
Yes.
In order to move the conversation forward, let's stop describing what the other person did, either now or in the past. And let's just talk about our things. And in order to assuage Adam's frustration with this question...
Wait. Let him speak.
First of all, hey, I have no frustration here. Counterpoints. Listen,
Really?
counterpoints.
I have a lot of frustration.
Counterpoints. Let me talk for 1 second here.
Coming to
Sitch,
you.
is this like I went out of my way?
I think they're all on fire.
You're a little aggro.
I went out of my way though to
bit.
describe the prescriptive and the descriptive aspect of CRT without labeling them, without giving any description of them. And I did that so I wouldn't be accused of placing some sort of position on these two. And then they accuse me of that
Adam is the voice of
What the hell?
I'm just bitching about Adam.
I am just, hey, Connor, one
Everyone
second,
listen.
please.
Listen
1
how
second,
calm.
please. Okay.
Listen how chill.
I could never.
Keith is.
I could not.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm
It's my
chill.
I could
understanding.
not map this.
I'm chill too. Listen.
My understanding was that LSP. I didn't hear what Jangles.
There's
said.
so much meta
I
in
heard
this
LSP say
conversation.
that he agrees with the description, but not the prescription.
Okay, so I just misheard him then.
Yes.
Jangles,
Yeah,
please.
Just misheard him. Yeah.
Now, can I speak?
You can speak, Jangles.
All right, so I'm not going to say that I agree with the descriptive or prescriptive elements of CRT because there's a fuck ton of them. All right, there's
Yes,
more than
it's-
one descriptive analysis in critical race theory. I agree with a lot of them. There's some of them that I kind of disagree with. In fact, one of the main criticisms of critical race theory is that it's more about discussion. It presents a lot of seemingly like contradictory positions and invites discussion. That makes it hard to know, like, to really pin
I
down
don't see
what
that.
are the descriptive elements.
What is he
The
even
same
talking
for
about?
the
Honestly,
prescriptive
I want
elements.
to know what he's
I
talking
think
about.
maybe he's lampshading this. He's just like, oh, okay. There might be some contradictions. I said there were.
Yeah,
That's it.
I don't have to talk about them if I just say that I don't like the contradictions. Just
Yeah. So like, if you find any, I'll just say so.
Yeah, wave
I
it away.
agree.
Right. No, because I when I hear that initially, I find it very agreeable. But I think about, I was like, okay, but what is he actually talking about? And I can't
Ask
come up
myself
with
that
an
a lot
actual
when he's
answer.
talking.
He's kind of relying on the reasonableness of that statement.
Yes.
Because I mean, if you actually know everything, or you know, like let's say here a professor of CRT who fully believes in it might find what he said very disagreeable. But generally speaking, the idea that you have problems with a theory, and you as an individual might think that there are some contradictory opinions, I think is also very agreeable. And you coming to these kinds of conclusions, again, is very agreeable, right? But specifically, what is he talking about? Because I don't know of any contradictions in CRT. I know that there are contradictions with. I know that it conflicts with liberalism, but I don't. That's not an internal inconsistency.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that
I don't.
what he said there was essentially a lot of BS.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else tracking that?
well,
Yeah, he's
mean,
making it flowery and vague. It's vague enough.
well, a
What do you gonna say,
core
Gray?
tenet of it is also revisionist history. I mean, some of that, it can kind of change and contradict some other ones in the future. I don't know, he might be generally talking about something that where like some history is revised, and that could actually somehow make it contradictory to another claim that is made by another scholar. But that's me trying to be generous. I don't know if that's what he's actually talking about.
Wait, pull that back up. I want to look at. That's not real CRT. Oh, but you have that's not real twice. And you don't also have. You need 5 rows. You know, you have.
Oh, come on!
4.
Relax.
It needs to be 5 by 5.
Really, I just typed in bingo sheet on the internet and got that. Like, I know history is twice, but I mean, what's the replacement for history? Give me help, chat and you guys.
Scroll up in the chat. I can't find it. Okay. Go.
There are some of them I might agree with. There's
But
some
no,
of them I
yeah,
might not
no,
agree
because
with.
the point of bingo is that you're going to have rows connecting to a bingo. or
That's
columns
why I
and
guess,
rows
yeah.
connecting to. Yeah.
We have to go on an individual.
So you'll have like
case-by-case
B1 or G5.
I love your
you know, that kind of
cat's
thing.
eyes right now, the way it's looking. I'm like, this is how fucking bingo works, bitch.
And this is made harder. And this is made harder.
This is what I send the stream. This bullshit artist right here. Fucking all we're getting is bullshit.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes,
That's what I'm
hard,
saying. It's not that he's directly lying, but where's the truth in what he said?
Yeah.
That is why I kind of think it is. I think CRT is sort of dishonest because a lot of things are framed in these, you know, we're just asking questions.
Yeah,
you know,
totally.
Like not
he
definitive.
didn't answer the question, Jangles. Pardon me for
No,
pointing
I'm
it out.
saying
He answered it directly.
No, he did.
Oh,
No,
did
he
answer
didn't.
it.
He said, "Listen, I'm not going to take a position on the
Well,
descriptive
no,
or the
no,
prescriptive
hold on,
because
hold
you know
on,
these are
hold on.
such nebulous areas. Who knows what I'm actually agreeing to here?"
And he disagrees
Hold
with
on.
some
No,
aspects.
he's saying he
If you
agrees
wanna
with
get
good
more specific,
things.
He welcomes that conversation.
LS,
about that was bullshit?
LSP, thank you for actually answering the question. I want to
What the
commend you for
fuck?
that.
Hold on.
I'm sorry, Dustin. You're on stage, you fucking retard.
wow.
That's
That was
very
awfully
ableist
ableist.
of you. I will consider. I will
You'll
consider
get
that.
over it in about 2 hours.
Forgot I said that.
So
Okay. God damn it.
This was a little weird about the
Counterpoints
James
is gonna
Lindsay
leave.
conversation because it seemed like there was this like very strong disagreement, but it was kind of like vague disagreement. I didn't really understand the
Yes.
specifics because, like, when he says in the beginning that CRT is race Marxism. I mean, do you disagree with that, or do you just think that's overly simplistic?
That's way overly simplistic. And something he does a lot is that James Lindsay calls everything Marxism. He called fucking Joe Biden a communist, right? All right. Here's criticism of the left. They call everything fascist to the point where fascist doesn't mean anything.
I know,
but what James Lindsay does and why it's so hard to like get into this
You're
is like
not
when you
laughing.
call something Marxism, everything's Marxism to him. Like, so it doesn't like get into anything. If you call it race Marxism, no. Like, would you call the civil rights movement race Marxism?
Pause.
What?
There's a problem here that isn't being gosh. If everything was actually fascist, we would still have a problem where being called everything being called fascist makes people numb to it. The biggest problem is that not everything is fascist, right? That doesn't map onto reality, and so James Lindsay calling everything Marxist. I mean, there may be elements of Marxism in everything that he's critiquing. He could what is it? Peterson. Peterson has a problem with what is it? Not fascism, the bigger idea, totalitarianism. He has a problem with that, and so a lot of his critiques are critiquing that sort of thing. But
you want to be a dictator, buddy? You totalitarian?
So
well, guess what? You're gonna reign in hell. Do you really think it's better to reign in hell, Bucko? Have you seen North Korea? It's gross.
Yeah. So
you had to bring him up as soon as Puppy came in.
Right. I definitely hear the critique of isn't he calls everything Marxist. I definitely hear that. But what
postmodern neo-Marxism, and it's disgusting.
Right. Now, what are you going to actually do with the problem that a lot of what he's critiques, when are his critiques valid and when are they not? I mean, I imagine I don't know specifically what he said about Joe Biden being Marxist, but maybe if Joe Biden, I'm just spitballing here, Joe Biden has been in favor of equity.
I was going to say, I'm pretty sure it's the equity thing. equity push.
All right, equity and
Okay,
CRT in general.
Well, it's like,
So
when has the left
those
gone too far?
if we talk about
When
those
they
things
start
being,
demanding
if we talk
equality of outcome.
right, if we're talking about those things being Marxist and Joe Biden is in favor of them, then Joe Biden is endorsing Marxism by that extension, by that train of thought. So he's even if Joe Biden doesn't know what he's really endorsing, he hasn't he's too old, he's not updating exactly, he doesn't know what he's talking about. He is still endorsing it. It is still Marxism. There is a critique to be made there about Joe Biden and Marxism.
Yeah.
So
it's just
you
really
haven't actually proven a problem. You just say, I mean, like,
you're
it's one of the things.
It's a false equivalence.
That I have a really big problem. Right. I have a real big problem with Bob. Organized Chaos's critique of the FNT crew and whatnot and stuff. He hears them say, "Oh, this is woke," and he stops thinking. He automatically says that's not a real critique. When if wokeness is theoretically in everything to some extent, then them complaining of, let's even pull it back from that. If it is prominent, if wokeness is prominent in media and they're complaining about it every time they see it, then what you need to do is prove that what they're seeing isn't woke. Sometimes it exists, sometimes it's not. To really give a critique of them, you can't just say that they're saying woke and therefore it's a problem.
Yeah, and that's essentially what he's doing
there you go.
Yeah,
there's a
by
lot
saying
of
that
those,
James Lindsay is looking for Marxism, that seems super disingenuous. Like Jangles' bio and Twitter is SJW Science Dude. You could say the same thing about him. He just sees SJW issues everywhere. If that's what somebody chooses to focus on, it's really disingenuous to be like, well, but they just see the thing that they're actually trying to focus on and explain. It's not like he's putting like weird Marxist things anywhere. He kind of explains the entire history of it, like all the way from Marx to like the neo-Marxists, to the Frankfurt School, to postmodernism, to like Derrida, Foucault, like all that stuff, into critical legal studies, into critical race theory. It's not like he's just coming out of nowhere and just saying everything is Marx.
Yeah, it's not. It is not the same thing.
The word anima comes to mind.
And why?
Anima, as like just this. Like operating perspective, they are inhabited by this idea. Awkward, walking it back, muting.
What? No, I understood it.
Oh, we're going places. Continue.
Yeah, that was good.
I liked it.
Oh, by the way, I'm here now.
Yeah, we know.
Oh, hello.
I didn't want you guys to think that Jordan Peterson showed up. It was me.
Yeah, what would Jordan Peterson sound like saying here, though?
Wash your dick, save your mother from the dragon.
Save your father from the dragon in the underworld, pal. It's the
Clean
only
your room,
thing that
bucko.
matters in life, bucko. If you think that I haven't,
we got two of them. There's an
you're
echo.
wrong.
Quit
It's not
League of Legends.
My God, I'm gonna press play now. Thanks.
Oh no, but it was
See?
it was liberal.
This is ridiculous.
So it was anti.
Okay,
He's
can
conflating.
I steal, man? Can I
Well,
translate?
let me ask the follow-up question. Like, what do you understand why he's labeling CRT, or why I would label CRT race Marxism?
Well, because he would definitely. So there definitely are Marxist elements within CRT.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely, it has a lot of ideology born from Marxism.
Can I articulate those specifically? So
I don't know why.
Okay, pause.
You don't need to, though.
You're not going to make a point.
Yeah.
Because the issue with this debate is that Corner does this a lot, where his plan is to bridge the gap, because he's a quote unquote conservative who spends all his time on leftist debate panels. But the problem here in this debate specifically is that he doesn't need to bridge any gap. Stitch knows exactly what he's trying to say. So he literally just takes time out and goes, "Let me explain what you already know," and then eventually he's going to do his whole shouty thing and then leave. But I'll be nice to Connor because he is Godchild. He does improve in the future, but this isn't a good show for him.
Yeah, no, I guess, but he's gonna try to bridge the gap, realize that they're being dishonest, get really mad about the fact that they're being dishonest, and then flip out.
I really don't. I don't see that. Entirely. I don't blame him for leaving because.
But the thing is, he doesn't achieve anything, which is the problem. And then when he does leave, if I remember correctly, when he does leave, everyone's like, "What the fuck was that about?"
Look what you did to your father. Look, you made him so mad.
Look what you did to your father. Do you really want to make your father angry?
Clean your room.
Day. Some things are sacred. Clean your room.
Stop simping for egos.
Maybe he feels this need to build this bridge because
the bridge is already. But the thing is, like, the bridge is already built. It's just that, like, the Jangles side doesn't want to cross it, and and
Adam
has like a shotgun ready to shoot.
Yeah, Adam is shaking the bridge and like, hey, like,
I dare you to cross it. Well, Sitch. Well, I mean, Sitch and Adam both understand the bridge is there. It's just Jangles.
Yes, they both understand. It's I don't know. Because there's so much conflict.
Quote unquote conflict, because it was all started by Jangles doing taking free right turns to make a left. Because this debate takes 9 hours for a reason.
Yeah. And
Fun
we are
fact,
only 42 minutes in.
Can I
Fun
say
fact,
something?
it only clears.
Hey, that's better than I thought.
I would like to say something, and this applies to everyone here except Andrew. Okay.
Not me.
You guys are great, amazing people. I love you all. Everyone here but
except Andrew.
I don't like you, but you
guys.
What's your problem?
You guys did so much for CP24. Every single one.
CP, who that?
Come on,
I fucking hate cheese pizza. What are you talking about?
Cheese pizza.
CP 2024. It's doing so well.
See, Baffy, come on.
Andrew's a traitor.
Come on, what are you doing here?
Andrew's a traitor. He needs to be.
No, I'm a traitor too.
No, you're not.
Because I didn't say it. Oh, he left. No, he came.
He just jumped out.
Did Andrew knock him out, or did he leave himself?
He kicked me.
Andrew kicked you.
No, what I actually wanted to say. Andrew said something about a half hour ago when I was rushing to get back here from work. Mm-hmm. But he said people who want change now, and that's the beautiful thing about my campaign is that I want change, and I intend to change nothing.
Amazing.
Yeah, I know. Listen, my theory on life. This is why I don't call myself a libertarian. Is because libertarians suck. They just want to libertarianize the first things they can get their hands on, and it never works out. I'm an Well, no, my end goal, like the core tenet of pterodactylism.
Oh my god.
Yeah, aerodactylism.
No, pterodactylism. The
have to have a C in front of it too.
Yeah, dinosaurs and shit. What about it?
No, there's two.
Yeah, it would have to have a C.
The second P is silent. There's two P's, so it's pterodactylism, because pterodactylism would be absurd. But
absurd.
The goal is that one of my descendants will be the king of the New Hampshire lowlands, in about 1,500 years. So that's the time frame I'm working with here. It's anarchy, and then monarchy in the course of 1,500 years, and I think we can accomplish it together.
So you're a future monarchist.
Yeah. Well, it'd be voluntarily following. It's voluntary monarchy, which means it's anarchy, but it's anarchy monarchy because it's a voluntary.
May your great grandchildren be serfs.
Yeah. Whoa.
Yeah. So there's absolute chaos, but it's ruled over by a king.
Well, anarchy doesn't mean chaos. What the hell are you talking about?
Okay, what does it mean? You educate me, please.
Anarchy is a relationship where nobody has force or authority over another person. Anarchy literally means without authority. Okay, so me and you right now, I'm not forcing you to do anything. You're not forcing me to do anything. Anarchy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Michael Mellis kind of describes it as you don't speak for me.
And then how does the king aspect work?
He's just the guy that he just calls himself the king, and everyone is just kind of okay with it.
So like the queen, kind of.
Yeah.
Well, what the queen was.
What the queen was like. He's just some guy. He happens to have my last name. He calls himself the king, and everyone just like, okay, yeah, sure, you're the king, whatever.
Yeah, that's cool. I mean, like the Queen has the power to veto bills and stuff, but she would never dare to do it. She would never do it.
There would be no bills because there would be no government.
Okay.
Okay, the next episode is about anarchy.
Yeah. And this is all in 1500 years, by the way, which is why I brought up Andrew's point that people who want change want it now.
So
I want change in 1500 years.
So are you down with incremental change, or are you against incrementalism?
No. Incremental change is great.
Does it have to be radical?
Incremental change, very slowly. Like my campaign, I think I would lower the budget by, I would lower the deficit by maybe 0.5%, and that's all I would do for 4 years.
I hear you.
Okay.
Maybe more. Maybe more.
It was great hearing for me. It was great hearing.
I was just saying. All right, I was just saying that Andrew said something profound, but whatever. He sucks. We all know he sucks. I changed my mind.
Wait, so there's no point.
I'm going back. I hate Andrew again.
Okay.
You know what sucks about Andrew is that he talks a lot, but also.
I actually think that's kind of a positive.
He talks a lot, but he listens, but he doesn't listen. He waits for his turn to talk. That's what he's doing. And everyone does that. Andrew does it more than anybody else.
Okay, guys.
I mean, I'm listening. I just think you're all wrong.
And now he can't talk right now because if he talks, it makes it look like I was right. So he's got to hold his tongue for as long as possible. It's torture for him.
Stop it. Now I'm gonna get my stick.
He's biting the inside of his cheek right now.
Mom, see Paffy is beating up Andrew.
Holy shit! Just eliminate you from seriously. Every single fucking time we get into
counterpoints to come and hit everybody in the balls. Everybody in here that has balls, they can get clapped in the balls by him. Yay!
Dispute or whatever, it's because somebody else is describing somebody else's position. Just let him use the fucking position, and then if he has a shitty position or like an overly
no position. Connor,
the thing is, he's beautiful. He's right, but he can't say that because he hasn't.
That's the follow-up question. Okay, I'm just gonna go into this. Okay,
here's what Justin said.
Okay, wait, pause.
Because the thing is, Andrew, oh fucking hell, my mind. Adam is right, but the thing is, he hasn't broken down all the necessary layers to be able to say it. So that's why this debate takes so fucking long and only it only gets places when actual Justice Warrior comes on in like the last hour, because when he breaks down all the walls to show that like he's right.
He tried to do that in that first debate too.
Yeah, he did, and then
Adam
Jangles just was like, "Lamal, no, fuck off."
Yeah. Yeah, well, Adam likes to jump to
the actual.
Was it the end of the book?
This is the ending. Let's get there. And they're like, no, that's
Final
not the
boss.
ending.
Like
9 hours later. 9 hours later. Yeah, it is the point.
That's
with NCRT. Justin, would you like to finish that point?
Yes.
I have no idea.
I mean, it gets better.
I would like to go.
It's hilarious so far.
Okay, Jesus Christ. So yeah, there are Marxist.
But we're not here for the end. We're here. We're not here for the destination. We're here for the journey.
Because like,
it's so rough,
what elements of one saying it's Marxist isn't the same thing as saying it's bad. You're just calling it Marxist.
Adam, stop.
Two, like,
everyone's like, stop, Adam.
Movement. How could because Marxism is kind of like you have an oppressor class and an oppressed class. That's kind of where the Marxism element comes from, right?
No.
All right. So would you agree? Is that not okay? Obviously, that's an overly simplistic thing of Marxism, but I think that's
what they're getting.
That's the core of what he's getting at. Did he disagree with it so far?
The civil rights wasn't about abolishing property rights.
No.
The civil rights movement wasn't about like communism.
No. Okay. Cool. Awesome.
Oh my God.
The whole thing is that like oppressor, oppressed class. I think that's where a lot of like it's race Marxism. I think it's where it's coming from. It's where you get like the culture.
So you can kind of understand what he was saying.
So I don't know why this would apply to like any analysis of history where white people were objectively, you would agree, the oppressors, and black people were objectively, you would agree, the people being oppressed. So would you apply like the civil rights movement or abolition? Would you call that race Marxism?
No, and this is the problem: is that all white people were not an oppressive class. There were individual people who engaged in slavery, and the system allowed for that, sure, but it wasn't something that was agreed upon by the entire race. And even to what extent that it was socially acceptable was happened under, what is it, misunderstandings of what people were. There definitely was this idea, and I don't know how accepted it was, but there was this idea that the ideas on race about like black people being lower, that was kind of accepted somewhat. To what extent, I don't know. I think that to what extent people disagreed with it, because they must have, for them, because you wouldn't allow black people to own businesses to be free people if you thought that they were actually less than white people. So it must have been contentious, at least to some degree. So just to classify all white people as being part of an oppressive class is part of the problem.
Yeah, well, I mean,
am I off? Does that sound reasonable? Am I off base?
Well, I think it's because they were not of the oppressed class. That's as far as you can take. You can take it to because they weren't part of the oppressed. It's very easy to call them the oppressor class. Everybody.
I think the idea is something to the effect of a white person can own a slave, and a white person cannot own a slave. But if the slave builds a building for the slave owner, the person who doesn't own the slave can still benefit from the use of the building.
Yeah.
Therefore, that person who is not a slave owner is still benefiting from slavery and is therefore complicit.
Yeah, and that's what Andrew did say. He's like, yeah, he understands that they could benefit, but so that's just a nuanced version of what Jangles is saying.
Well, that I think that the nuance is important. Is my point. I think that we can talk about these things and we can agree that there are all these kinds of problems, but labeling all white people as part of an oppressor class, I feel like is reducing, it's ignoring relevant nuance.
Yes.
I think that it is it in the same way that saying that black people aren't oppressed at all creates problems. Saying that all white people are part of an oppressor class is creating a different sort of problem.
For sure.
Yeah.
But they view as,
if you don't have
a core
and to
tenet of it.
whatever extent, and to whatever extent those problems, will affect white people is minimized or whatnot. So it's not that big of a deal. I would say that having an accurate map of reality is important to solving problems. If you're not understanding the issues accurately, then you're not going to be able to create accurate solutions.
Yeah. Well, of course.
And that's why I think that the nuance is important. Not because white people are going to be become somehow oppressed by this. I mean, certain white people definitely will, but I mean, to what extent that is acceptable or whatnot, I don't know. The point isn't that specifically. The point is that if you're not creating an accurate map of reality, then you're not going to be able to find the accurate solutions.
I would also want to add just like a little bit of charity here. It's hard. Economics is a difficult topic to grasp, especially on the scale that we operate in. and
I
civil
don't think they're
rights.
interested in actually looking at economics, though. I think that's being super charitable.
Yeah, it's pretty easy.
I
thing goes up, thing goes down. Economics.
Fair. I did qualify. I was about to make a charitable statement, though, and
Yeah.
I
You're
acknowledge
right. You're right. Sorry for interrupting you.
All good.
It's all right, buddy. Economics can be hard.
I mean, I've said what I have said. It's tough. I understand that there are people who might have difficulty grasping certain nuances and the enormity of societal issues. It's easier to just sort of condense it down to
something so simple.
Yes.
And lack of nuance.
Yes.
You had
That
lunch
is the problem.
and you went on
That
2
is-
sales calls. Well, Patrick, of course we're still yapping. We have to go for 4 hours. Sorry, Gray, you were talking?
No, just saying, like, that is one of the problems with, critical race theory. It is very simplistic, and it does really make some weird essential claims, like, that is they're activists and scholars engaging in the studying and transforming relationship among racism and power. Like, it's built into the actual definition of what they are. I don't know. It's just kind of weird, but it's always going to kind of put that oppressed class into everything, and it's going to go on the base of race.
You know what's weird? Kitty asked Gray if he was talking, and he said no, and then continued to talk.
No, he meant
I
no.
say that a lot. Sorry.
No, everybody
said
says
no.
that.
Everyone
does that.
No,
Oh, you were
he
about to say
said-
something? No, what I was about
No, I
to
don't
say
say
was-
that. I would
No,
never
he
do that.
didn't say no. He said no because it was like no, like it's not a problem. That's what he meant by no.
Oh,
I get
well, thank you.
joke.
I didn't realize.
He didn't realize that's what he meant.
So just to add to what Gray was saying is that, oh gosh, no, I lost it. Never mind. Moving on.
I was going to say, the thing with CRT is it likes to LARP like it's a giant big brain document when it's really simple. Like the Wicked Supreme conversation was like the best part, where he gave like massive definitions to Adam as Sitch, and then Adam's like, "Okay, so you hate white people," and he's like, "No, it's whiteness is actually really big brain. You don't get it.
It's not people.
Then why do we call it white?
I hate that it's called
because
whiteness.
equality is pertaining to Euro-Americans or Caucasian people or traditions.
I hate it's called whiteness.
Yeah.
It's saying that it's like, I hate that it's called
But
whiteness.
it has nothing to
But
do
it's
with
like,
skin color.
yeah, it's got nothing to do with skin color, and then it's like, okay, but it literally hates everyone that's white.
Salads are better.
Where you go with
Yeah.
this?
I would argue that
Depends on the salad.
it is born out of a type of racism. That's why it's called whiteness. There's no
Agreed.
reason to have called it whiteness.
Yes.
By the time that what was by the 70s, right, is where like it grew out of, like in the 70s is more or less where they created critical legal studies.
Yeah, 70s was
And where they
critical
created
legal.
like these terms.
I think it was 77.
Where they, right, and by that time we already had the concept in science to referring to things neutrally, and the concept of realizing that neutral names are better than what is it?
Non-neutral?
I wanted to say, I guess, the concept that you could that the name of something could be a problem.
Yeah.
That it wouldn't be fair. And so that being the case, and it existing by the biased names, by the thanks Item Wizard, by the and the fact that it didn't change, it didn't reform itself, is telling. I think the fact that they don't want to reform that. There's no way that they never realized that the name is biased. they were very comfortable with the fact that it was biased.
The name whiteness?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, you know what? The mop in that, or the mop, I'm sorry. We call it a mop and bucket now, I guess. But the mop in that argument isn't that good either. Like obviously,
No.
like the Bailey where it's like whiteness is white people is bad, but the Mott where like, oh no, I just meant this culture that happens to be Eurocentric and yada yada yada. It's about hard work and waking up at 7 o'clock. It's like a horrible like that's their idea of their best possible argument to put forward. Like their best defensive position. It's awful.
Like that conversation with Wicked Supreme's like, look, whiteness has nothing to do with white people. It just describes white people.
Whiteness simply refers to the specific dimensions of racism that elevate white people over people of color.
But it has nothing to do with white people.
Experiences that assume to be shared, but are only available to whites. That's all it is talking about.
And it's not racist? No! It's like he was having a temper tantrum that it was called whiteness. It's like, because it makes white people not so friendly to the term. It's like, wow, your term still describes white people, so you're kind of failing, my good sir.
Well,
the name isn't the problem. The definition and the thing is the problem.
It's so easy to just say things like, was it majority privilege in America? And you're going to be talking about white people in general, right? But by calling it majority privilege, you're highlighting the relevancy. You're highlighting what is the point of it, and you're not making a problem, right? And we could even then, the good thing is that we don't need to switch to talk about something different if we create a smaller scale. If we're talking about particular neighborhoods, we could talk about the majority privilege that Black people have within their communities, where you have like a single white property owner in a Black-owned neighborhood, right? Yeah. Not just like or white renter in a Black neighborhood or something. They would be theoretically disadvantaged in certain ways because they are not part of the majority. And we can talk about these same kinds of things. We can talk about the similar effects by providing a neutral term that, one, is just more accurate, and two, isn't polarizing.
They're not looking for it, though.
But
they have the binary paradigm of race.
Because if they're divisive, they can get more ardent followers.
Well, they struggle.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Of course you wouldn't do that. Of course you wouldn't do that.
I'm saying it wouldn't apply, though.
Yeah, it wouldn't apply. That's why.
Why?
Because the civil rights movement was about finding your individual humanity to not be judged by race. Okay.
Yes.
That's
awesome.
And part of the reason that it's called race Marxism is because not only is it just this for what it is, as you said, that part of it is this, labeling, viewing the world as a oppressor group that is sort of motivated by some sort of singular purpose that is kind of acting in a zero-sum way, like, oh, white people have to hoard the resources away from Black people because we live in this zero-sum system.
I have a study for this.
Okay, but what?
So this is what makes it scientific.
What I'm saying is,
I have a study for this.
There obviously was radical leftists in the civil rights movement, but the liberal part of it, that one did not view it in that socialist way, did not view it in a sort of Marxian lens the way that CRT does. So that's why I would say it's not fair to simply say, well, you could call anything Marxian.
Would you agree that Martin Luther King was called over and over a Marxist and a communist?
He was, because by J. Edgar Hoover and other people who wanted to diminish his movement. Sure.
Cool.
Doesn't mean he was, though.
I said, so it doesn't mean he was. No, there's some socialist elements there, but he was very obviously, he did not like, so he adopted some principles from Marxism and rejected others. Like he rejected the rejection of Christianity and religion. He rejected that part of it.
What? He was a fucking Christian minister.
He rejected
Oh my God, Adam, you are functionally incapable of listening, are you?
Okay.
Oh.
He just said he rejected Christianity. But...
Just
No, I
said,
said
oh.
Rejected the rejection.
Okay, so
That's funny because Adam
for
is the
for
only
the
one
rest
that's
of the
hearing
debate,
exactly
let's
what they're
all
saying.
talk in double negative. Okay? I will start by
If it's
saying
too
that I
confusing for
don't.
you, we can write it out.
I will say. I will start by saying that I don't dislike Jangles. Okay.
Oh, thanks for the
and I would understand you because that's a normal thing to say.
Okay.
Yeah.
But anyway, continue.
All right, so there are elements of Marxism within.
I would have thought it was more normal.
Race Marxism is making it way too
You're
simple.
talking about MLK, or were you done with that point?
I was kind of done with that point.
Oh, okay. So
Okay,
I mean,
I would-
MLK was very explicitly anti-Marxism,
Anti-communist as well.
anti-communist.
Okay. Can I feel like we're on the cusp of understanding, so I just want to expand a point and make sure that everybody's on
I
the same
feel like
fucking
we're on the
page so we can move
cusp of
past
nothing,
like, oh, your
Jesus.
definition's stupid, this, that, the
We
other. okay?
still have got no
So-
answer out of Jangles, so I'd like to make
He-
that notice
Adam-
before we
Adam,
move on.
I'll-
let it go.
So,
Okay, I'll
so
say-
we
Why do
don't
you answer
know
my question?
right
Lefties,
now. We don't know
please.
one
Lefties,
single
please.
thing that Jangles is for in critical race theory. And
Point
in a
of personal
debate
privilege.
on critical
He
race theory,
ask.
it seems like that
So
might be
ask.
relevant. But let's move on.
Okay,
I'm guessing
taking the
you
no,
missed
Jangles,
it.
shut the fuck up. I'm taking the goddamn talking stick.
Don't say people's names. Say everybody shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up for a second. Holy shit.
I just want to tell everyone.
Okay,
that
Counterpoints is-
nobody actually made Connor.
This is one of the reasons why I love
Yeah,
this
totally.
debate. Is Counterpoints is so hilarious.
You know, we should have a talking stick.
Everybody stop.
Guys.
All right, so
Doomer,
We have
did
to-
you
The
want to say
talking
something?
kazoo.
We have to
Adam,
send it
I'm
in the
gonna
mail
keep it.
anytime somebody
All
wants to
right,
talk.
So
Yeah.
You get
all right,
back
so
in 3.5
your
weeks.
answer,
You go,
which
okay,
was
what are we talking about?
unsatisfactory, was there are some descriptive elements that he agrees with, some descriptive elements that he doesn't. There are some
Good
prescriptive
Connor.
elements that he agrees with, some that he doesn't agree with. And while that might feel a little
Adam, relax, yeah.
slippery,
Everybody's
I'm sure
telling
if we
you
asked
that.
a follow-up question, he could maybe get into some of the descriptive things that he agrees with and some of the prescriptive things he agrees with. Now, I wanted to articulate some of my objections because Jangles was acting like we would all, number one, that the race Marxism definition was stupid, and number two, that we would agree with some of the descriptive elements of what he said when I actually don't. Okay, so number one, the steelman of the definition of race Marxism is that, Marxist material analysis or whatever divides the world into two different camps, the bourgeoisie and the proletariat.
Why is he
the owners and the
steelmanning
workers,
this?
And the only
Yeah.
way
Supposedly,
that
Jay
we can
Wendy's said
achieve,
this, not
like
any
a
of them.
peaceful, harmonious, beautiful world is by abolishing the bourgeois
They haven't said
and just having the proletariat run everything. Okay, that's typical communist socialist Marxism. Okay,
about it.
now if you take that formula of identifying several classes and saying that this class needs to use its political power in order to abolish a different class, then that is absolutely what's happening in the Marxian analysis of race, which like you don't have to call it Marx because Marx is economics, but the leftist analysis of race that CRT is based upon, where they're saying that whiteness.
I'd
not
like to
white
point out that this is the
people,
moderator.
but the
who's
concept
doing
of
a lot of heavy
culture
lifting
and
right here.
dominance and being on time and all that bullshit is an essential, I don't even want to say essential, a created cultural aspect of a dominant culture that in order to gain like social harmony, you have to abolish that concept. I viscerally disagree both with the descriptions and prescriptions, and I want to talk about the descriptions real quick.
Why are we
Jangles,
talking
you
about
kind
what
of
you agree
assume
with?
That like I or Adam or PSA Sitch would agree that whites were the objective oppressors during certain times of history or something like that. The reason why I don't like that analysis is because it ignores a lot of like the different factional strife during certain amounts of time. So for instance, in the 19th century in particular, where like whites were obviously historically oppressing black people, the black people were only 13% of the population of the United States. So if they were always an oppressed class with no sympathy or allies outside of their own thing, they would still be slaves today. That's very clearly not what happened. Almost 50% of the fucking country went to war with 50% of the other country.
Still not talking
and
about
killed,
CRT
I want to say
properly.
500,000 people died in this
No.
war in order to abolish
Moderator.
the institution of slavery. I'm not saying that the Northerners were like anti-racist or woke or they weren't fucking race realists or anything like that, but I'm saying that the
Why are you even talking? You're the
critical race
moderator.
theory that the whites during certain times in history
Take
are
back the
objectively
title. It goes back to him.
it basically it categorizes it in such a
Even though
broad
Adam
stroke
is like
that it's almost
fire
useless,
most
and
of
to
the-
me it's fucking vile
Yes,
because
racist.
it's missing so much of the nuance of history.
Yeah.
I would agree with that. All right.
Yeah,
then
I
I'll
actually
walk
agree
it
with
back.
that too. That's totally
was
agreeable
overly-
position.
I don't know
Right,
about
so
you
I
guys.
was
I did
overly
not have
simplistic
this
when I said
weird
white people were the
romanticized
I'll
view of
take that out.
history being taught to me.
I guess it's a good thing.
I do not understand where that comes from. I don't know about anybody else.
Romanticized?
Yeah. I don't know.
What is
I was
the
taught
romanticized
weird
version?
history.
We didn't. You see, our history is only really centered around apartheid. So I suppose you guys just center on what's the name? Slavery.
Yeah, depending on
Well, even when
what
they
decade or whenever
even
you
when
were
we were
educated.
talking about the Wild West and you know before all of that, they talked about Indians being persecuted. They talked about like
Your history is just horrible.
Decimation. The decimation of buffaloes.
Yeah.
They taught
Nothing is good in history.
And this is all just stuff. This was stuff in grade school. I mean, one of the things that we learned about was the railroad, and oh gosh, I can't remember the guy's name, but there's the
John Henry.
Oh,
yes.
John Henry, love that guy.
I mean,
great Johnny.
Yeah.
Cash.
Right. Yeah. And so we learned about him and stuff. I mean,
I thought he was fake.
If there was any romanticism, it was it was right. If there was any romanticism at all, it was pro-black people.
For sure. Mine was definitely a strong anti-white history. The history textbook that we used was actually like a Howard Zen one, so revisionist, weird history. So I don't know. It seemed weird to me, but yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, same here. But I think that if you were like a half smart child, and to be fair, most people weren't. I mean, about half people aren't half smart. But
so a quarter of people are not smart.
Yeah. So about half the people aren't half smart. So half the people there will look at the classes, and you start at the very beginning, and you're like, well, the Protestants moved, they fled from England to get their freedom, and then they persecuted some Indians, but then there was slaves, but then there weren't slaves, and the Indians stopped being prosecuted, and then there was no more segregation. And
BRB, I need to get a headache pull.
The way they teach it is they go, look at this.
Dude, you're giving her a headache.
Me?
Come on.
I mean, come on, man. Sorry.
Yeah, well, I was just saying that they teach it like they look at this series of atrocities, but if you're half smart, you go, feels like these atrocities are getting less bad. So actually, you could reframe that as like a slow growth to true freedom for everybody.
Fair enough. Yeah.
I mean,
it does seem like you need to do some reading between the lines to get there, but yeah, you're right.
But that is like
what's
what's actually
half smart. Yeah.
Well, it sounds like you're asking for nuance. You know that can't happen.
Yeah, we can't have that. You might, land on the wrong side of it. No, don't think for yourself. No nuance.
I remember there was I don't know. This is we had a teacher, like a big hippie, and he had a day where he taught us all about feminism.
Oh, no.
Oh wow.
I know, horrible. But everyone around like the table or whatever, like these little itty bitty elementary schoolers were like, dude, this sounds like bullshit to me. I remember being like, I feel like this isn't happening the way you're saying it's happening.
What did he say? 1 billion women were killed in a protest. It was epic.
It was a lot about the wage gap.
Oh, fuck off.
I know. It was a lot about the wage gap, the pink tax. And
I think all of these been disproven, and yet they keep saying it.
Yeah.
Well, this was a little bit before. Well, you know what's funny? I was thinking is that nobody ever like changes their mind, but sometimes arguments that people use just sort of fade out. Not because people stop believing.
I think that happens mostly,
but just because people realize they're ineffective.
Yeah. Well, actually, you see that a lot with feminism.
Like they all still believe in the wage gap, but nobody argues it anymore because it's like a totally ineffective argument.
Well, it's not one. It's largely not real.
I mean, they don't care.
Have you heard about the
cases
soccer team?
Individual cases might exist.
The one soccer team?
Yeah.
Soccer team.
Yeah. The calculations are really important, and they don't.
You can't just do a single factor analysis. You gotta factor in about 27 different factors. One of them is gender.
Change it to see. And that's terrible. Fuck no.
Okay, you guys done?
Sorry.
By the way, what I was saying about American history was mostly for you.
No, apparently.
For me.
Because I guess
I mean, Kid has got
Waffles isn't American. What are
British,
you? You English?
Turf Islandish.
So he's really close to us. I mean, not geologically, just like family tree-ish. He's closer to us.
Yeah,
but...
so I mean, Black British, so I'm kind of off on the side.
Oh yeah, that does throw a wrench in it, doesn't it?
What is that supposed to mean?
What are you trying to say?
Jab is here. This is a fucking full house.
What a curveball, man!
Okay. I'm gonna
Hello,
I'm just gonna be like the moderator. You guys can speak.
No, I was talking to you.
You guys did this at like the worst time. I'm
did this
on a
at the
working
worst
trip
time?
in
It's
DC
the same
right now.
time every
So
week.
Oh, it's 8 p.m. over here.
Shut up.
Wait, you're for the Secret Service?
Yes.
Jab.
He's a U.S.
I
Marshal.
can't answer too many questions. It's all top secret. So no questioning
Well, I'm
about my
very
line of
happy you
work.
could
All right.
make it.
Mm-hmm.
Don't never ask him. Don't ask me about my work. Don't ask me about my business.
Yeah,
Oh,
but I
actually,
need a supply of
Stretch
8-year-olds. Everyone. Wait, sorry.
Stretch X.
We've all. What?
Anyway, Axel.
All right, so we're talking about
some stretches.
Jab is in the
this-
adrenochrome collection unit.
Yep.
Oh,
This,
That's why
very
they call him
prestigious.
Jab.
I feel like chat
Oh, it
is.
makes sense.
There's more people. There's fewer people in chat than there are in.
He's like a Cartman in that one
stream.
episode of South Park where he's trying to sell the 33 fetuses. He's like calling
Oh
up
my
Planned
God, my
Parenthood. He's
head.
like,
Okay,
you got some stem cells for me, pal? I work for the Clintons. Come on.
Guys, we have to get to an hour of having watched this. Okay, so let's go.
Okay.
We got an hour, so I think we can do it.
Stop that shit.
Okay.
Dude, you're like 2 states away. I'll find you, and I will buy you a drink,
I'll find
and then
you.
I will kick you in the.
He will find you.
Well, find you, and I'll buy you a drink.
It's a tempting offer.
Like what?
So, fuck! No, that was my fault. I'm sorry. That was my fault.
I don't know, Doomer. You were nice enough to come on, so I feel like if you had any point you want to make on CRT, you should make it.
I mean, I just want to take a piss. Honestly, I don't know exactly what we're talking about. Right now.
Oh, okay.
Why did you invite him?
Fuck you. Doomer can be on whatever show he wants.
His base media.
Doomer is
my
cute.
fucking brigadier.
Doomer gets to stay. Doomer can come and go, just be on the show and not do anything. He has no. It's like you know, if somebody comes to your house, shame this.
I really dislike Doomer.
It's like
he reminds me of
because
somebody.
you guys would.
He reminds me of somebody I dislike,
No,
but I
he-
can't quite put my finger on it.
yourself.
It's great reasoning.
But no, it's like he's like part of the furniture or whatever. It's like, what are you coming to my house and you're telling me that I must now get rid of my stoat? No, fuck off. My stoat.
Right?
You get out. You're allergic to stoats. Fuck off.
He's more like putting
He's
a
a mascot.
couch
18,
where the
man.
coffee table should be, just like a second couch. He's like, why is this thing here?
In case we have company. Come on.
Yeah.
Of course he's gonna be here. What's so where do you want to go
Oh
with
my
this?
gosh.
You want to? Can we
Okay.
move on to the anti-science-ness of CRT?
We can
since
move on
Jangles.
wherever.
Well, Adam, do you want to ask Jangles
Okay,
about
but,
his
okay.
descriptive and prescriptive
After
things that he
when we
always
get to
does?
the hour, we can stop. When we get to the hour, how far away from the hour are we?
We got 8 minutes. So we good.
Okay, so it's gonna take us a while. I don't think we need to rush, but when we're done, we need to watch. Okay, you know, City Bike Karen.
Yeah.
We had lunch the other day.
Soul Snack did
How's she
a
doing?
version of it.
Oh, she's well.
No, Soul Snack did a version of it.
Okay.
The story. You know Soul Snack, right?
I'm assuming
don't.
it's
No
very
idea.
fair, very straight down the middle.
Okay. No. Okay. So they are like okay. So they're cringy, kind of woke. Gosh, it's like SNL without any laughs.
So SNL.
Yes.
Yeah, but it's really okay. So it's
Yeah,
what
I'm
is it?
looking at it right now. Or
Yeah.
the thumbnail.
Crazy
It looks
Karen
horrible.
steals scooter. Then this happens.
Okay.
Are these like dollar store Darman videos?
Yes, kind of.
I don't know what that is, but probably
Kind of looks like him.
You don't know a Darman feature? Where have
Sorry,
you been?
hold on. Look at Adam's face right now.
That is a pretty good
That's
pause.
a nice face.
That is the face of a
Yeah.
stellar press secretary right there. Just an A+ kind of communicator.
He's yelling at his dad. He's yelling at Connor. He's like, no.
By the way, I don't have a whole lot of time. I'm on lunch right now.
Okay.
So.
Oh yeah.
Let's go.
Hey, wouldn't you love Adam as a press secretary?
Because the stream is never complete without.
Someone
me.
asks you a question like, "How does the
I
president
make
feel
the
about this?"
stream.
He goes, "Shut up. Why do you hate white people?"
He's not going to answer. Okay, listen.
He agrees with some of it.
Asking
prescriptive.
him.
He agrees with some of it.
So
Prescriptive.
which
Okay.
ones,
Disagrees with
LSP?
others.
That would be
It's
my
like
fault.
this-
Right again.
Yeah,
no,
that
no,
would be the question Adam should ask, but Adam doesn't have a cogent thought in his head, so he can't ask the next
Oh, it's
question.
hitting my
Why
head.
do
Ask
you
me.
do this?
Ask me.
Oh,
Listen,
I will be
it's
as
shots
honest and
thrown.
direct
What
as
are
I
the
can.
descriptive and prescriptive elements of CRT that you agree with Jangles? Everybody else, please shut the fuck up.
All right, so descriptive elements.
Okay.
One, I do believe. So it's let's see, which tenet is it? So descriptive elements. So these are the basic tenets of CRT. I really agree with the social construction thesis that races are a byproduct of social engineering, not of biology. I definitely agree with that. And if you
Like,
remember,
why are we even
Okay,
talking about
okay.
that?
Just
That's
something
not
about
that.
that.
But
Yeah.
Something about that argument. It's fucking cringe. No matter what goes on, like call it whatever you want, race, height, whatever. People always judge people differently.
Yeah.
Like there was a genocide that
Anything
happened in
different.
Africa. I mean, there are many
On
genocides.
a
that
thousand
happened in
different
Africa.
factors.
Yeah, where like there was like a tribe of everyone was black. There was a tribe of really tall black people and a tribe of not so tall black people, and they wiped out the not so tall black people.
I'm
It wasn't
imagining
due to
I'm
race.
imagining literally like a team of basketball players and then like midgets.
Team of basketball players versus Kevin Hart.
What, you're saying Kevin Hart can't hoop? Come on, man.
I mean, I haven't seen it before. If you've got evidence,
He's got the height for it.
do you have a?
Yeah. It's inevitable. We would have tribes based
Do you have a
on
peer-reviewed study for that claim?
I don't. I'm still working on it.
Kevin
I
Hart.
haven't submitted it yet, but any day now.
I'll review it. I'm here.
Proof Kevin
Okay.
Hart can hoop.
He's a peer.
Yeah, it was great. It was a good study.
But the point
No,
is,
yes,
the
it's
point
peer
is,
reviewed.
you can call it whatever you want. People will always judge people on differences. I mean, India has the caste system. That wasn't because of white people.
no.
Yeah.
Oh, but we yeah.
Yeah, but
No,
it's
but
pretty
we-
fire though. It's pretty cool.
I mean, look, I got nothing against racism. Wait,
Oh no. You know what? For me, my point here on this is not critical race theory. This bit that he's talking about here.
No.
It's not a
I mean, like-
critical thing to say that race, racial, that biology and whatever. There's no actual value difference between the races. That is not critical race theory. That's just
No.
normal.
It's almost
a critical
almost the
theory.
opposite.
It's
Yeah, I don't
social
think anyone
construction
in the
theory.
call at this point in time
Yeah, but-
disagrees with that in their call.
and that's
Yeah, I don't.
this
yeah.
is-
So what is the point of that?
But this is just where all critical race theory discussions go. They
well,
they knock out
the
points
point-
that nobody disagreed with and pretend that
Yes.
like it's a big thing.
Yeah, it's
Well,
Well,
I
it's a win.
think
It's like
Sitch and
Apple.
Adam
Apple
are asserting
saying,
that
Look at our new product that everybody else made.
Well, the point is
Yeah.
that so they could call Sitch and Adam race realists once they disagreed.
Yeah. Exactly. That is it. Yes. So you're right.
Which Adam literally said at
He
the very
literally
beginning,
said, yeah.
which is the problem.
Yeah, it's literally like
I don't know if it's that. I think it's that Sitch and Adam may be asserting that critical race theory has this level of race bending to it, like kind of like they're asserting that critical race theory is racist, and Jangles is saying that it's not. I think that's why he's kind of making this point. If I wanted to be charitable,
and if you want to be charitable,
I haven't
it could
watched
be
this
like,
debate in a while.
look, we know that race isn't a thing. Yeah.
But then at that point you would need to like find out what critical race theory actually is.
Well, as we know, critical race theory is whatever it needs to be.
Yeah, critical race theory is black people and white people are the same. Black people, white people should be treated the same, and we need to genocide the whiteness. And if you would disagree with that, you're a race realist.
Ta-da! Summary.
Some people say that the construction of it was simply to oppress black people. So I want it to be clear. Do you believe in that aspect of it?
Yes. I think that is
okay.
historically
So
supported.
race
Now,
race
again,
was just created to
very...
oppress black people. That's the descriptive element that you believe in.
No, I believe in if you,
well,
from a
hold on.
Didn't he just say yes?
Yes, no.
Yeah, he did. But I mean, one of the this is another kind of Sitch's law type problems where social construction is like things happening on their own.
Someone's audio is ticking.
Yeah, I don't know who's that.
It's not ticking anymore.
Is it me?
No, it's gone.
Okay, so other people might create a what is it? You could do something intentional like create money. That was definitely an intentional act. But or you can just like adopt like President Sunday talking about the adoption of hunting clothes in becoming business clothes. There was some level of intention of that at every given step, but there wasn't like there was this intention at the end of it all or at the beginning of it all to create the end product at any given point.
Also, I think President Sunday's thing about hunting clothes becoming business clothes is like 90% untrue.
Oh, okay. I'm not surprised.
I tried to find what he's looking at. He's like hunting clothes became business clothes, and that's sort of like saying, well, they wear jackets and pants while hunting. So you see the straight line here.
Oh wow.
Oh wow.
No, that's. I find I could, gosh, and talk about like charitability. The reason why I gave that any clearance, that's not the right word, but the only reason I believed it at all was because I could see how like incremental steps of adopting a kind of formal attire, could evolve over time to become something else.
Well, hunting clothes were just like kind of clothes. Like in the modern day, we think of like, oh, the hunting section in Dick's Sporting Goods when you hear hunting clothes. But when people used to go hunting, they would just wear their clothes. Like hunting clothes didn't really even used to exist.
I mean, is this the cringe argument? Kind of like is this the cringe argument? The origin was evil.
Yeah.
I fucking hate it.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I think this is backed up, and it's a lot more nuanced than this. But yes, race was created to justify a power structure. Obviously, people knew that there were different peoples in the world, but the creation of like the 4 races, white, yellow, red, and black, these were absolutely created after to justify a social hierarchy. Now, is that overly simplistic, and does it apply to every single person throughout history? No, absolutely not. But there is a lot of historical support for this notion that race is a byproduct of justifying current social hierarchies and economic hierarchies and land hierarchies and
so what will be the next one that you agree with? What will be the next one?
So I agree with that, and I also agree that because of this, that racism is systemic. It is normal rather than an aberration. As in, like individual instances of racism are not like the sole focus of racism. It's kind of baked into the cultural values, baked into the economic positions of a lot of people because of those wide-ranging effects. And those effects.
So give us one more description and then roll into prescriptions.
All right. So I agree with the simultaneous notion of we should like you should listen to someone's perspective as a group that they identify with. I think it's important to do that. And I also agree that exists an uneasy tension with another core tenet of critical race theory that says that like individuality is incredibly important and no one should be essentialized based on their identity. Cool.
Except
those are the
doing
descriptive
that.
elements I agree with.
Tear each other's throat.
Right?
Oh fuck.
You wouldn't understand because
You're saying
marriage counselor just walked out.
Okay.
Yeah,
Was that
What's your
overly
question, Adam?
wordy?
What's your
The,
question?
the,
Adam?
la-
You
the
just-
last one was about race. Race is a social construct and not biological. Is that a fair assessment of what you said for the last point, the descriptive element?
Not the last point, but the one before that, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, no, the one before that was race. Race is the norm. Racism is the norm. You had 3
It was like
points.
it was in
one
between.
was
I
one
did
was
say that, sure.
race is created to oppress black people. 2 is race is the norm. 3 is race is a social construct and not biological.
You see the super chat that was just sent, Adam?
Yeah, how'd you
It
do
was
that?
you.
Oh,
You
great.
sent
Now
the
I'm
super
looking for
chat
the super
yourself.
chats.
How'd you do
Adam
that?
friended for 5 Canadian. Wow, Adam, you're Canadian now? This is amazing.
I didn't send
Adam
that
says,
super chat.
Adam says, today I passed the title of world's best moderator to Counterpoints and sent that to my sidekick closet where I belong as Closet's best class.
That was very generous of Adam.
Yes,
I'm
thank
not-
you. I didn't know, Adam, you're Canadian. This is great news.
I think that's CT fucking with you, but
Yes.
hats off to you.
It has
CT.
to be
That's pretty good.
because you can't do the name thing in Super Chat. You can only do it Streamlabs, etc.
Anyway,
No, you can do it by creating a new account.
Yeah, but how do you make an Adam friended?
I mean, somebody made like
there's so many Andrew Clarks, of course. Yeah.
You could put in like an underscore instead of a space, or a space where I don't think Adam has a space. There's so many things you could do to just make it very similar.
Yeah, Chinsia, stop it. Sorry.
I'm still world's best moderator, but so those are the 3 descriptive elements that you have.
Yeah, like 3.5. Yeah.
I mean, look, we already admitted none of us here are race essentialists. We all think race
Right.
is a social construct and not a biological thing. So
awesome.
But
It
that
wasn't
sounded
CT,
like
was
that's,
it
I
you?
was just simplifying the last thing that you said, the last descriptive claim that you made. So if you made a different one, tell
Well,
me.
no, the last I did say that it just wasn't the last thing. It was simply a numerical thing.
What was
last
the
thing I
what was
said-
the last thing?
The last thing I said was I agree that there exists this uneasy tension between like you need to listen to individual voices within the identities that you're talking about. So we need a qualitative analysis of different experiences. It's a necessary part of like any sort of social framework, and that
So
also
that's
exists in
prescriptive, though.
no, that's descriptive. It's because you need that. And
You
then
said we
can use
need it.
that
God,
for
talking past one another is
Yeah,
just
needs are
unreal.
definitely
Oh man,
prescriptive.
just like
It's like
the
what
whole
is the
discussion
language?
What is
is
the
on whether or
horrible
not critical race
If you're
theory,
saying that we need
theory
those
has like a
voices, those
critical, like has a racist bend to it. That's the whole, like that's where their disagreement is. They need to like
But they're just.
wave away all the muddiness and just get to the like main point. Like get
Is it?
descriptive.
They have not
I like
gotten.
when
to
my
it.
favorite part of this debate is when Sitch pulls out a book and actually starts reading excerpts from the like actual material, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's
Like
pretty
that will
awesome.
be the
voices.
deciding
Should we
factor in
skip-
all of this.
should we
And-
skip
and we're
ahead?
just-
Well, it's actually kind of funny because
Uh-huh.
the way this debate comes to an end is when Jangles challenges is Stitch to read, like, go, hey, back up what you just said, and he reads an
And then he
excerpt from a
does.
debate.
Oh
And
my
then
that's
god!
like
you
the
have
best
to
part of
see
the whole
that. I have
there's
to
like a
see
10-minute
that.
silence,
Sam?
and then they finally
Yeah.
get somewhere. But that's
When
like
is,
8
when
hours
is
in.
that?
It's like 8
Oh.
hours in. And Jangles is like, go fuck yourself. Tell me.
Yeah, that's further in.
Just like get me a quote
Read the
now.
material.
Well, we can.
Oh my
You
gosh.
can
And then
visually
he
scan
does.
for it. Just look. Just write down. We're at what 56:44, and then just here I'll put that into chat.
Destiny and Riley Grace Roshong did the same thing in the CRT debate with Sean, actual Justice Warrior.
Because unfortunately, these debates don't go anywhere.
Yeah, no, you're at super chats.
8 hours.
No, it's
Yeah.
you're into super chats.
Oh,
Go
I'm
back,
into super
pull
chat.
back.
This is
Just look for where.
this-
AJW joins at some point. Tries to clarify.
He's there
Yeah.
now.
Look for.
I don't see
He's there
Jangles
now.
on there.
But the other people aren't there, so you want to wait before they leave.
Still, 5 hours.
You won't where he first joins, basically.
Nice.
This is like how I find them reading my own super chats. This is when I don't care about the rest.
Well, there's an easier way to do that. If all you have to do is, if you're interested in a super chat, you just need to remember what was said in it and then type it into the
chat replay.
I think
yeah,
CPAF,
that's how I find. That's how,
problem remembering what's said.
Yeah, I have no idea. That's why I re-listen to them because I forget what I said and I like to rehear my jokes.
Oh yeah. No, I
he commented on something the other day. I can't get enough of myself. You did in the video.
I had
comment.
to go. I had
Too
to,
much.
Yeah,
too
I had
much
to go. So
rubber.
I didn't watch all of yesterday's stream.
Oh my god, you didn't see all my super chats? Oh my god.
I saw some of them, but I had to leave pretty early.
I feel bad. I liked
I will
liked
listen back for
when
it.
they read JMac super chat where he said CP 2024, and then I don't think Adam knew. He was like, JMac, you're voting for CP 2024, and then Sitch got to explain the whole thing to their guests.
I love it when that happens. I love it when Adam's like, what? Okay, so I don't know.
That's what started this whole conversation, which was, why were people getting mad at Caitlyn Jenner with the cornrows? And you said it's because people feel like it's kind of like a hipster thing. It's like, whoa, I've lived my experience as black, and I've suffered for that. And
I have no idea. I haven't watched this debate in a while.
Cultural meaning, some sort of like deep.
It's a little frustrating to listen to.
Expression, and when that expression is adopted as an aesthetic that's trendy, that doesn't mean anything to that individual person, I think it's okay to take offense to it.
But don't you think it's exactly counterproductive to the entire goal they should be striving for?
I think. Well, no, I think it's fine to like.
Okay, should I go back?
Okay, so there's a difference between someone like adopting a.
Yeah, might as well.
A headdress.
Just don't know where they are at. Oh, do you have a Zippo?
Yeah, I think it's Jab. Are you playing with your Zippo?
Do disparate outcomes exist?
Somebody's playing with a Zippo.
What the hell is a Zippo?
A Zippo lighter.
No, I'm not playing with a Zippo.
I didn't know you could hear that.
Of course, it's Calvin.
No, CPAF, Cal.
Gordon got just went through a bit of a little phase now, and he has all of his Zippos, and he was walking around making that noise. So
this has to be the original fidget.
Yes.
This is so good.
Definitely. Who's doing it? Yeah,
it's Calvin.
That's a Zippo, yeah.
And do we need to address them through social institutions, and then what social institutions, et cetera, et cetera? Whereas if I'm talking to a progressive, then I've been inculcated in this region of Twitch politics for so long that I just concede. The term systemic racism because I don't want to fight about it. But from the conservatarian lens, I think part of the offense of the term systemic
it actually wasn't a Zippo. It was
either
the top to a bottle of ranch dressing.
The previous creators of social institutions were racist, or they created race-blind policy that fucked over,
hands, or is that a huge Zippo letter?
Disparately. And I'm sure since Sean's here now, he's going to bring up the fact that people, through culture, interact with systems differently based off of their culture, which this was a while ago, so I don't expect anybody to remember it. But LSP brought up the fact that cultures, if we're going to isolate out of all these variables, what creates cultures is often
I love Adam's trying to fit everyone onto the screen.
So how do you, the real question, which I know we're not going to answer when it's probably going to turn into a shit show now, but the real question for me is if we acknowledge that disparate outcomes were
See you, Lucifer.
And we wanted to address them societally.
Or probably
number
be in
one,
bed.
what are the prescriptions? And number two, how do we all get on board with those prescriptions? And then I'll let the shit show roll.
Let's keep with definitions. Sitch, you want to respond to the teaching?
First, I want to say hi, Sean. Thanks for coming on.
What's up, Sean?
Hi, Sean. Man, fuck Sean.
Yeah, I agree. No,
Was that
So
you,
mean.
man?
They didn't even say fuck him. Oh, hi, Sean.
No, I think it was LSP.
My issue with the systemic
fuck Sean.
racism is that
Fuck Sean.
it's too the way it's interpreted publicly is that just it always
Sean, actual
gets
justice
conflated
warrior,
with
really gets my
individual
elephant.
racism. And a perfect example of this.
I agree. That's a
right,
problem.
but I think that's why the term is
Enjoy your
not
walk,
useful.
Lucifer.
I mean, a
Was there a
perfect
better term
example-
you could propose in its place?
Let him finish.
I would promote any term that doesn't have the word racism in it, because unfortunately in America that word is just so it draws people's minds down a specific pathway. And to me, a good example of this was the George Floyd case, where there was no evidence in the trial that was ever given that Derek Chauvin did anything he did because he hates black people or because he's racist or anything. And it was just sort of assumed that he was individually racist. But whenever you get into a conversation with someone about this, it would basically get down to them saying, well, you know, Derek Chauvin might not be racist, but there is a systemic racism in policing. And it's like, okay, maybe, but that's like an entirely different issue that has entirely different prescriptions that could possibly fix a problem.
So I absolutely
than
agree with the
individual
problems that you. I absolutely agree with the problem that you brought up. It is very, very. It is. I would argue it is impossible to objectively determine that someone is racist. You're always making inferences that would pass beyond a reasonable doubt.
Well, he did say "fuck you" and grab for the gun, though. I mean, there are ways to tell if someone's racist. I mean, they could be overtly racist.
No, even if someone's overtly racist, you can still only infer. You're never going to have an objective analysis. There's no racism dipstick that you can stick in someone's ear and pull it out, right?
If someone admits that they're racist,
it's gonna depend on what you mean by objective. So, like objective doesn't mean 100% universally true. Or like just fact, like absolutely factual, right? Like it can be, like you can make inferences that are kind of removed from emotional bias.
Yeah.
But then I guess then someone would argue that since we're humans, it's impossible for us to have anything other than a bias looking at things. But like at that point, we're getting like really metaphysical, and you have to kind of get really deep into like epistemological understanding of like what is truth. You know, how do we determine?
Is this table real?
Yeah.
I really hate when it gets to that level.
It's like, what are we doing
there's like a level of there's a level of willful kind of ignorance that comes with a lot of that type of thinking. I feel like,
for sure.
Whenever someone asks you like real, you should just slap them in the face.
Like a lot of that is kind of baked into the discussion. Yeah, like there's a type of pedantry. There's like a certain type of pedantry and willful ignorance. Like a lot of like those sort of like more metaphysical or epistemological sort of grounding will already kind of be baked into whatever sort of discussion you're going to be having, because most people operate on that level, right? Whether or not it's like explicitly upfront, or whether or not they're explicitly upfront about it, right?
Well, everyone.
I think most normal people understand that we're like whether or not they say it, understand on some level that we're arguing within like a human framework.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, since we're on this topic, I have a definition of normal from 2 weeks ago.
No.
Okay.
It's just conforming to the general expectation.
Fair enough.
Okay, there you go.
I can get on board with that.
So,
does that define horse?
Where is this breakdown happening? Are we there?
The breakdown?
Is it about to happen?
No, we couldn't find it.
No.
So we're just moving along and enjoying what
are we an hour in yet?
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, we're an hour in.
Well,
nice.
But how many people?
Achievement unlocked.
No, I understand that.
Like,
but
racist
if someone
I don't know what kind of achievement is level 1.
People accused of a hate crime will say that they're not racist or homophobic or whatever they were accused of hate crime for. The vast majority.
Sure. Okay.
But I do think that there is a reasonable inference, especially with the response to the George Floyd murder. We still got some problems. Like there's a lot of like wanting to justify this pretty unjustifiable murder. A lot of people say we're trying to justify why he ought to have died. So I still think.
Do you think that's because the people are racist?
I think it's
It might be an element of it. Like that could easily be an element of it.
Oh my god!
I hate this conversation so much.
No, okay. It's so dumb because the reason why they feel comfortable. Okay, people who are.
I love you guys.
People who. No, it's just so
We
dumb.
love you
no,
too.
because people feel comfortable
I love all of you
trying
guys
to
except
defend
Andrew.
someone because they feel comfortable trying to defend someone because they don't feel like the other person is racist. Sorry, because they're not racist. All of these things. It's because they're fighting because they disagree with racism being an element, not because they are comfortable with racism. People will argue that when you are arguing with a racist, because I have heard those conversations, like Bob, right? Well, when he was defending the phrase Uncle Tom, he said, well, he's not wrong.
I mean, the thing
it's not
the thing with racists is that they don't hide their racism. It's like the racists are racists. That's it.
Well, no, I tend to hide my racism quite a bit. I mean, it's just not good to have out like flopping around.
I mean, I don't know if you see me on Twitter.
We all know you do, Calvin, but for other people, typically for normal people.
Oh, normal people don't hide their racism.
Yeah.
Well, the point, because the reason why I fucking despise these types of conversations is it's the whole if you notice it, you're the problem. It's like,
well, hold on.
How'd you get there?
The clan, they wear hoods. They wear face masks.
I'm right.
Yeah, with that, I think I'm gonna have to get going. Unfortunately,
Oh,
That's
well,
cutting me
thank you
off.
for sitting with
CP
us
brought
through
the
your
clan
lunch
and
break.
CP brought the clan and Jeb had to leave. Yeah,
just
you
an
know,
example of
I'm not gonna read into
I
that.
I know how Calvin gets with these types of subjects, so I just don't want to
And with
make
that,
things a little
bye.
uncomfortable. Yeah,
He wants to
No,
leave
I'm-
before I
just,
start. He wants to leave before I start yeehawing.
I mean, yeah, the croak chat. Whoever
Yeah.
smelt it, dealt it. If you notice it, you're the problem.
Oh no! Wait, no. What
That's
did I just corner myself into? All right,
Bye, Jeb. Thanks for coming.
bye.
Bye.
Also, Optimus, you changed your name.
Cattus.
I change it regularly.
Oh.
Yeah, he's no longer trapped in a name.
He's no longer the
Earlier
Dorcas.
he
He's
was.
the Cattus.
Well, this is a cat stream, is it not?
Yeah,
It
I guess
is.
So yeah.
Yeah,
Is it a cat stream?
Ooh, it is.
Yeah.
All right, and I
Catrew and
guess
a
I'll
kitty.
see y'all around.
You're outnumbered. Yeah.
Sure.
See
See ya.
you next
It was
week.
good talking to you.
Always a
Yeah.
pleasure, sir.
Bye.
Bye.
Everybody to
How
bed
do I
the doors.
leave?
Get out.
Bye.
Yeah. So notice how he said it might be
Who
when
felt
he
that?
said you think there's an element of racism to that. So that's his.
It might be.
Yeah, that's his elephant asking. Well, I can believe it, so I will believe it. When everything Sitch and Adam's saying, he's like, well, must I believe it? There's a very height. Okay, yeah, sorry.
At the beginning of the stream, he was saying something. Jangles was, I think, giving his definition of CRT or whatever, and he said something along the lines of, among a myriad of various options, race is clearly one of them, and therefore it should be focused on. Something to that effect. And with this specific example, they're trying to make the racism, or whatever percentage it may or may not have played a factor, as the sole motivating factor and the sole thing that needs to be addressed, such that if someone comments on any of the easily apparent mitigating factors, which are the circumstances of the situation, it's
Ignore those.
yeah, he'll accuse.
Wait, you're asking for context?
No,
how dare you ask?
I'm trying.
You guys have to talk for the next time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to address the topic of, if I say, well, this was a factor, this was a factor, this was a factor,
Oh,
I
so
will
you're
be
asking for
called
context.
racist for not inherently agreeing.
And once again, the point to chat, whoever spelled it down it. If you notice it, if you call it out, you are the problem. You're not meant to notice it. You're not meant to ask for context. You just need to agree.
Yes. Okay. So, sort of like the people who saw the Tyranids in the Warhammer trailer and was like, "That's a Jewish stereotype."
Oh, you saw that? You saw that tweet?
Oh yeah, a whole lot of them.
Oh, that was bad. So I just remember this big one that went viral, which was like, yeah, how the same way people refer to Tyranids as Jewish people. So how did you get there?
Black people, right?
Oh my god!
God, those people.
There was a viral post showing a bunch of like fantasy monsters, goblins, orcs, ogres, witches, vampires, and like every single one of them had Jewish stereotype labeled on it, and everybody was like, "I don't know about that."
It's like the far right people are like, "The fuck is going on here?"
Yeah, the far right don't have to do their marketing. They just like things exist, and people are like, "That's racist."
The
far right
anti-racists are the most racist people out of all of them.
Look, if Jangles wants to look at the Derek Chauvin situation and say racism played a part, that's all well and good. But if I want to say I think there were possibly other factors involved, I think it's reasonable for him to then suggest that I am racist.
Well,
not that that's what he's doing.
Let's say
I have not expressed myself well. I apologize.
No, you're fine.
Yeah, it makes sense what you're saying.
I mean, let's say hypothetically Derek Chauvin was trained to do that. Like, let's say hypothetically that's what his police office was trained to do.
You mean like that Family Guy meme where they hold up like the color chart at the border?
Kind of. But basically, what came out was that Derek Chauvin's like police district, whatever you call it, was actually trained to do that to people. And okay, are we going to debate like George Floyd's death? Because that's a topic.
No,
I don't think he died. I think he's still alive.
Kind of.
He's alive.
All right, then yes, we will have to debate this. I'm pretty sure we all saw a very horrible video.
Yeah.
But kind of going off of what Optimus was saying, so they would still say that if you're looking at other factors, you're denying systemic racism, and if you're denying that, that makes you a racist. So it sucks, but you're right. It is either believe me or you're racist. But they would have a flowery way of saying that you're denying this obvious thing of systemic racism.
Yes.
Well, I mean, like these people. I mean, like people from Jangles' side will say that policing is a white supremacist institution. So,
yeah,
defending it or pointing it out is a problem.
For sure.
Yeah, like there has never been societal enforcement of norms in Africa. Never happened. It was white people who brought that over.
Peaceful place. Don't gaslight. Nothing has ever happened in Africa. Nothing ever.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Don't look up the Rwandan genocide, please don't.
Don't look at what countries did once they were
once they went independent.
They were liberated.
Jesus Christ, Africa just went like to the
Africa's doing well, boys.
Well, my country of Ghana, we had General Rowland who had a military coup and killed everyone in power.
What's the country where what's the country where the guy just kept giving himself promotions? He was a dictator, but he kept changing his title.
Oh, I know that. Like he had some really, really long name. That's like Supreme Overlord of the Earth and Sun or some stupid.
Yeah. It's he was the dictator.
Targaryen.
Yeah, right. He was the dictator. He was like, and then he was the emperor, and then he was the god king, and then he was the supreme overlord of the sun, and then he became king of the Andos and the first man, breaker of change, protector of
I know exactly what you're talking about. He
protector of the seven kingdoms, Khaleesi of the great Grassi, the unburnt, the breaker of chains.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't remember. I know he just kept giving himself
Joe
titles.
Biden.
I mean, I'm tempted to Eric Dyson, but I don't think he actually declared himself king.
Eric Dyson, Slayer of Santa Claus.
Nice.
Was it Mozambique? Am I thinking of?
Was it Mozambique?
I think it's Southern Africa.
I don't know my dictators.
It's
somewhere.
but it's a country by
pull
South
up.
Africa. It's not South Africa, but it's a country by South Africa.
Yeah, Mozambique is by South Africa.
There are a crap ton of African dictators. Like,
you don't know every single African dictator?
Is ravaged. It's a problem.
I mean, what African country doesn't have a dictator? That's all I'm gonna say. I know who you're talking about. It's just there's so many I can't pinpoint who.
Is it really Idi Amin?
Maybe.
Who decided Daddy Catrew? Who decided to impersonate Daddy Catrew? Yeah, look, you like his S&M. So Sitch and Madam, Sitch and Madam. That's what you like.
Is it? He said S and M, isn't it? S and M.
Well,
S and M. You know, it is S and M.
That's what is it? That's jab. That's jab.
Sitch and Mola. There we go.
Well, because if you remember at first, basically everyone, like 99% of the world saw that video and they're like, holy shit, this is super fucked up. And it was only once I was like, well, he was on drugs. Well, he was resisting arrest. When you started, adding all these other factors, then resisting started to
arrest. I'm not so sure it's 99%, but I mean, Sitch, even if there might not be an explicit conscious racial motivation behind people's reaction to George Floyd, if they try to justify it, I'm sure even you will admit that people can harbor unconscious biases. They can harbor subconscious thoughts.
And
right?
Of course.
And therefore, you're all fucked. You cannot defend yourselves.
We've got a bunch of mind readers over here.
And yeah, that's you're whatever we say you are.
We can't. Right, but we can't make those determinations about people's unconscious bias.
Okay, pause for a second.
And when the other factors that were
this is something that gets me. So you like Adam, he's calling out basically the final boss of the position. He's calling out the endpoint, but that's not allowed. He's overstepping. But these guys are allowed to read your mind and tell you exactly your position, and that's okay.
Oh yeah.
It's like,
no, it's fine. They've literally told you that it doesn't even matter. Actually, it doesn't even matter if you haven't had a racist thought. It's under there, okay? They know your mind so well. They know it more than you.
Yeah, you probably do.
They know how unconscious.
What was the start of this? Because I remember in the Count Dankula Vosh debate, Dankula literally went to Vosh, hey, how about you just ask me about my position? And Vosh went, no, I need to figure it out for myself because you won't be honest. It's like the honesty of a fucking leftist. Like, this is what you're getting?
Wow. Yeah. No. Daisy, don't go. Daisy, don't go. Oh my god. Sorry.
I'm gonna be okay. Look. I'm gonna be real honest. Daisy Cam is kind of fucking cringe. Can we have a San chair? I feel like you got me.
No, Daisy's not cringe.
Well, firstly, it's a cat, not a dog. I'm not racist, but cats.
You're saying that in front of Catrew?
Racist.
Look, I'm a fan of leather daddies. Don't do this to me. I asked for your fur affinity last chat. You were there.
Oh, how could
you? Look, all I'm saying is that dogs are the superior animal.
Oh,
yeah, it seems that Jab agrees with you.
Thank you, Jab. I mean, Jab's big brain.
Daisy Doo is still great. Okay, let's go.
Were added to the thing that were added when other facts came out that changed people's opinion, or some people's opinion, or nuanced their opinion maybe for some people on the George Floyd situation. None of it had anything to do with race at all. That's why I don't necessarily think this was a racial issue.
Well, just like we cannot prove that any one individual was racist, you also can't prove that they're not. That's what makes it so frustrating. I agree.
Understand.
It's very frustrating. I agree.
So why not focus on what you can prove?
I want to interject
Right?
concepts or whatever though, because the thing about it is like we could argue over percentages.
No, we're Professor X. We need to read people's minds.
Pretend this shit doesn't exist. So for instance,
okay, wait. We're nearly out of time. We're not going to finish. Let's jump to the soul snack. You're gonna love it. Trust me.
Okay.
They're always worth it. I've never seen it.
In chat?
They're always worth it.
It is Idi Amin.
It's
His
what?
Excellency, President for Life, Field Marshal Al-Haji Dr. Idi Amin Dada, VC, DSO, MC, Lord of all beasts of the earth and the fishes of the sea, and the conqueror of the British Empire in Africa in general.
Yeah, that's him. Is he the one who like literally destroyed his country? Like he stopped all electronics and like all factories and said he would prey on them.
He might have been more focused on titles.
Okay, because I know there's I know there was a rich. I mean, like I said, there's a lot of fucking dictators in Africa, but I know there was like one specific guy who was like a witch doctor. He said, "Hey, you don't need lube for your factories. I'll just prey on them," and then all the factories died, and then the country ended up dying.
Gotta love Africa.
Catherine,
you put the link in the private chat, and then I'll just put it.
Ghana, best country, by the way.
The link's in the thinkers chat.
Okay, if I can just get my Discord. Crazy card shooter. Start share this instead.
Okay, let's catch up for coffee because I'm almost here. I'm getting my scooter, and we'll talk in a bit.
There it is.
What are you doing?
It's my scooter.
I just reserved it, so this is my scooter. Excuse me.
Can you please let it go? Oh.
Stop! I'm calling the cops.
Are you serious right now?
Okay, there's a man trying to steal my scooter, so if you could just send some... They're on their way. I hope they arrest you.
I received a call about two people in the parking lot fighting over a scooter. Somebody mind telling me what's going on?
Is this a Dollman video?
The guy started insulting me, threatening me.
That's a lie.
Knock off.
Soul snack.
Okay, what about the part where she says that you were making threats against her?
Oh, they've gotten more dramatic.
You did? How was the date? I know. That's why. Okay.
Oh, interesting.
Isn't she supposed to be
pregnant? Did you restart it?
Yeah, no, they that's how it really happened, Tails.
Oh, I see. Oh, this is something new that they're doing, I guess.
Going for style.
What does this look?
Okay.
There it is.
Wait, where was it?
Okay, let's catch up for coffee because I'm almost here. I'm getting my scooter, and we'll talk in a bit.
And yeah, like he.
Yeah, I'll talk to you later. All right.
He got there, and he scanned it.
What are you
and
doing?
her phone is off.
Excuse me, ma'am. What are you doing?
Or whatever.
It's my scooter.
I just reserved it, so this is my scooter.
No, I just reserved it on the application a few seconds ago. What are you talking about?
Her phone isn't even on.
Reserved it. This is my scooter.
Excuse me, ma'am. This is my scooter.
The acting's kind of not.
Oh, the acting is horrible. That's the appeal of it, though.
So I think it's a Dollman video.
This is a general audience one, right?
I'm calling the cops.
Are you serious right now? Go ahead, call them.
But
Yeah, I feel like I've seen this video before.
You're black, so I need to call the police.
In the parking lot, and okay, there's a man trying to steal my scooter, so if you could just send some. Okay, yeah, thank you.
Okay, we don't have to keep all the same parts the same.
I know,
we could
right?
Go just to the next part where it changes.
Yeah.
Knock it off.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
Ciao.
I mean, granted.
Yeah, that is kind of what happened with like just trying to like put your body on it. And... Oh my god, Jesus, it's taking forever. Hurry the fuck up and get to the punchline. This is 2023.
Right.
And I assume he shoots him, right?
It's 2023 and it takes this long to get to the punchline.
Hello.
Oh.
Got a call about two people fighting in this parking lot over a scooter. Somebody mind telling me what's going on?
Daisy's fallen asleep from the video.
Getting my scooter on the ride share app.
Not gonna lie, the Catrew movie was better than this.
Yeah.
That's a lie. That's a lie, officer.
Have you?
Okay.
You've seen it,
First
yeah?
up, I need everybody to calm
Just watch your
down,
Faps
okay?
coverage.
Now,
Yeah.
this time, starting with you. What's your name?
Karen. And essentially, like I said, I got my ride share.
Wait, her name's Karen?
Yeah, of course it is.
Why wouldn't it be?
Sorry,
That's a lie, officer.
like I said, I'm drinking. My mind is sorry. Should have just known.
Speak, okay?
Okay. Sorry.
Please continue.
So that's basically it. He was trying to take my scooter and being really nasty about it.
All right, and that's it?
Yeah.
All righty, sir. What's your side of the story?
Well, first of all, thank you for coming, officer.
Actually, it's Captain, but please continue.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to disrespect. Well, anyways, I was looking for a ride home, and on this application for the rideshare, let me know that there was a scooter here available in this parking lot. And as I was trying to grab the scooter, this woman right here tries to grab it at the same time. And then we got into an argument, and then she started calling me all sorts of bad names and stuff.
Okay, what about the part where she says that you were making threats against her?
Officer, I wouldn't threaten anybody. She's not telling the
Oh
truth.
my
I'm telling
gosh.
you.
Oh,
Liar.
No, you're lying.
Hey, ma'am.
What is the
Ma'am,
point?
Please, I need you to calm down.
Okay.
Of course, you're gonna side with him.
Oh my god.
I'm not siding with anybody. I'm just trying to
What?
get
It's awfully sexist of her.
Why would you say something like that?
Well, you know, you
Thinking
guys...
that he'd side with him just because they're both males.
Oh.
Because you're both from
Well, you
Africa.
look
Wait.
alike, so, I mean, it makes sense.
Oh, so we look alike. So you're saying I'm favoring him because we have the same skin color?
Like, you know.
You know, you're both from Africa.
What is this
Officer, I
for?
think that's exactly what she's trying to say.
Okay, I've heard.
Look,
now.
she's
So what
right
are we
and she's a
supposed to
Karen.
learn from this?
She's
Illegal.
white, so she must be racist.
Why are they arresting her? They're
Arrested for
arresting her because
racist.
she's racist?
Wait, actually, did you? Okay.
Getting
I
arrested
need,
for disturbing the peace and making
I need
a
to show you
false
something. Did you see that
allegation
one
against a police
that
officer? Let's
the
go.
Amazon
False
incident?
allegation.
False allegation.
Did you guys see the Amazon? Did you guys see the Amazon thing that happened? I need to post it.
Yes.
Where
Okay, which one are you talking about?
basically someone had like an Amazon thing in front of their house. A person was passing it.
Yeah.
And they thought they heard a racial slur, so Amazon just closed down everything, locked them out of all of their accounts
for a week, right?
Wow.
Yeah, because they thought they heard a racial slur.
Because they thought they heard it. Wow.
Well,
it
and,
wasn't
the
confirmed.
punchline to it was just like amazing. That he had actual video because he's got multiple surveillance cameras, and it was his home doorbell talking to the guy. Talking to the,
so Amazon just like fucked him over because a person passed his house and thought maybe something can happen.
Yeah,
and that's kind of what I'm thinking of here.
I don't know. That's why I don't trust that smart home technology. It's like, really?
Not touch that.
They could just lock you out of it.
I'm always like, I don't know.
I mean, they
can't
can
say
because
that
they're not voted upon.
Memes on Discord. Oh, we got Discord. We got memes.
Ooh, memes.
Chef Guy posted that.
Meme review.
Meme review.
Come here, Discord.
Are you trying to hide, Catrew?
No.
It looked like you were trying to hide. You were getting small.
Oh, yeah. I dropped something.
Oh. Well, I called attention to it, so don't worry.
Yeah.
It wasn't awkward at all.
Okay. Let us. I'm dying. Is this the? I want to see this one. Overreaction. Oh, I also like Dusty Dubs. Okay, just. I don't think it'll have audio. Damn. Okay, so everybody keep quiet. So I have to do my system audio.
That'll be a struggle for me.
Yeah, you're horrible.
Add the source. There we go.
It's today! Today's the day, isn't it? Kenneth, what are you talking about? I said I was getting spayed! Oh, they said they were going to Spain. Are you positive, Frank? For fluff's sake, Kenneth, calm down. No, I'm getting spayed for sure. You can't get spayed, Kenneth. You don't have ovaries. What? What happened to my ovaries? Are they over here? Maybe I left them over here. Oh, this is a catastrophe! I can't find them, Frank! Kenneth, that catnip is making you paranoid. I gotta find my ovaries! Are they under here? No, they're not under there, you ginger-colored crackhead!
Okay, next. We got a custom. Okay, I'm download. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, pretty much.
Accurate. Nobody, Jangles, getting ready to tell you that everything you should tell you that everything should be about racism. Yeah. You just need to turn your head sideways. Oh my god, what does it say? Go fuck yourself. I've seen that one. What? I don't get it. Okay, you guys can explain it to me once I've stopped cheering.
That's awesome.
Very well done. I like it a lot. Okay, there we go. I can keep the audio on now. But this is my favorite.
Well, I mean, Calvin was, yeah.
Calvin was what?
I think we can all agree with that. Calvin was, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
It was, yeah. Where is everyone off to now?
I think, let me just double check. There is. Nope, I don't see it. Oh, I guess there isn't. There usually is. What happened to Drinker? Today's Thursday. There should be, at least on the schedule, we should be able to see it like as an upcoming live stream. Maybe
I see it 54 in the side review.
I don't see it. Interesting.
Oh,
Okay.
has he seen the indie? Oh, that's cool.
Film Threat did a review last night, which was an enjoyable watch.
I guess that's where we'll go. Well, like, because I'll just before I go to bed, basically, because I'm pretty dead. But what is everybody's plan? So we've got, okay, now we shall go clockwise, and everybody will say their things, and we will allow Calvin to also speak about his things this time.
Oh,
so Catrew, just Catrew again, just reiterate what you are doing content-wise.
Okay, so I'm gonna be filming. Hopefully, okay. So I'm gonna be really intense, productive tomorrow. Gonna try and finish out that summary video of On Fairy Stories for as a video. Gonna get that out, do all the work tomorrow, and hopefully premiere that either Saturday or Sunday. That's the goal. Hopefully it happens. And then next week, I'm going to be going back to Patterns of Behavior on Wednesday.
Sweet. can't wait for that. Everybody keep an eye out.
Nice.
I will be putting everyone's channels in the description. It was just, we don't, yeah, I suppose I can just default to have Catrew in the thinkers and Gray. But yeah, okay. And Gray, what are you doing tomorrow, you and Vince?
Vincent's having a stream tomorrow. He invited a whole bunch of people on. Patrick may or may not be joining as well. So yeah, I believe it's video game culture or possibly Gamergate, but maybe an argument or two in there. So could be fun.
Sweet.
But yeah, that's kind of the only thing I have scheduled for the next little while. So yeah.
Sweet. Optimus Cattus. Are you still?
Am I still what?
Are you still? What are you gonna? Are you? You know what you're gonna do? You're gonna watch our stream, watching the stream on your stream.
Yes, that is the plan.
Okay.
But actually, no, nothing terribly special coming up. I do have a meeting with an artist, a very talented artist, to potentially discuss concept art for a script I've been developing for a couple years now. So that's kind of exciting.
Nice.
That's freaking cool.
Yeah. And that's share worthy, I suppose.
Yes. We want to see. We want to talk. We want to.
One day.
I mean, you can't. Yeah. You can't let it all out the bag now, hey?
Yeah.
Boo! But I'm glad that you're busy doing that.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, yeah, and when you're ready, then we're like, then you give us the links, and then we go.
Will do.
And Smugg Waffles.
Well, firstly, apologize for any car sounds you might hear in the background. I'm just a loser from chat who's really overly verbose and talks a lot. I wanted to join this debate because I to me, this is one of those foundational debates that outlines like every cycle of the CRT spiral. It's not CRT, but if it was, it would be pretty based. But it's just history. It's just like every. I like
bingo card.
The entire bingo card. So thank you for having me, and I'll go back to spamming and chat after this.
Is that you're not thinking of creating your own stuff?
The thing is, I really do want to create my own stuff, but it's just time. And like with the recent job I got, which pays more, and the people I interviewed, I kind of like I'm going to be waking up at 5 a.m. and getting home at like 7.
Yeah.
So I don't know how that's going to play out. So I mean, I have aspirations of creating stuff, but just never the time.
Yeah, because
have you considered like mukbang? Just film yourself while you're eating, and you got content.
It's pretty fucking based.
And then just like in between, just having a political take, and then
just having a hot take. This crab's delicious. Leftists these days, they're pretty cringe. So it's good.
You have to make horrible mouth noises in order for it to work.
Nick Avocado is my inspiration. Yeah, I get it.
Oh.
Isn't he all of ours?
Poor man.
Sorry,
he inspires so many.
Well, when I go and eat dinner, I'll have that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Wild.
Okay, and then we're done. I'm kidding. See, Puffy.
Yeah, I do a podcast called Late for Supper. It's movie reviews and such. Last week we did a fun indie film called An Elephant Sitting Still.
Operation Blowdrop.
An Elephant Sitting Still, like a Chinese movie with a really tragic story behind it. It's an amazing movie. We covered that last week, and this week we're doing an anime movie called A Silent Voice. We're gonna cover that.
I feel like I've seen that.
A Silent Voice is a movie about a kid who wants to kill himself, but he has to like tie up all his loose ends, which includes making right with a girl who he bullied because she was deaf. The deaf girl he bullied.
Oh, that sounds like a great movie.
Real heart wrencher, or maybe it's just cringe. That's what we're going to talk about this Sunday.
Okay, to interject just randomly, I actually did have that situation in my secondary school. We had
you bullied a girl for being deaf.
Well, I didn't. Well, I mean, I got the shit bullied on me.
Oh, because I was going to say me too.
But we actually did have a deaf girl who got the shit bullied out of her, and she committed suicide.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
So maybe this movie would hit too close to home for you,
Yeah,
but also
Probably.
maybe not. It's a really great movie. It's like
Probably.
a
Like,
legitimately really good movie.
have you guys seen Mauler's review on that one? I can't remember what it's called. It's about a movie about. It's got a Welsh guy as like the main actor.
Ugh.
It's really short, like short for him Mauler standards.
The Father.
Yeah, The Father. Yeah, like have you seen his review on that?
No, I've been meaning to watch that movie. Actually, I haven't had time.
So I got like halfway through his review. I was like, "Hey, I'll watch this," and then it got like even further. I was like, "Yeah, I can't watch this." So I have family members that suffer from this. It's pretty fucking heavy subject.
Yeah, me too. I thought, I don't know. I've never like watched a movie that touched like close to home for me for whatever reason.
Really?
But,
Wait, you're in PC.
I can't.
Except there's a couple South Park episodes that really get me. Which you think I'm joking, but like for real, like
Big Gay Owls.
There's one where
the cactus one.
There's one where Stan's parents get divorced for like one episode, and Stan just thinks everything is shit all of a sudden. Like he's just like everything tastes like shit, every movie looks like shit, everything's shit, and I'm like, man,
Yeah,
I'm Stan.
that's depression.
Yep.
Yeah, that's it's depression.
And that hit.
Yeah.
That was
Smugg does have a good voice.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Yeah, Smugg, you got to be on this more because you have a
Really?
great voice. You could replace Hydra.
It's funny because in prime, I used to get told. I used to get told all the time. I sound
Englishmen
too
and your
aggressive.
silly ethnic accents.
Hey, I can say water. Don't trust. don't test me. Water. Wait, mate, you got a license for this stream?
License? Yeah.
Okay.
Stream from South Africa? You got a license for that?
South Africa?
Okay, do you say
What's the good
pasta
accent?
or pasta?
Pasta. Of course it's pasta.
Okay.
This is pasta.
It's pasta.
Apparently that's the American stereotype from the Canadians. We're all
Those
pasta.
people pour their milk or pour their cereal into their milk. We don't talk to those people.
Cereal into the
Wait, so
It's disgusting.
Madness.
it's pasta with a soft A. It's not like a.
I've heard
Pasta.
of that. It's ridiculous.
That's
Be
good.
normal. It's pasta.
They pour the milk
We're
first.
speaking the English language, the British language, the Queen's English.
Well, if you're in Canada, it's pasta.
we don't
Pasta.
recognize Canadians.
Well,
so.
if you're my
Well,
husband.
okay. So first of all, you changed. We didn't. When it comes to the pronunciation of words, all right.
Excuse me. What do you mean we changed? We
if you
invented the language, so if we change,
Yeah.
that means you change with us.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
We
The superior
revolutionized
culture
it.
with.
Oh yes. Oh jab.
Oh,
Sorry, there was a
Yeah.
yes. There's another update.
Well,
Sorry,
no.
Daddy Catrew.
Manchester accents make you sound smarter.
What? No, important.
What?
No.
Just-
Have you heard Manchester
Then
accents? Jesus
content-wise, I'll
Christ.
also be showing off my BDSM.
And Liverpool accents make you sound super smart
Oh,
too.
Catrew. We look forward to the video, Catrew.
And what are other Jersey accents are
It's
great.
pasta. Yeah,
It's
pasta.
just like regular but yellow.
In all honesty, we do have to schedule that second part for that part 2 for Spider-Verse.
Let's do it.
I was
I'm down
wondering
anytime,
if you guys were doing like part 2 for part 2, the movie part 2. That's why I just carried on with today's episode. But we could have done it today, and I could have just sat here.
Well, you need to go see
But
it.
I guess we
and
do it
then
on
you can
your
join.
channel.
Come on.
Because, yeah.
People with Welsh
I
accents.
can't go and see it, guys. I can't go and see it.
Well,
It's banned
and
here.
nobody's saying to
figure it out.
pirate or anything like that. But
You guys can just describe it
it's
to
very
me.
pretty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can.
I
shouldn't be
I
hard.
hear international waters. You can view it in international
Yeah,
waters.
I'll go out there. I guess so. Yeah. I'm just so sad that I won't get to see it on the big screen. That's all. I was really.
For sure.
No, that's true. That's true.
It's worth it. It's really pretty.
Because you guys were like everybody that speaks about it like is really visually just really striking. So.
Well, I mean, the
I'm
first
upset
one
about
kind of
that.
revolutionized animation. I don't
What
know.
did?
Like, I don't think you'd get like that Puss in
It
Boots
was
type of
really
animation without it.
impressive.
What movie?
And this pushed it even beyond. The original Spider-Verse kind of pushed like the animation and like Puss in Boots or whatever the latest one was.
How
That
did
kind of
Spider-
cool illustrative side.
How did Spider-Verse?
Oh, I
do?
need to
'Cause I
watch
heard
that
it
one.
like kind of flopped, but it's unironically one of the best movies that's come out in a long time. The original Spider-Verse. Did it like get a lot of?
Yeah, well, the
views
animation was
afterwards?
awesome.
It was very
I
well
mean, I don't
done.
think it flopped, but I don't know if it was as big a hit as this one.
I mean, it should be massive. That film was amazing.
Yeah, the
That,
first one.
I need, you know what?
The first
I'll
one
watch
I
that
feel
one
like
as
is
well.
better. The first one is better.
I need to watch
but
that one.
I do like the second one.
Literally inspired Puss in Boots. I mean, Puss in Boots was a really good movie.
I need to watch that. Okay, so I have
It's a
no
really
work
good
to
song
do.
by
So for me,
Wheeler Walker Jr. too.
what?
Not Puss in Boots.
Yeah.
I like Puss. I was just saying.
No. Okay. Joke.
No one. No.
It was a reference.
Tomorrow is Youth Day in South Africa, so
Youth
there
Day?
is no work.
Youth Day?
Oh, actually,
I
today
hate
is Youth
kids.
Day. Yes.
Kids use Twitter, and I hate them.
Yeah.
If I have to see a 14-year-old's opinion on Twitter, it's a violation of my human
I don't know
rights.
why those ones exist. Like
Why are 14-year-old kids telling
They're
me to
on
get
Reddit.
pussy? I hate this place.
Yeah.
I love Twitter.
Lady
I love
Cameron had a weird point. Let's not push the party today if it's this day.
Yeah. What? Yeah. Glad to hear. We always hear our own voices.
No.
Where's this?
Well,
to
to speak
push-
to
no,
Lady
no,
Cameron.
no. Okay. I see
Not
what
on
you
Youth
mean,
Day.
and I probably
Well, to
just
speak to
wrote
Lady
that.
Cameron, like I always thought I had like this.
2024. Yeah.
I always thought I had like this Giga
no.
Chad voice, and then I listened. I had the job interview that was online, and they wanted you to record like a bunch of statements.
Oh.
So I recorded my statement, and I listened to myself. I was like, "Wow, I sound like a fucking idiot. What the hell is this crap?"
We all sound because we're so used to our own voices within our head, so it's weird.
I sound so cool in my head. Why can't I sound like that IRL?
Yeah, I'm real upset about it. I have a pretty normal
That's
voice
not
in my
worse,
head,
it's
but I listen to myself talk and I'm like, Jesus Christ, I can't believe anybody lets me talk ever.
Yeah. Like my work
Hard to
colleagues
believe.
put up with this. Jesus Christ, no wonder I got fired.
So anyway, this weekend we're talking okay, so tomorrow I don't know, I'm gonna be trying to find ways to watch movies. And then Kyle and I will probably be playing Monster Hunter. Hopefully I can get onto Monster Hunter with Catrew. Jab, I hear that you
It's funny that Jab thinks he sounds amazing because he actually has the worst voice.
I hear that
just like of anybody
Get outta
here.
here.
Like he comes on, you're like, get out of here, dude.
No, Jab's actually everyone here has got a nice voice.
Thank you.
I appreciate that,
Yeah.
even though it's not true.
All of you.
I like CP's JP impersonation better, to be honest.
The voice does the work of the
Bucko.
spirit.
Yeah.
You need
Oh my
me,
God,
just call. I'll be around. I'll help you out of the belly of the whale anytime.
Wash your dick.
Ooh, a Wheel of Time, yes. This
Wash
Wheel
your
of Time
balls.
this weekend.
Wash your
We can
balls.
do the Wheel of Time.
Yes.
We can do a Wheel of Time watch this weekend.
Yeah.
Episode 2.
Sweet. I'm
Mm,
sorry.
so
I'm so
Yeah,
sorry.
I'm still waiting. I haven't seen it.
So we can do it maybe on Saturday.
Any of it?
No.
Yeah.
Well, I've saw
No,
episode
episode
1
2.
twice.
So we can do episode
Oh,
2. Basically, we watch in here. This is how we do it.
Have you guys only done one episode so far?
Yeah.
Yeah, properly. And yeah, we're gonna do that. So I mean, we'll chat in Discord. But I don't know if my friend wants to go out for her birthday this weekend. I can't go horse riding again. We were supposed to go horse riding again, but I can't go.
Patrick, you
I'll hate
say
myself.
that, but you have the same. There's only like 10 kinds of male voices in the world, and me and Andrew and Optimus and Patrick all have the same kind. Slightly
yes,
different,
the
slightly
jab
different
voice.
accents, but they're all the same. And Patrick
We
pointed
did
that out in the
do-
chat, but he it's ironic because he has the same voice as us.
Jab, we did the second one, but they flaked out. Yeah, Nico actually did the second one
Now,
as well.
Jab,
Actually, us
you
three.
were there for when we watched the first one the first time. I think you watched the second one, but I was too tired. I had to go to bed.
Yeah. So
You can
we
deny it all you
restarted
want,
basically.
Patrick. It's true.
Yeah. But we'll get together. We'll discuss on the Discord. If you are new here and you've just heard us talk about the Discord and you want to be part of the watch party, just go to the Discord link and we'll see you there. But I'm going to bed now.
Hold on. You know what? Just a point of something here. in video games, when you do like a custom character and they let you like pick your voice,
Yeah.
there's a high like lack of representation for the nasally, wimpy voice.
Yeah, that's true.
You want Bob
it's
to be the
unfair.
voice artist?
Hey, calm
Organize
down.
chaos.
I'm talking more like Virgil.
You're
Virgil,
shut
yeah.
Yeah. No, I swear to God, like in Hogwarts Legacy, there was a voice that sounded exactly like Smugg Waffles' voice.
Is that good or bad?
But
I heard that game was. I heard
it's
that
good
game was
for,
about.
it's good for you. You get some
capitalism.
representation. All right, but I'm over here. There's no voice that just. Hi. There's no plug your nose voice.
How is that good for me? I don't want to play as.
You have to play as Voldemort to get that voice. It's the lack of representation for the awful.
No, that's a lie. Voldemort doesn't even sound nasally. Have you heard his Avada Kedavra?
Yeah.
Oh, Snape sounds nasally. My bad.
No. Oh my God.
Potter.
Yeah.
He
Oh, that was
sounds
very
like
well
Alan
done.
Rickman.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Potter having gay sex in library again.
Sorry,
Wingardium
Okay,
Leviosa.
I'll see you guys.
I'll
we'll
only
see you
drop the
guys
bass
in the-
once.
Night,
Pay attention,
everyone.
please.
Bye.
Thank you for having me
Bye,
on.
everybody. Thank you for everybody who came and jumped in today. And we didn't get through much of that debate.
Okay, quickly. Do you think you would? Do you
We did
think
more than I thought.
Do you think you can cover all of this? Because like it's a lot.
I don't think I have a Hold on. I don't think I have a flamboyant voice. I wouldn't say flamboyant. That's not the word I would use.
I mean, you kind of do.
What?
Like just cheering.
Hello, kids.
Hello, kids.
Oh my God, no, stop.
Look, kiddo. Do you think you'll finish this debate?
Mike.
Because this one goes. The thing with this one and the
I need
other
to
one,
listen to it all. Yeah.
Probably because it goes on. I guess you should pick up
No, we
like,
have to
key
do it.
moments because this one goes on for a long time. And
Well,
like
I
I
could
said,
do a video of it and like, so
Jangle-
just do it solo and then see what happens.
because Jangles
Yeah.
single-handedly does every single step of the CRT cycle by himself, and it's just it only clears up at the very end when actual Justice Warrior comes in and like goes, oh, so what you're saying is this.
I'm
And when-
envisioning. Yeah.
I
Bingo
think
card.
like at like 7 hours in, he like challenges Stitch like, give me a quote, I dare you, and then Stitch gives him a quote, and he just like goes, oh shit, I can't.
Oh my God,
I
I have,
can't
to get
dance
to
around
that
this.
point. I have to get there if anything, but
7
yeah,
hours
I'll do them.
with all of us.
No,
players? You think you can do it?
The whole debate is like 6-ish hours. The stream is like 9 hours because they go the last 3 or so
Yeah,
are
obviously, yeah.
super chats and stuff.
Okay, might be misremembering that because I remember it going on forever. Just like Jangles just going in circles and
seems
circles.
longer than-
He's not.
It seems
Like
longer.
you want to know why? Like I think his
in
bad
real time.
faith is because every time I see this guy, he's just doing the same cycles. It seems like he doesn't stand by anything. And
Do you
like,
think-
like,
Do you think it's self-aware bad faith or bad faith bad faith?
I think it's self-aware because like he gets because the thing like my issue with this type of stuff is like if you can make a point and then like a few minutes later like when that point gets knocked down, jump to another point and disprove your previous point, I don't think you're genuine. Like they call him out for having a debate with Milo Yiannopoulos, and well, he's an interesting guy. But like where he has like where he basically
forever.
He basically just shits the
Sorry,
board
Miss
and like plays
Jackson.
chicken chess. I am for real.
Oh my gosh!
Never meant to make your daughter cry.
Calvin has this
It's my
ability.
favorite song.
He has to respond to chat in audio. He doesn't respond to chat in chat. He responds in audio immediately.
Well, I'm sorry, I don't have an inner monologue, so I have to read out loud.
Yeah, NPCs are missing those.
He just randomly happened to reference my favorite song.
Forever.
All right, guys.
Okay.
Yeah, we're keeping poor she's trying to go to bed. We're all.
But the point I'm trying to get to quickly
Did we
is
end stream?
Jangles knows he's being bad
We're
faith,
still live.
and whenever he gets completely caught out, he'll just disengage from the conversation. He's one of those types.
Yeah.
So that's why I can't give him anything.
He's not alone. There's so many of them. But anyway. I guess we can all sign off. Bye, everybody.
Thank you for having me.
Bye.
Thank you, chat, for suffering through me. See you guys.